And we're live. Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of PulseChainConference.com. I'm your host, Maddie ALLin, and we've got a great show for you tonight. This is the last of 4 nights where we have 100 speakers who are all crypto enthusiasts and YouTubers coming to speak about the crypto that they love the best, PulseChain and Hex. So really excited. Before I bring on our first 2 speakers, I want to thank liquidloans.io for sponsoring the first day. The second day was sponsored by timepays.me with support from pateus.io and love.io. Thank you to all those brands. Day 3 was gopulse.com. And today's sponsorship is brought to you by 9inch.io, the first meme DEX. And so really excited. We've got a great program tonight and you're in the right place. So hit the like and subscribe button, leave a comment here. Let's get the party started with our first 2 speakers.
Steps are insane, staking on ETH and Post. We on 2 chains, how the coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA it in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to riches.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hello.
How's it going
Thanks
there?
for having us.
I'm really excited to have you 2 kick off today. We have Crypto Class. You're an awesome voice for the community. We've also got KG, same thing, representing internetmoney.io and PulseChain. So I'm going to let you 2 take it away for your 20-minute talk. And thanks again for being here today.
Thanks,
Thank
Maddie.
you, Maddie. Hashtag TYRH. KG in the house. I feel like I've met you before, but I haven't. So it's a pleasure, man, to share this 20 minutes with you.
Likewise, I'm looking forward to having our first on-air conversation.
First time. I was just saying to KG in our chats before we come on, like I, before yesterday, wasn't interacting with internet money, and I confessed that to KG, and I didn't have any good reason for that. I just hadn't. So yesterday, of course, as part of my preparation, I loaded up the app on my phone. I don't usually do crypto on my phone, but I thought I want to see what the experience would be like to a new onboard as like a bridging technique. And it took me less than 5 minutes, but it also had the appropriate like security questions and things like that. And I actually, in terms of the tokenomics, have just been like absolutely blown away. So KG and I thought we'll divide our 20 minutes into 10 minutes of internet money, 10 minutes of PulseChain talk. Does that sound good to you, KG?
Sounds great. Glad to hear you had an awesome onboarding experience.
Yeah, I've had this. I was telling KG, I've had this friend that for the last 2 years keeps asking me questions about blockchain, which is cool. We've gone to dinner, we go back and forth, but it gets to a point where you get frustrated, right? Like she's not actually doing the thing. And then I just started kind of being a bit short with my answers lately with her because it's been 2 years. If you're not going to do the thing, like you're not going to do the thing. But I messaged her last night. She hasn't seen the message yet. And I said, just check out this website. And I actually think this is going to be the key to onboarding her properly. So yeah, I look forward to that experiment playing out in real time. But my first question for you, KG, can you tell me what is your vision for the internet money wallet?
Sure. And I'm glad to hear that you thought of your friend who's new to crypto when thinking about internet money. And, you know, you said that you don't normally crypto on your phone. Totally expected for the galaxy brains in this community, right? We're already several layers deep. We also have a Chrome extension. So for those that want to use hardware wallets and such, we do support those there. But the overall vision for internet money is to build a wallet that makes it easy for newcomers or people who are newer in general to interact and understand crypto, but also to provide tools that the experts can appreciate as well. So we really just want to be a relevant crypto wallet, regardless of your experience level, that's a clean, user-friendly product. And we want to keep PulseChain at the core of everything we do. So for those that are newer to internet money, we are a complete MetaMask alternative. So you can use any EVM chain like you do on MetaMask, but we're native to PulseChain like MetaMask is native to Ethereum. So while there are other wallets that support PulseChain, internet money is optimized for PulseChain. And we don't have too much time to really dive into what that means. But in summary, create an easy user experience, regardless of your experience level, and keep PulseChain at the core of what we do, making it more accessible and easier to navigate.
Absolutely. So I want to rip through tokenomics because already I can see it's like 7:08. So I'm like, okay. So the tokenomics of the contract that you've got is actually pretty sweet. So you're 100% sharing the revenue from all the swaps on your protocol with people that hold time to earn decentralized passive income. So that in itself, I think, is pretty remarkable. But I actually just want you to explain, and this is like, you guys are so like have PulseChain just at the forefront of your mind in terms of benefiting the community. Can you please explain the HEX buy and burn mechanism that's kind of like worked in there somehow?
Sure. So you have done some research. So basically, a statement of fact is every swap within the Internet Money wallet buys and burns HEX, INC, and PulseX. And tying back to how that's possible, like you had mentioned, 100% of our in-app revenue is distributed to time holders. Time is our token. Now, right now, it's only based on swap revenue, but we are working on things like fiat on-ramps, in-app bridging, NFTs, other things that will point revenue to time holders. But for now, it's just in-app swapping. So 100% of that revenue is distributed to time holders. Now, with time, we've invented this model. No other wallet does this, and actually no other token does this. You don't have to stake time, delegate time, lock up time in any way. You simply hold time, and you can claim your passive income as frequently as you choose. Once every block, once every 100,000 years. No expiration. So we built buy and burn contracts, one for HEX, PulseX, INC, and there's other tokens as well, such as time is deflationary. Those contracts actually hold time. So 100% of the revenues go into time holders. These contracts are time holders, so they're earning the passive income. And the passive income is paid in the form of PLS on PulseChain. So the contracts, or if you're a holder of time, you're earning Pulse. In the contract example, it uses 100% of the Pulse that it earns to buy and burn HEX, PulseX, and INC off the open market and burns it. Decentralized.
That's incredible.
Well, nobody ever owns it. So it's not like, oh, you have to trust us to earn it. It just happens.
What I'm excited about, if this thing takes off, Internet Money Wallet, I'm excited about how it can onboard people and how the people that you onboard can onboard people with minimum or no effort on the part of the person that's helped that person. And it gives them that like step in the door so they can actually start doing the thing. So then you can give them over time the long form of crypto. Okay, now get your centralized exchange wallet so that you can get on and off from your own bank account. And you can do it in a stepwise way where they're still able to enjoy crypto. And I think like in terms of onboarding, I really feel like this is a key that I've not come across before. And I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't try it before yesterday. And I'm asking myself like, why? Because the features are actually incredible. And you guys are obviously been diligently working for years on these features. Which brings me to the last question about Internet Money Wallet. I know that at some stage, Richard Hart has talked about bringing out his own wallet. And in the back of my mind, maybe that's one reason why I didn't look into Internet Money Wallet, because I'm like, oh, if Richard's bringing out a wallet, why would I look into that wallet? Once I've looked into your wallet, I'm thinking, why would Richard need to bring out a wallet? Can you see in the future some kind of synergy perhaps with Richard, or how do you kind of see that playing out in the future?
Well, you are not the only one in that camp. So there's been a lot of, in the beginning especially, there was a lot of kind of resistance to us because of the potential for for Richard coming out with the wallet. It would be an absolute honor and in some ways a dream if Richard would partner up with us and say, okay, these guys clearly love PulseChain, clearly have the ethos of PulseChain in mind, and are clearly building for PulseChain, and kind of just give us a full-fledged endorsement and maybe even the backing, right? Because that would really help us skyrocket to success. So we haven't had any updates about Richard's wallet in, from what I can remember, I guess over a year or years at this point. So if he does come out with the wallet, great. It'll have features that we don't have. We'll have features that it doesn't have. So maybe there's a case for both. And again, we're multi-chain. So, you know, you can use this on any chain. But long story short, it would be an honor to have Richard support. So Richard, if you're watching, we got the wallet, bro. Just need your support.
Yeah, I fully back your wallet, KG. I've looked into it. It's incredible. I'm impressed. When is the Trezor integration coming? The fiat on-ramp coming? Do you have rough timelines?
So currently on the Chrome extension, you can use your Ledger or your Trezor right now today. The fiat on-ramp and the in-app bridging are very close on the roadmap. We are currently, the big feature we're working on is NFT support in-app, and we're very close to being done with that. Not going to give any timelines, but we're very close is all I'm going to say. And we're exploring in the fiat on-ramp department native PulseChain fiat on-ramps like the Coast team, but they're working out some things. So we're working with them. There's another team that's, I'm not going to make the announcement for them, but they're working on a fiat on-ramp for PulseChain. So they're kind of an iron in the fire for us. But even if we can't get a native hometown PulseChain fiat on-ramp, we could still do things like integrate an Ethereum fiat on-ramp, integrate the PulseChain bridge in-app so that people can onboard into Ethereum, bridge to PulseChain all within the app without ever having to leave.
Could you just integrate change.now? Is that am I saying the right thing there? Could you not just integrate that?
See, Change Now is a good option, but the issue with, are you talking about to bridge from Ethereum to PulseChain?
Just as like an on-ramp. Yeah, like if you just integrated that into your website. Or would that be, you know, maybe the fees would then be compounding? I'm not sure. Well,
that's actually one of the, what's the word I'm looking for, options that we're looking into as to onboard fiat into Ethereum. But they wouldn't solve the onboarding directly into PulseChain because
they haven't supported yet.
Well, they support PulseChain, but you can only right now onboard a max of like $400. So it works for some people, but you know, $400 is limiting for a lot of people.
For sure. Let's transition into PulseChain chat. What aspects of PulseChain would you like to talk about, KG? I've got a few of my own up my sleeve. I want to see what you would like to talk about.
No, go for it. This is your panel. You're leading it. Go for
it. Okay, so there's a few things I wanted to say. And one of the things I wanted to say is why I'm so bearish about Hex lately. But it is a PulseChain conference, so we might put that one on the back burner. But overall, I'd also like to talk about some time frames. Like you know, at the moment, I'm not pressing too many buttons. And so I have all this time to think about PulseChain, and I actually have a lot of conviction in PulseChain. And I'm super excited about where we're heading. In terms of price performance, I actually feel like it would be beneficial if we dipped a bit more and then went sideways for a long time before going up, because I think that would just solidify the end game. I think that would just work for me a lot more and solidify the end game for me. So I've been looking at, of course, like towards the end of the cycle, you kind of do want to gauge, like when you're investing, you need a time frame, right? So a lot of my thoughts have been around the time frame for the cycle, and not just in regards to PulseChain, but also Ethereum tops and BTC tops. And if you look at the last cycle, they had the double top, which is confusing, right? So if you look at the dates, the second top of BTC and Ethereum tend to happen on the 10th of November in 21, which was like the same day, which is weird. But then the first top of each was separated by 27 days. So the top for BTC was the 14th of April, and the top for Ethereum was the 12th of May. So separated by about 27 or 28 days. And then we had on the 19th of September, Hex peaking. And I just find the relationship between these dates to be curious, because I think perhaps, I can't speak for Richard, but perhaps nobody saw the double top coming, right? I think he calls it like a Judas candle or a Judas top or something. I don't know. But it's interesting. A lot of people are talking about like left translated cycles, and I swing between left translated and right translated, because I'm thinking, are we going to go from the first top, or are we going to be focusing on what happened in the second top? Because if we're focusing on the second top more towards the end of 2025, say between October and December, and then if PulseChain is having its peak 3 or 6 months, having its peak after that, I'm more leaning towards a longer cycle, if I'm honest. I'm more leaning towards us dipping a little bit further, sideways for 18 months, Ethereum, BTC eventually top, more towards the end of 25, and then after that, PulseChain gets its glory. And the opposite could be true. It could happen on the more towards the sort of April, May of 2025. So and the market likes to keep you guessing, right? It's almost like predictably unpredictable about what's going to happen. And the ETFs have kind of thrown this curveball in there. But what are your thoughts on timing of the cycle?
Okay, a lot of good points there. So, one shameless plug is if you're trying to think, hey, when's a good time to buy Pulse? Well, you could just buy time and earn Pulse all the time and constantly DCA into Pulse regardless of the price of Pulse. So Pulse is your time is your passive Pulse DCA tool. But as far as timing of the cycles and the tops and everything else you spoke to, this may be unpopular opinion. We could call it the Judas candle. We could call it many things, but it was a top. Regardless of how it happened, if it was a double top, it was a top. The top was 69K, end of story, in my opinion. So you could say, well, what really is a double top? Did Bitcoin just double top at 70 and then 73K? Or did it just hit a new all-time high? So I think the double top narrative, I don't really agree with is a good narrative, so to speak, because you either had an all-time high or you didn't. So, in my opinion, Bitcoin's all-time high was the 69K previous to this one. And then Ethereum was like 4,900, which it didn't hit its all-time high this time around when Bitcoin did. So I agree that the Bitcoin ETF probably spurred this, anomaly and kind of broke the traditional market trend of crypto. And another thing with PulseChain that kind of, in my opinion, takes it out of these market estimations that we like to do is we have an active government lawsuit that is suppressing us right now. We saw this with XRP for years. They were suppressed. Then they got some good news and then now they're kind of suppressed again. So I think that with PulseChain specifically, there's a factor in our microeconomy that makes it hard to do these traditional outlooks. Right now, it's kind of like I'm inclined to feel, and I would love to be wrong. I'd love for everybody to make memes and call me a jokester. I'm inclined to feel that while we have this active lawsuit on us, it's going to keep us at that sideways movement that you're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, when do you think that's kind of come to an end? Because the dates got extended, I think, until 2025, although potentially I think there's a hearing still in October. So I suppose there's still a chance of a settlement or the jurisdiction issue, meaning that it gets thrown out and dismissed. I still feel like my conviction hasn't changed despite the lawsuit. And I feel like the SEC is trying to suppress crypto in general.
Oh, yeah.
Given that the Democrats are in power, and that's up to Americans to vote appropriately if they love crypto. And if they love crypto, of course, they should be voting for Republicans. And we saw that beautiful connection that Gary and Brandon had. They went to the Trump dinner and Gary got his hat signed. I was telling KG before the show the story behind Gary getting his hat signed. So Gary's like 3 people deep. Trump did his speech and there's all the Secret Service surrounding Trump. And Trump's getting off the stage and Gary manages to get his arm over like 3 people deep to give Trump his hat to sign. Meanwhile, Secret Service and the crowd are just like pushing into him. And he comes back with the signed hat. And that's just... And Patrick Bet-David just had a photo with Vivek. We were talking about this before the stream. And that Connect app is it's a pretty sweet way actually to connect with all this kind of outreach stuff. And the last thing I kind of wanted to say was in terms of onboarding. And congratulations, KG, on Internet Money Wallet. I'm impressed, and it is hard for me to be impressed, and I actually am impressed. But we all have a duty to onboard, and that was the last message that I kind of wanted to say. We all have a personal duty to onboard, and you can have expectations from the work of yourself.
Absolutely.
So get out there and onboard. Thanks for having me, Maddie, and great to speak to you, KG.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks guys for speaking. And where can people find more of your YouTube content?
I'm CryptoClaz on YouTube, and I'm at HexPLS for the win on X.
And
Awesome.
CryptoClaz, great questions. Way to lead it. That was a great 20 minutes, flew by. Maddie, thank you again for the opportunity today. Good job on the conference. If anybody needs to get a hold of me, internetmoney.io, or please support me on the Connect challenge as well.
Very cool. Yeah, thanks so much. And I'm going to play 30 seconds of music, and then we'll have our next guest up. Thanks, guys.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a heavy start. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, he is mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. PulseChain's out, now get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex I been eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this PulseChain lingo. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this PulseChain lingo. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Hey, what's up, Matty? How you doing, man?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing very fabulously. It is 12:30 at night. So yeah, and I'm gonna be up for what, another 5 hours waiting for the next one, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I want to personally thank you and the entire brand of 9inch.io for sponsoring this day of the conference. I think you have a lot of fans and a lot of supporters in the community here, and so it really means a lot that you're able to help the conference be a reality.
Mate, I'm very happy to help out. I really love everything that you do for Hex, PulseChain, Richard Hart ecosystem. It's great, and I'm very happy to lend my support wherever possible, or my brand support, because I mean, I met you in person. I know you're a genuine guy. You just want to push this brand and stuff. So yeah, I'm all about that, man. 100%. I'm all about it.
Thank you guys very much. And I'll let you take it away here for your 20-minute talk.
20 minutes? Damn, what am I going to talk about for 20 minutes? Shit, I got to think about this. No, you're all good, man. Thank you, bro. Yeah. All right, so anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Hexy Bastard. I am from the UK, if you haven't already guessed. I represent a few projects. The first project I started was Poor Pleb, and it was a meme coin aimed at the little guy, just trying to get a leg forward in the bear market. So we launched this about 2 years. It was almost 2 years ago now. Can you believe that? Anyone who's followed this story for 2 years, like shit. 2 years? 2 years ago? Poor Pleb. So Poor Pleb was a coin that we launched because we wanted to reward the little guy and not the whales, because there was a lot of airdrops popping around at the time, and everyone gets a hard on for an airdrop here and there. And they were all geared up towards the whales. So I decided that we would do an airdrop that was specifically catered towards the little guy, and the whales got nothing. So poorpleb.win is the website, by the way, if you want to go check it out. Poorpleb.win was the website. So anyway, we launched Poor Pleb. Absolutely fantastic result. We did a sacrifice for a meme coin, which actually I only did that as a joke, by the way. I literally did that as a joke. The reason that we did this was to shine a light on the fact that there were so many sacrifices going around, and that they weren't necessarily any good, right? So I wanted to poke fun at the fact that there were so many sacrifices going around and they weren't necessarily any good, right? So we did the stupidest sacrifice we could ever think of, which was poorpleb.win. And it was just a stupid meme coin aimed at the little guy. And over 4,000 people went and claimed their free PP. That was the ticker, by the way, PP. And it was born of the fact that Richard Hart spent an entire year talking about how big his PP was. So fitting, right? Anyway, so from there, now things have developed a lot for me personally since then. I mean, we did very, very well. We did $1.4 million on that sacrifice for the poor pleb meme coin, which was just a joke, by the way. I already mentioned that, but I'm going to tell you again. It was a joke, literally. But it did $1.4 million. And that got me thinking that, like, damn, there's something here. You know, there's something going on. And poor pleb kind of just, like, held its value nicely in the bear market, right? So it didn't necessarily go up. But, I mean, as opposed to some of the coins that I know some of the guys sacrificed for the coin, it did very well, actually. Like, at one point, it was up 27x versus Hex. And Hex was like the premium store of value coin. So very good, right? Like, it sounds, very fantastic. But that was never the aim. It was never to, like, beat anything. It was just a stupid meme coin. But it did very well. And anyway, things developed a little bit. And I got more into the world of building and more into the world of, like, development. And obviously PulseChain was coming along. And I really wanted to get involved with promoting PulseChain and making PulseChain a better place. Because in reality, like, just having a blockchain is not enough. You need something, you need a lot of things going, right? So this is where the maxi / non-maxi talk comes in. So if you hold PulseChain, in reality, you need projects building on PulseChain. Because if you don't have projects building on PulseChain, guess what? It's a fucking ghost chain and no one cares about it, right? So people want number go up, but the only way you get a number go up is if people are building. So one of the main guys actually who was just talking right there is KG from Internet Money. That's a fantastic project. It's a wallet that you can download on the Apple Store, and it is PulseChain native. That's fucking amazing. See, this is the kind of stuff that we need on PulseChain. So now, a couple of friends of mine that were involved in the Pulse Doge community. This was the original meme coin. This was the first meme coin that ever came about on the Richard Hart ecosystem. Forget PulseChain. This was like way before PulseChain. PulseDoge.win was the first ever meme coin to come from the Richard Hart ecosystem in any capacity. And they were actually the guys that I ended up teaming up with to develop and deliver Poor Pleb in the first place, right? And they are two main guys. There's a few others involved, but I'll just give credit to the two main guys, and that is Kino and K9. Now, Kino is the lead developer on 9inch, which I will get to in a minute. K9 is a bit of a degen like me, but he understands marketing. He's a very good marketer. Me and K9 talk for fucking hours almost every single day about how we can market our product. So anyway, they developed Poor Pleb. We had this big thing go on, and it did pretty well. And then not long before PulseChain ended up launching, they approached me and they said, we've got this idea. We would like to do a DEX, a decentralized exchange. And obviously at first I was like, well, we've got PulseX, right? Why would we need that? And they were like, no. Listen, the second largest DEX on a chain always does better than the first in terms of like price performance for the native token, right? So that I can't think of them off the top of my head, but like there's a lot of second largest DEXs out there on a network that have completely outperformed the first. Completely. I mean, like by a factor of like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 to 1. They have completely dominated in terms of price performance. So they showed me these charts and I was like, oh shit, you might be on something here. So then we kind of went to the drawing board and we're like, how do we market this? What do we go for? What avenue do we go down? How do we make this work? And we ended up coming up with the idea of a meme coin DEX, a DEX that was mostly catered to not necessarily meme coins, but exotic coins, something where we could be on it and we could, you know, move with the times, so to speak. So like when a coin is popular, we can list it quickly. We can get farms for it. We can provide yield for providing liquidity for those coins and things like that, right? And also there was a gap in the market because PulseX, which is obviously the number one DEX on PulseChain right now, they're only catering to the PulseChain crowd, but there was nothing going for like the Ethereum / PulseChain crowd. So it was like, okay, boom, we got to do something on Ethereum and on PulseChain, and that's what we're doing, right? But then we went down we narrowed it down to like meme coins as well, or exotic coins, should we call it, right? So then 9inch was born, essentially. It was a play on words of 1inch. Everyone knows 1inch.io. I think it's 1inch.io. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. 1inch.io. Everyone knows that. But why would you have 1inch when you can have 9inch? It's bigger, it's thicker, it provides more pleasure, whatever it is, right? So yeah, anyway. So we went down the route of, yeah, we'll do 9inch. We'll do 9inch.io. And then that idea is developed from just being essentially just a DEX, like just somewhere where people can trade on PulseChain, to essentially we are taking over PulseChain. Now, I'm not shitting on any project when I say this, because I really like all the builders, everyone who's doing stuff to promote PulseChain, bring adoption, do whatever they're doing. And I genuinely am not shitting on those guys. But my vision for 9inch is that when people think PulseChain, they think 9inch. Because 9inch is going to be the one-stop shop. It's going to be the place where you go. If you want to trade or do anything on PulseChain, you go to 9inch. We all know that Sack Daddy has removed the front ends for hex.com, PulseX, the bridge, you name it. It's all gone, right? And now that's for legal issues, whatever. 9inch has not gone down. 9inch is there. On 9inch.io, you have a link to the bridge. You've got a link to the hex.com front end, which we are hosting. You have a link to PulseX, which is working, by the way, like 100%. You can literally just click PulseX on the website and you can trade on PulseX. We are not in it for the profit. We're here to make PulseChain a better place. Without a shadow of a doubt, we want to make PulseChain the most accessible chain as it can be. Okay. So what we've done so far is we have provided a platform where people can provide V2 style liquidity. But not only that, they can yield farm and they can do single-sided staking for things that they like. Okay, so we have two core tokens in the 9inch platform. Number one is 9inch, which is essentially the core token. And then we have a reward token. So if you guys are familiar with PulseX farming, you will know about INC, INC token. That's the incentive token. We have our own version of that, and that is called BBC, which definitely only stands for big bonus coin. Big bonus coin. Now you can earn big bonus coin by either providing liquidity in the farms or single-sided staking on various coins, including PulseX, by the way. You can literally stake PulseX on our platform and earn big bonus coin for free with zero impermanent loss. Zero. And by the way, we are on Ethereum too. So I just want to throw a quick. Last time I was on the Hex conference a few months ago, I made a big plea to people. Please, if you provide liquidity for eHex, Ethereum Hex, please consider moving your liquidity over to 9inch, because we have farms available. And we would really love it, and I think you guys would too, if the liquidity for 9inch, the liquidity for Hex, shall I say, was provided on a platform that was built by Hexicans for Hexicans. Any money that goes through the 9inch exchange, any volume that goes through in any capacity, contributes to the buy and burn for the 9inch and the BBC token. So I think it's 0.05% goes, 0.06% goes to buying and burning the 9inch token. And then the remaining 0.03% goes to buying and burning the BBC token. Now, lately, because of the amount of volume that we've had, the BBC inflation, which does inflate by 10 per block, so that's 10 every 10 seconds or 8 seconds on PulseChain, right, has been completely mitigated by the amount of volume that we've had. So actually, the BBC token is a completely deflationary product right now. Now, here's where we differ from the Ink token, because first of all, Ink has no buy and burn. Ink, and again, I don't want you guys to think I'm shitting on Ink, because I'm not. I like Ink. I farm Ink every day. I like Ink. I like PulseX. I like everything to do with it. However, there are some gaps that we have basically seen from a distance, and we're like, oh, we can make this better. So what we've done is we've taken the model of PulseX with the buy and burn, and we've applied it to our product, but we've made it even better. So the remaining 0.03%, which was going to buying, and well, actually, who knows where that money was going, we have used that to buy and burn our incentive token. So our incentive token always has a certain amount of buy pressure, no matter what. As long as there's volume going through the DEX, there's always a bit of buy pressure. But on top of that, what we have done is we have applied certain factors to make our Ink token, our BBC token, our incentive token bullish. Some of the things that we've done is we have allowed you to single side stake your BBC token to earn more BBC token. On top of that, we've built a launch pad. Now, in meme coin culture, a launch pad is a holy grail. It is the holy grail. You can launch a meme coin on 9inch.io in 10 seconds with less than $1. Less than a penny even. You literally can. You can go on 9inch.io, click Launchpad, and launch a meme coin in 10 seconds. It's as simple as that. It is so easy. It's so easy to launch a meme coin. Now, not only that, you can delegate some of the supply for that meme coin to BBC stakers. Now, what does that benefit you? It benefits you in the way that you can get free users. We have probably like 5,000 or 6,000 users a day on 9inch. Every day, there's 5,000 or 6,000 people using 9inch, minimum. 5,000 or 6,000 people. Now, when you delegate some of your supply to the BBC stakers, you get free users. And it's fantastic. It's free users. Now, if you're a meme coin guy and you want to launch a meme coin and you have no users, boom, guess what? You got a free audience. Excellent. And all you had to do was delegate a certain amount of your supply for BBC stakers. Very recently, I teamed up with Ben Armstrong, otherwise known as BitBoy. Actually, funnily enough, this was a very organic thing. So we sponsored him for one podcast. I wanted to go on a podcast with him to talk to him about 9inch. We did that very organically, paid a certain amount of money, went on a podcast with him. Within 25 minutes of talking to the guy, bearing in mind we spent the first 10 or 15 minutes talking about stuff not relevant to 9inch, So maybe you got like 10, 15 minutes or so that we were talking about 9-inch. The penny dropped for him and he realized, like, damn, I can release a coin on here. So due to 9-inch and the capacity of having a launch pad, which made it super duper easy for anyone to launch a meme coin in 10 seconds with $1 or less. Depends how much liquidity you want to put in, right? Fine. But the fact that we made it so easy meant that Ben Armstrong, aka BitBoy, ended up launching a token on PulseChain, which is huge. It's huge for the chain. But not only that, it's huge for 9-inch because he launched it on our platform and provided liquidity on our platform. So now all the volume that comes from Ben's token, which is called Bro, by the way, and I'm bullish on Bro. Just saying. I am bullish on it. All the volume that comes from his coin is going via our buy and burn. All of it. And it's all contributing to buying and burning the 9-inch and the BBC token. But that is because he's seen the vision. Like, I wasn't even trying to sell it to him. I was just talking, like, normally, like I am now. I was just talking. And it worked. And he's seen it. The penny dropped. You can literally see it on the stream. About 25 minutes in, the penny drops. And he's like, oh, shit, I can launch a coin. And then, boom, he's launched one. And it did some of the highest volume that any coin has ever done on PulseChain. Some of the highest volume ever in like 2 days of launching. It's crazy. So anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that for too long. I just want to let you guys know that me and the team at 9-inch, we're all about handshakes, man. We're like, we ain't casting anyone out. We want to work with everyone. I don't give a shit what coin you want to launch on 9-inch. If it brings volume, then it's good for my users. And that's all I care about. Now, I did make a special point of like, I'm going to announce something at this conference. Okay, so I'm going to get to that just now. But all I want to say just before I make this announcement is I thank everyone who has supported me and my team and everything that we tried to build, because I think that 9-inch is the best. It's by far the best platform. It's the best DApp on PulseChain. And again, I'm not shitting on anyone. I appreciate everyone that's building, but 9-inch is the premium. It is the best DApp on PulseChain. If you have not used 9-inch yet, go and check it out. Have a play. You will realize that it is the best front end. It's the best DApp in general. It gives the best yield. Like, there, you cannot find better yield on PulseChain in terms of just like providing liquidity and earning free money, or single-sided staking and earning free money. You cannot find that anywhere on PulseChain. And the reason we've done that is because we have pumped the BBC price so much, because we've given BBC so much utility. Big Bonus Coin has the most utility on PulseChain out of every token available. You can do so much with BBC. You cannot do this stuff with other coins. You cannot earn money on your coin anywhere like you can with BBC. So that's what we've done. That's the focus. That wasn't the focus at the beginning. The focus was 9-inch coin. But then we realized, damn, if we pump BBC, then everything goes up. So yeah. So we're all about just giving utility to BBC. If BBC goes up, everything goes up. So anyway, the announcement that I wanted to make. So here at 9-inch, myself and the team involved at 9-inch, we're very much open to what the market wants. We're not trying to dictate the market. We're not trying to tell the market what you should do. We're listening. We're listening. We're always listening. Like, what does the market demand? Where is the money? What is happening? So as a result, we have seen some fantastic success with the likes of, say, 9mm, 9mm. I'm very happy with the the ground that they've made over the last 6 months or so. They've done fantastically well. However, 9 inches is bigger, and we will do it bigger. So I can state that as of today, we have launched V3 liquidity on 9inch. So you can go to v3.9inch.io and you can provide V3 style liquidity, which means single-sided liquidity. So you can just put up like a chunk of a token that you maybe want to sell and then let the market buy it off you. It's almost like an extended limit order. For anyone who doesn't really understand it, it's an extended limit order. And all I would say is anyone who doesn't understand what V3 is, I would go straight to Crypto Sloth. He's probably the guy that's providing the best educational content out there. And I met him in real life in Vegas, and he's a fucking cool guy. So go to Crypto Sloth on YouTube and have a look at his V3 tutorials, because he will explain everything way better than I ever could. But my point is, I don't have to understand the intricacies. I know that is what the market wants. The market wants V3 liquidity. So guess what? We're going to give it to you. On top of that, the second announcement is we actually already have forked Curve Finance on Ethereum over to PulseChain. Curve Finance is basically a stable swap protocol. So there's a lot of guys out there that really love like Fox and Famous and all of that stuff. And like, and again, I really appreciate what those guys are doing. I like Buck. I like Dylan a lot. I really do. I appreciate those guys a lot. However, this is business. And I want 9inch to be the one-stop shop for PulseChain. I want it so that when people come to PulseChain, they go to 9inch. They don't even look anywhere else. They just go to 9inch, because on 9inch, they have everything. Everything that you need is on 9inch. So we have forked Curve. And what that allows you to do is trade in and out of stable coins. It allows you to earn yield on stable coins. Essentially what Fox does without the leverage. So that's two features that we've brought in the last day. And I'm announcing it right here, right now. So you've got V3 liquidity and you've got stable swaps right here, right now on PulseChain. By the way, before I even go there, we were the first guys that brought in limit orders on PulseChain. The only guys in the fucking world who had limit orders on PulseChain was 9inch. We're pioneers, man. Like, we are the best protocol on PulseChain. 100%. If you're not bullish on me, fuck me. Who cares about me? I'm just a guy in a stupid hat wearing sunglasses, doing whatever I'm doing, right? Forget me. It's not about me. And there he is. Yo, you look even better like that than I do.
This is very impressive. I love it when people make announcements at the conference. So congratulations to you and your team for being leaders in so many different areas and making these two major announcements today at the conference.
Mate, you look so, I can't even listen. You just look so good. Like, oh man, I want to hug you right now. No, but here's the thing, Matty. It's just like, without shelling too hard. I know this is like sponsored and everything like that, but like, we literally saved it for this point because I mean it when I say this. I want 9inch to be the premium onboarding tool for PulseChain. There's like 3 other things that I want to integrate into PulseChain. And I'll tell you right now what they are. Okay, so number 1, fiat on-ramp. Now, if someone else does it, we'll just integrate their stuff and we'll use their stuff because I don't want to get in all the legal mumbo jumbo for that. Secondly, aggregator. We need an aggregator. I mean, Pytias does an amazing job, but I would love it if people could just use 9inch to do the aggregating. Even if we don't have the liquidity, people can just use our platform to still trade in and out of stuff, even if we don't have the liquidity. That's fantastic. And then the final thing, and this is the kicker, this is the big one, is cross-chain swaps.
Yeah.
Then, mate, I'll tell you right there, 9inch, complete fucking domination. Complete domination. Like, you will never have to, if you want to use PulseChain in the future, you will never have to use a different website other than 9inch. That is it. Job fucking done. And then I'm going to go sail off on my Lamborghini and just enjoy the ride, mate.
Well, yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm. I appreciate your vision and what you've actually delivered. It keeps showing up time and time again. So thank you again for doing this segment here to educate people about 9inch.io. And we've got our next panel locked and loaded. Where else can people find more about you? And I know we'll have you back later in the program.
Real quick. So I didn't talk about this. So recently we just released a full feature-length film called The Lowest of Stakes. So if anyone hasn't already seen that, so you all know about the highest of stakes, right? Me and my boys, we did The Lowest of Stakes. So
it's hilarious.
If you go to really my YouTube channel, Hexy Bastard, the first video that you'll see on there is The Lowest of Stakes. It's literally a feature-length film. So grab some popcorn, grab a drink, put your feet up, enjoy it. Because it is literally like me and my friends spent 9 months making this film. And it's I think it's hilarious. Like every time I watch it, I find it funny. So I hope you guys like it. I mean, some of you American guys might not get the humor because it's quite British humor. But, you know, The Lowest of Stakes, like watch that. But forget me, forget my film, forget everything. Just try 9inch.io. You will be surprised how good that app is, especially with a guy like me as the front man, right? I know I'm a fucking weird, like, you know, degenerate piece of shit. That's not the point. Like, the point is how good is the protocol? Go and use the protocol and then judge it later. Don't judge it based on me with my stupid hat and my sunglasses and swearing all the time, whatever. Forget all that. Go use 9inch.io and see how good it is, because literally we have everything that you need on PulseChain, and we have everything to onboard people to PulseChain that we can possibly provide right now. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to stop shilling. Thank you, Matty, again for having us, man. I really
your guys' front end is really smooth and perfect. So yeah, thanks for that. And we're going to play a song that will, you know, switch up the speakers. Yeah, so thanks again, and we'll hear from you again later tonight.
The hat and shades kill it every time, Matty. Appreciate it, bro.
Thanks.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I step, Richard is the vet. Retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
What's happening? Briz is here.
Hey guys.
Sick song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This community knows how to crush it when they create songs.
I'm a Hexican. Love it.
We have an amazing panel here. I'm going to let you guys take it away here for 15 minutes. We have Brissology. We have RH Maximalist of GoRealDeFi.com. And we have Kinetics. Welcome to you guys. I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to let you take it away for 15 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Matty.
Well, how do you follow up with all the brand new news out of 9inch, man? How do you follow that? That's a great act.
I'll kick it to Briz for that. What do you got, Briz?
You know, that's awesome. I just kind of got into the conference. I walked into the main gate just a few minutes ago.
You weren't gate kept?
Nope.
That's
nope.
weird.
They
usually we are. Usually.
I don't want to be part of any club that allows me to be a part of it. But you know, freaking Hexy Bastard, you know, let's give it up for him. He's been doing a lot of stuff. You know, he's got his exchange, his movie, his, you know, it's really cool. And I'm really impressed with him. How's it going, guys?
Good, my friend. It's good to see you.
Yeah, going good. I think all the builders in the community, we have, I mean, it's like one of the, it's not even a debate. Like, we have the best builders I've ever seen of any place ever. Like, again, it's you know, I spend a lot of time on PulseChain, but I look around, we have you know, there's other products, other networks and stuff like that. they don't have the content creators, they don't have the builders, they don't have the people who are just pouring their blood, sweat, energy into this place to make it the greatest place, greatest network on earth. And just, Hexy B and all the rest are just, it's great. It's amazing. It's really inspiring. It really inspires me to put out a lot of content too. I'm not a builder, I do some code, I go real DeFi and stuff like that. But as far as like cool projects launching on networks and stuff, man, I think we got the coolest. I think we're good.
Yeah, I just want to say I use Go Real DeFi practically every day, multiple times a day. So if your internet bill is like going through the roof, I'm sorry.
No, it's actually pretty affordable. It's around $50 a month, so I can keep it up. Yeah, I can keep the lights on. Appreciate that, man. I use it every day too. I say all the time. I go use GoPulse.com and Go Real DeFi. Those are my two websites I use all the time. So it's awesome to see. I did stats the other day and I saw there's like around 1,000 people per day, something like that, 1,000 unique visitors per day. So
800 of those are me.
I mean, no, those are unique. I think as far as hits go, the non-unique, it's upwards of, I'll say,
I use a VPN. Those are all me.
8,000 different VPNs.
That's true. If you change your IP address, it'll count differently. But no, a lot of people use it multiple times apparently, because there's like almost 10K. I was getting like almost 15K hits per day. So it could be multiple hits per user, but no, around 1,000. I did the stats the other day, around 1,000. So it's I'm glad it could be benefit to the community. I know it's benefit for me. So just little things you can do to solve problems. I think we're going to keep doing them.
Yeah, well, those infrastructure things like gorealdefi.com. By the way, guys, shout out gorealdefi.com. Go check out the site if you haven't already. Great stats. That kind of infrastructure is just as important as people building on the chain. So thanks, brother. We appreciate you providing those tools and those resources for us.
Of course. No, it's again, I look around and I'm like, what can I do? What can I do to make impact? If I'm not gonna be a founder of a token, no expectations, but I have no interest in doing that as of now. What can I do to help people get on board? What can I do to help the community access stuff better, and all that? And what can I do to help me? Like, I want to reduce the friction. I want to have fun, playing in crypto and on PulseChain. So to me, it was just a no-brainer. Like, it's a lot of work, and I finally put it together, but I still update it. I get the resources, the playlists, and all the videos on YouTube and stuff too, because I want people to go there and be like, hey, what do I want to do? What do I want to learn about? Where do I want to go? How can I buy this thing? Like, that's the problem we're all trying to solve. How can I easily buy this thing? And it's not easy, but at least we can give them the right buttons to click to make it a little easier.
Yep.
Creation,
not inflation. Someone went straight into that. So thanks, Blaze. Appreciate that. I think Briz and maybe RH Max, he's done some videos on the GIF, perma-GIF ecosystem, and now the iBurn ecosystem. So I didn't know if that's what you guys wanted to specifically talk about, because I tried to reach out and I didn't get, except from Brizology, an idea of that's what he would love to talk about. So I'm happy to ask anything. I'm happy for you to ask anything you want. And Toby one, it's because I'm too cheap and I don't have a green screen. That's my answer to that. That's why I don't. It's not that I'm too cool. It's that I'm too cheap. Don't have a green screen.
I think probably, the best way to just kind of cut down to the whole thing of the matter is, you just people just need to know, like, what is the Gifford Tech, I guess, doing when you trade ICOSA for the iBurn. It's right. That's what we're talking about, right? That's how it works. Because I'm still trying to figure it out myself, but I think I got like a little bit of an idea.
Yeah, so the two systems are definitely interconnected now. GIF was created as a builder's token to test out our hypothesis on how we think Pulsar is going to work out in a certain iteration later in the future, as well as a portion of what's going to be working on the Ethereum blockchain to bridge users from a different ecosystem that not every one of them is familiar that PulseChain even exists. So we've gotten some eyes in that regard, and we've actually brought some of the people that were building on some of the protocols over in Ethereum to come over and look at PulseChain because of it as we announced it. So we launched, and it was a stealth launch. In fact, even the team didn't know that the coin was coming out, and just happened to catch it on Dex Screener one day as some new coin. And so I reached out to my developer at GIF and I said, is this yours, man, or did someone just steal your name? And he goes, yeah, it's an experimental builders token just to test some of our ideas. I said, great. Well, let's keep doing it. Let's take a look at it and let's see what we can do with it and make sure that what we think is going to happen with Pulsar once we bridge it over here and a certain element of what we have working on the Ethereum side for Pulsar is going to work. So we can start drawing people over here, and it took off like gangbusters. I think it exceeded our expectations by many X's compared to where we expect it to be at this point in time. So then we built iBurn because we've always wanted to. We're big fans of the icosahedron ecosystem. We're big fans of Alex. We've talked. GIF especially was actually in the private chats in the private mod group with Alex back in the days when he was discussing how he was going to build Icosa, and so he was very involved with those discussions. And so he's even bigger into Icosa and Hedron than myself and even RG and Larry Kool-Aid. So we always wanted to do something with it because we know it's such a dynamic system and we love it.
So if I can just interject in here, I'm actually, it's really starting to kind of click and make a lot of sense for me. Basically, you guys kind of developed this like the Gifford tech, right? And the iBurn is just kind of like the first instance of the Gifford tech being applied. And you guys are going to say, hey, look, this is what our technology can do, and we're showing you what it can do on Icosa.
Yep.
And the whole idea is that you take the Icosa and you send it through the protocol with 1,500 PLS attached, you know, which is about 9 cents.
And it's either Icosa, by the way. So the protocol accepts both P and E Icosa.
And then it spits out one iBurn on the other side.
That is correct. And it sends the Icosa, either one of the Icosas, to the burn address, or the dead address. So it is completely gone, taken out of circulation. We can't touch it as a team. No other users can. Nobody can take advantage of that. It completely removes it from supply. So it is no longer circulating.
I just want to say, it kind of reminds me of a Roach Motel where the Icosa checks in, but it doesn't check out.
Radcon right there for sure. So
I see some people in the chat too, and I think it's one of those tech, and the reason I got so fascinated with, and I've created a lot of content around it, and I got a deep dive on coming tomorrow with GIF. I think Kool-Aid's going to stop by for as long as he can too, just to really drill into the details. But at a simple level, I mean, just think about there's GIF, and then there's this token, just PRC20 GIF, and you can take that and pulse, and you can mint PGIF. You can mint another token with it. When you do that, it gets burned. The GIF gets burned. The PGIF gets bought and burned off the market at a certain cadence and all that stuff too. But it's essentially, think about a billion supply of a token called GIF that's shared now between the PGIF. There can only be a billion of the two because one's getting burned. The buying's happening. You have this economic energy going through a wheel, and then you have the protocol iBurn, which is applying the same like permeable tokenomics to Icosa. As Kinetic said, you can use both eIcosa or pIcosa. It's burning Icosa, and it's also buying and burning PGIF. So there's this like downward funnel of like economic energy going back to GIF and PGIF and stuff too, while also helping hopefully, I mean, we'll see it, it's experimental, we'll see how it goes, but perhaps helping peg eIcosa and pIcosa because it accepts both and creates that like need for that. And you're burning it too, or sending it to the dead address. So you're getting rid of it. It's gone out of circulation. And does that make it deflationary? Well, we'll see on the mechanics there. I got some questions, or I want to talk to GIF about what about Watsas? If people start burning those, that's creating inflation too. Like that kind of like tug and war too is going to be interesting. But it's a very I mean, the coolest thing. Okay, let's say, hey, you just heard about this. Hey, you look at the price chart, you see it's went up a lot and stuff too. Question I would ask, like new people looking at this, even if they're interested and they understand the buy and burns and all this stuff, how it works, and they think the tech is cool, like, do you think it's going to stop here? Do you think there's going to be more protocols that are going to be built on it? The team doesn't do a lot of expectation stuff, but this technology, it was just applied to Icosa. I was talking to Access today. Will be it'd be cool. I think I met a lot of people like, hey, can you apply that to Ink? If Ink is leverage on Pulse and Pulse X, if you could speculate that far, I think Richard's even mentioned that.
Question in the chat, if you can maybe
Yeah, so on Hex too, I think we talked about
It
Hex,
can
or
be.
I mentioned it somewhere, and it's like, well, if we did it for Icosa, it's kind of going back to Hex anyways, because if you think of Icosa's leverage on Hex, it's to, at least for me, the way I look at it is like, it's cool to do like a leverage on leverage play where you build it for something that's already leverage, such as Ink, if you consider that leverage on Pulse and Pulse X. For Hex, I think at least for now, like who knows, you could do it for any protocol, right? But Icosa kind of like fits the Hex niche for now. Who knows if there'll be like iHex in the future, but I think I like the leverage on leverage building for it. I think that's cool. So maybe Ink, maybe other stuff that's leveraged too. But anyways, that's like a broad overview. Kinetics, correct me if I got any of that wrong, but I feel like that's trying to give people a picture of the GIF ecosystem, and who knows what's next.
If I could just chime in real quick, I just want to say, like, I was trying to figure out, I'm like, what is this iBurn thing? What is that kind of about? And then I'm like researching that, and I kind of just realized that Icosa is just the first instance of this technology being applied, and it can basically be applied.
I think GIF technically would be right. Kinetics, like GIF would you made PGIF with GIF, so now you have the permeable on token PGIF, and then Icosa would be the first one applied to an existing protocol. You could say it like that, I guess, an existing project out there like that. But yeah, exactly. Why not Ink? Why not? I've heard Kinetics mention another coin the other day when I was listening. I'll listen to all the streams I can whenever they're even not on my channel, and you get to hear little nuggets here and there. So who knows which coin's next? And each coin that's built upon, I wonder if it'll keep burning the PGIF. I wonder, that kind of loop each one is built upon. If you do the iBurn, you take the Icosa and the Pulse, and you mint iBurn from it, and that's burning PGIF as well. Will every protocol kind of follow that? And will that just make the GIF and PGIF more rare, more demand, more speculation and stuff there? I don't know. I've never seen a system like this.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've been on meetings all day long and didn't plan ahead for my headset dying on me real quick. So I had to get reconnected.
We had no idea it died. We thought you were just being quiet. I was talking to you, and I was like, you don't want to talk right now. Let's just keep going. Me and Briss.
Well, I saw a lot of nice things about you.
Oh, thanks, Briz. I appreciate it. I say nice things about you too, both publicly and privately.
Oh.
So Nita's got a question. I'm so confused. So do we need to do anything with the existing Icosa? If you want to mint iBurn, you can take your Icosa, either P-Icosa or bridged over E-Icosa, and you can pair that with Pulse, 1 to 1500 Pulse, the Icosa to Pulse, and you can mint iBurn from there. So you don't need to do anything, but if you want to participate and you want to burn Icosa and you want to create iBurn and mint it from there, you can mint it using the portal.
Yeah, and so we expect it took a couple months for GIF to really take off, and it's taken a month and a half, almost just shy of 2 months now since PGIF was released to see the actual looped arbitrage opportunity, both up and down, because there's an arbitrage both ways. And so we unfortunately didn't get to see that right away, and I think it's going to take a little while with Icosa, but I think we will see a parity between the two Icosas. And you are correct, Max. It is a leverage play on Hex. If we can get those up high enough in price, they will spawn the auctions again. So there's a lot I know I could have said, especially on the Hex front, but it looks like we are here to make room for others.
Well, yeah, thank you guys so much for everything that you do for the community. Can you tell people where to learn more about your content?
Yeah, probably the best place right now. We've a very active chat at the Giffordware token. I'll just drop that here in the private chat if you're okay with that. If that'll work for you, sir. Good, sir. And then they can ask any questions that they want.
Go ahead, Brissology. Where can people find you?
You can find me Brissology on Twitter, and you can come find me on Game Theory Gang every Tuesday on Maddie Allen's show.
Hey. And RH Max, we're going to keep you around for the next panel, but why don't you go ahead and plug where people can find you?
rhmax.tv. That's a YouTube channel. And of course, Go Real DeFi if you want to use the PulseChain apps and learn to earn and binge all the cool content.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for your guys' panel. And we're going to play 1 minute of music here, and then we'll have Pulse Ray Vision, RH Max, Cabana Crypto, and Crypty Girl up. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Maddie. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for doing this
Happy
conference.
Birthday to the PulseChain.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, PulseChain.
Let's go.
Glitches, see a brainologist and a fashion coder. It gives your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by Kaiser to stay bull run ready. Meaning not higher. And on the corner of Westcott needs yes. Saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes. Hard Priller class teaspoons. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a hex siren and SJ appeared. But I saw whales only, no dolphins on the pier. Cosmic Cowboy saw the street it was on. When Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Padawan. Wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye that said RH Max and Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual impressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This be passion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, or David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. A black Mexican winning like some Mexican or DJ from Polybar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.
What's up, y'all?
Yeah.
Hey guys,
What's happening?
nice beats. I like that.
Yeah, I was like,
Totally.
I'm in that song. Whose song is that? I want to look it up now. That's
That is
awesome.
Drix Madison with 2 X's. He is
I know
a
Drix. I've
course-
seen him in the chat.
regular in the chat. Yeah. So shout out to him for making that song. It just dropped on the first day of the conference. So
Wow.
definitely really, really good stuff.
Good timing.
Yeah. And
Awesome.
so let me introduce you guys, and then you can take it away for the rest of the hour. We have RH Maximalist, who also goes by
You
Max.
could just say Max. You could just say Max.
Perfect. Well, I want people to be able to find you, and I guess they can find you on gorealdefi.com there. And then the artist formerly known as Hexray Vision is here. Pulse Ray Vision, welcome. We have Crypty Girl, welcome back.
Hey everyone.
And
thank you.
Cabana Crypto, welcome.
What's up, brother? Thanks for doing this
So-
as always, year after year.
I appreciate you
Yes.
guys. I'm gonna let you take it away. And thanks for being here.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Awesome. Woohoo.
Good to see you all again. Crypty, Pulse Ray, and Cabana.
Good to
We're-
see you, Max.
We're literally talking about the identical thing you guys were talking about on screen in the green room. We're like trying to figure out giftware, iBurn, all that stuff from Kinetics. And then we get into the waiting room. We're like, oh, well, they're answering all the questions
Kinetics
we
is
had
talking about iBurn.
in the green room.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been fascinated with I mean, you heard me speak about it, but yeah, that's one of the few projects that I've seen come out where the principles, the tech, the chart, if you look at the chart, not too bad on the eyes as well. And I certainly hope it succeeds in this ecosystem because it's it looks pretty special to me from my interactions with it so far. But
Well,
yeah,
any chart like that right now looks special. So I would not suggest maybe aping right now, but who knows? It could just keep going to the moon. You never know.
You know, the phrase from that again, I'm not no financial advice, but it's like every time I see somebody say, "Oh, is it going to dip? Is it going to dip?" You just every day you look at the daily chart and it's just like it just keeps going up, and it's like who knows? I'm sure it's not going to do it forever or anything, but it's one of those charts where if you understand the mechanics behind it, the buy and burns, and just the incentives and the whole circular wheel and the protocols being built on it, it's like, wow, is this actually working? Like in theory, this should work pretty well, but in practice, it's amazing to see. So shout out to, I'm not part of the team or anything. I just become fascinated with it recently, and that's why I've been creating a lot of content and trying to understand as much as I can. I've been literally listening to every stream I can about it because I'm like, this seems important. Hopefully, history will make that true. I don't like to be wrong either, but it seems pretty cool so far.
Yeah, and I think I was just mentioning shout out to Kinetics who's in the chat. He has got like a great little 4 or 5 minute explainer on YouTube, and that's like if you just want a crash course in that kind of stuff, go watch that because it's easily consumable. And you know what, you want to learn something quick and maybe get interested, and I'm saying like ape or anything after you watch a little 4 minute thing, but crash course, good little explainer. So
if you'd like to spend 11 hours, there's a playlist on TV. I have about 30 videos on there, and not all of them mine. I've actually added other videos from probably the explainer that you're talking about as well. There's one for iBurn, one for GIF and PGIF and stuff too. But yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah. I mean, this is a PulseChain conference, so we're discussing PulseChain coins, and I think I was in a Twitter Spaces yesterday, and like Hexy Bastard said something I fully agree with. It's just he put it for once more eloquently than I. He likes to invest in founders rather than just tokens, even though I know he's a degen. LOL. But that is kind of, what can work for you if you search out, research who's behind these things, if you have enough trust in, if there are relationships, and there's like a longevity there, a history of, you guys in the community. Everybody knows like a Kinetics, everybody knows like Crypto Kool-Aid, everybody knows an Axis Alive, everybody knows, all the, I could just name drop all night long, but there's something behind that in this community. I think there's something to be said for that.
I think there's a line too for, we talk about DeFi. I guess it's your preference for which side of the spectrum. It's one of those, it's again, everyone has their preference, but I think a lot of people also think of it as, okay, I want the founder to be someone who I don't think is going to rug pull, and they have good intentions, and they have a track record and all that stuff too. But also, maybe you're okay with the founder having a lot of control over the protocol, whether it's with coins or tokens or not. And maybe you prefer the other way too. Like, I just want to be, there's a ton of different verticals and nuance and stuff to that too. But I think to me, what I take away from that is just, I think it's important. I don't know, maybe we pay attention to it more these days just because, we've seen over the years, there's been different rug pulls, and there's been different, I always like the phrase, I think Richard said it before, scams that don't know they're scams yet. It's like, try to do the right thing. It just obviously isn't going to work, and it just ends up poorly, that kind of thing. So it's, I think I definitely look at it as a spectrum, and it's fine. If you're okay with, having one end or the other, it's not like there's any right or wrong answer, but I think there is something to take away from that.
Yeah, I mean, I will be the first to say, anybody who's ever watched my channel, and I think all you guys and gal, I'm including you and the guys, Crypty, y'all have been on. I'm like mainly a blue chipper, so I'm like the old school RH coins, but I consider like the bigger protocols like a Fame and PHUX and stuff like that, like things that have been ingrained in the system now for close to a year. Piteous or Piteous, things have become staples that people use all the time. 9mm is like just launched, so I think that's one that could be, maybe a year from now people look back on and be like, oh man, just a year ago that launched. So it's, that's where kind of my investing style lies. But I know, Hexray, Crypty, you guys, kind of get out into, I would call the weeds, but you feel way more comfortable, dealing and talking with stuff like that. How do you all feel about this ecosystem that has developed?
Yeah, may I? Well, my biggest bag is, of course, with Hex, and it's just like dominating what I hold. And I've been a Hexican for 5 years, which is awesome. I don't diversify a ton because I do believe in the RH core projects. But if I am diversifying, then it's usually supporting Hex. So it's still supporting my bags anyway. So I really appreciate Communis as a token because it's a cashback system for rewarding Hex staking. And then you can continue to stake Hex with the cash back you got in Com if you wanted. Yeah, and the P copies I really support the paganising of the stables, and that's going to be a huge help for the PulseChain ecosystem. And I'm really interested in the Atropa ecosystem as a whole. Other blockchains, I've just kind of, over the last 5 years, I really just see the most value being in PulseChain. So, yeah.
X-Ray, what do you got, brother?
I would say I'm not really that in. At first, I was really into narratives and utility and that kind of stuff. But recently, I've just been focusing on pretty charts and awesome communities. So PulseChain is a community built up of other smaller sub communities. You got the Tangang, You got DGen Roundtable we were talking about in the green room. You got Matty Allen's empire of just really, networking. You got Corey Costa, who networks outside of our eco chamber, which
Shout
is
out
great.
Meatball.
So yeah, you got Sloth, who can now fill one of your cavities if you need that done.
But would you really want a
Congrats, Sloth.
Like Sloth? Like,
Yeah.
would you want a faster dentist? Than
Yeah, the dentist is already pretty slow and painful process. I'm not sure that's a maybe he'll make it crypto. Maybe he'll make it there.
No.
I don't think his name tag says Dr. Sloth, but if he did, I would have so much more respect for him. He walks in there, I'm Dr. Sloth. He's great. Like, not Randy Hilarski's No Permissions and Solid X, and I mean, I could go on and on and on. The communities are what I think that's what I'm betting on is communities, because if you have the communities, the charts, the tech, the solid, the diamond hands, those all take care of themselves if you have the right people rallying around the same values or that have the same vision, so to speak, in the future.
And some protocols, it's not even that the tokens themselves or otherwise will become like the biggest winners or the biggest, the greenest of candles. Sometimes you just need products that just lock up TVL. I mean, Cabana mentioned the pH products and stuff too. It's just, I mean, not that their charts won't do fine or anything. I have no idea. I certainly, hope everyone building these things like does really well, and the community gets rewarded and all that stuff. But it's like you almost need these products, and regardless of like how well the price chart does, you need them around to soak up TVL, to give people features and to bring people in who otherwise would never be here.
Yeah, we see a lot of musical chairs right now in crypto. Every round of meme coins or every round of pump and dumps are chasing these little flash in the pans during the bear market. Someone ends up losing their seat and they get angry and they take their ball and they go home. And then the game of musical chairs, shout out to Hexiest Man in the World for the phrase musical chairs. It just seems like that's what we get in the bear market. So instead of like trying to chase and capture meme coins, that's your only choice, that or build, right? So you're either building something, building a brand, building a product, a community, or you're trying to time that get in, get out, get on in the inner circle, get in the right telegrams, buy it before Sami, mentions it, that kind of stuff. Every time Sami mentions a coin, I'm like, too late. Like anytime any YouTuber mentions a coin, I'm like, too late.
It's the signal for the masses, somewhat, the PulseChain masses.
Yeah. I did read a really interesting comment up here by Kyle Cruz. Says PI Costa supply is at 41.5 billion and doesn't inflate. Perfect token to utilize. Does PI Costa not inflate, or is he mistaken there?
I don't know why it wouldn't, because if you burn a Watsa, for example, it's going to have to give you some ICOSA for that.
Yeah. Did you guys see we just barely went under 20K ICOSA last week?
No.
Yeah, ICOSA's been around this whole time, and it finally went under the 20K mark of them being burned. Watsa's, yeah. Sorry, Watsa's. Watsa's finally went under 20K. It's taken, I don't know, it's been almost a year and a half, 2 years, right? Since the Watsa's came out?
A year and a half, yeah. I want to say that'll be I want to say April, May 2022, or ICOSA. Yeah. ICOSA was maybe a little bit later in the year, maybe October. So I think Hedron was February, March, somewhere through there, and then ICOSA a few months after that. Yeah, Watsa's under there. About
21K, give or take, and it's been about that long for 1K of them to be burnt. So that's a pretty good game of chicken, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's and we haven't got Hedron, ICOSA Hedron. I don't know what to say. I think when I say Hedron V2, everyone knows what I'm talking about. But if I say ICOSA Hedron, which is what I think it'll actually become after this, because that's the shape, those together. I think that'll be the new name. Don't quote me, but I think that's going to be it. And then I don't know if anyone's going to know what I'm talking about, but that project, hopefully, Alex Magicbeard, shout out to our friend Tommy, will be launching this year. That's going to be, again, really good for Hex. Hopefully we'll get the auctions started back up. Maybe iBurn will have an effect for that if it's burning the ICOSA and giving people incentives to do 5555 stakes and stuff like that. we have a lot of exciting things happening this year in the sub ecosystems, in the broader ecosystem. And PulseChain hasn't even, we had a run up, but when next one, Deb? When next one? Like we haven't even we haven't got the 10,000 next yet. So I think there's still room for some cool stuff to happen.
Well, yeah, we've got at least 100 more days of sideways price movement. Well, I wouldn't say at least, but potentially.
And if you're doing LP, sideways can, that sounds like a fee earning to me as well. Like every time I see a position, I'm like, oh, price isn't moving that well. I'm like, I wonder if I'll be able to collect some fees from that particular situation if you're interested in the assets and stuff. So there are ways to make money, even in a sideways market, to Crypty's point. Like there are ways to make money even in a sideways market.
Yeah, LP is where it's at. That's the best way to be earning still through sideways or bear. That's been really awesome.
And our community is so good at it, better than most.
So, or you could use it as an exit strategy, but I tend to skew towards things I like that I think can go up in price together. And if there are good pairs that offer some good yield on that, then you can enjoy the ups and downs and without too much, permanent loss on either side. So,
or if you just don't want to put red candles on the chart, you could just put a position where if you expect the price to go up over time, you're going to get the other side. You're going to get the pulse on the other side.
Exactly.
To pair it with. So it's like, hey, less red candles on chart sounds good to me. And if you can just wait and not have to like hammer the button, and earn fees along the way. Like there's so many like next level things that people coming into crypto may not see, and especially if they come to this ecosystem, may not understand until it takes a while. But once you get it, you're like, oh, that's seems like a better way.
Oh, it took me some time to understand it because you were the one that introduced that idea to me, is exiting via liquidity providing. You shared it just over a year ago. And I'm like, oh, that's a really smart way to exit and not print the red candles or be selling against yourself. So
was that the Axis stream clip from there? I feel like I first talked about it with Axis. You've
talked about it a lot on the streams, and then also I got to meet you all in Seattle in person.
Okay, I wonder if I'm glad that concept is proliferating for sure.
Yeah, so it'll be good to try that out on the DEXs in the bull market.
I feel like I'm on the opposite end, down and to the right of y'all looking at the country. Y'all Northwesters. Anyway. So Optimality just commented so eloquently, Inc. in all caps, rocket ship in the chat. No perfect segue, but I'd love to hear you guys, speak on Inc. for a second, because there's been so many different takes on it, from it's a dump only coin to, hey, I really like it because there was no sacrifice for it. There's multiple angles that people look at this from. There are haters, there are lovers of it. I mean, anyone want to speak on that real quick? Because I just thought that would be a real interesting topic.
Let me jump on the base level, because I'm sure these guys will go deeper than I will. But I noticed that all of the transactions on PulseX buy and burn Inc. They go through Inc. So technically that would make Inc. the native coin of PulseX instead of PulseX. The second thing I would say is, obviously you can go buy Inc., but it seems like people are all recommending that you farm for Inc. So you provide that liquidity on PulseX of PulseX and Pulse, get the Inc. for free, and then when that sucker pumps or pops, take some bags, take some profit out, and just repeat that cycle. It's a fairly cool little cycle you can jump into. That's my understanding of Inc. at this point.
Max, do you want to go?
Sure. I mean, I've definitely talked about Inc. a lot on the show, and I've always been intrigued by it. I never bought the dump token. I never thought that was, inherently, yes, but I never thought it would become that, because the liquidity promise of PulseChain is such a big deal to Richard. And otherwise, like I always knew that it would have to have some value, because you want to bring people in to farm. If they're not making any money farming, they're not going to farm. There's going to be less liquidity, and it just doesn't work. So I knew there would be some reason it would be valuable. And I mean, even I think Richard tweeted, maybe a couple months ago or so, something about it being leveraged on Pulse and PulseX. And it just, it's always one of those, you can see it in the price chart. It's, you have the inflation model. It went up harder than everything else. At first, it went up 70, $80. Went up harder than everything else. It went down harder than everything else. It had an amazing run. And then when the green candles came again, it went up again harder than everything else. So if I treat it as leverage on Pulse and PulseX, and and it's RH token, so I know it's got a lot of support behind it as far as platforms and stuff go too. I think the question always comes down to, do you buy it or do you farm it? For me, if I have Pulse and PulseX, if you have the tokens and you don't care, again, there's different farms and you got to figure out the risk, and some are more risky than others depending on your, however you're treating your coins. But if you're going to farm ink and you get it, and it's going to be worth more, if you think it's going to be worth more in the future, and then if you want to buy it, I think the buying part is the compounding. So if you can compound ink in the farms, you have the ink Pulse and ink PulseX farm. If you do indeed believe it's leveraged, and you do indeed believe it's going to go up harder, I think you can make a case for either. It just depends on kind of how much capital you have and how much you want to put into it versus buying, the blue chips. I don't know. I guess ink's kind of a blue chip, but the blue, Pulse, PulseX and stuff.
The D10 blue chip, but yes, I agree with what you're saying.
It's the one that's, I don't know.
The D10 blue chip.
You would classify it somehow.
I just never, I never thought about there being a leverage RH token on RH tokens by RH. And that's what makes it special. It's like this thing, I believe it always has to have value. So if it always has to have value, and the guy himself suggested it could be leverage, I'm like, I don't think the buying narrative is totally bonkers like it used to be. It used to be kind of debatable, and now I'm like, well, I don't know. Do you want to buy? Do you want to earn more ink? Do you want to farm with it? So, anyways, the most surprising thing so far is no one has built on ink in the community. We keep hearing, man, as soon as someone builds on this, it's going to be great. And I haven't seen a lot. I've heard some rumblings, and I've heard some projects. Tetra, we talked about ink staking, and even with GIF, a lot of people are like, hey, if you're going to build iBurn for Icosa, which is leverage on Hex, why not build something for ink that is leverage on Pulse and PulseX that's going to burn ink? Imagine if ink was deflationary. I think that's that point. I mean, that's kind of a stretch, but like people building on it. So
no, it's not. I don't think it is a stretch at all. Like you just mentioned, Max, we have things built on, around Icosa now. So it's like, you do that. We'll see how that goes. I think that could work out very cool. We'll see. But like you were just saying, if something could be done around ink, like there are so many different protocols, not even on PulseChain, but where you have something that's built around burning a token. But what if? And I know Briz in the chat is a big fan of the what ifs for ink. What if something were to happen with ink? Not just the use case, which Briz likes to speculate on, but what if it was even burnable? That's exciting to think about.
That is exciting. That kind of blows my mind. I love the idea. The PulseChain community has so many layers upon layers of developers building out things on top of each other, which is so cool because you can stay within the PulseChain world and still not learn everything, still not keep up with everything. But that's a really awesome idea. I like that.
Community doing the work. You do the work. That's what I always took that to heart too. And I was like, man, if we ever have a community that's actually going to succeed and make this thing work without, any knobs turning, just as we need, come, save us, all that stuff. If we could ever have that, it's got to be by people stepping up, putting in the work, whether it's creating content or whether it's building protocols or whatever it is that locks in value for PulseChain. I mean, it used to be lock in value for Hex and build derivatives, but now it's, PulseChain. And of course, a lot of things are good for Hex too. But like that phrase, "you do the work," is just one of the most profound and inspiring and just like useful things to internalize. Yeah, that we have.
Oh, I'm so happy that RH has drilled that into the community of no expectation of profit from the work of others. That's just like it. It nourishes my soul because I'm so much an individual led by principle. And so it reminds me of the principle from Atlas Shrugged of, no, you do not live for the sake of another. You put in the work and you get the rewards. That's what it's about. You don't act as a victim. You don't let your life be in the control of another. You put in the work. So yes, that's awesome. And I was looking at our ink token details, and it looks like there's 37,000 holders of ink. And then I was comparing it with PulseX, and there's about 200,000 holders of PulseX. So it's cool that there's a lot more to happen with ink still. And I've just been paying attention to it more recently since the ink pumped from the bottom, because watching the chart before a year ago, we were just seeing red candles, all the way down to 40 cents. I'm like, huh. So it took me the pump to see the value in it when it was rising $1 or $2 each day, $4, $5, $6 every single day. I'm like, oh, wow. So if it can do that, yeah, that. But I don't buy it. I do the liquidity providing and earn the ink that way. So, but buying it's not a bad play.
You made me think of like, maybe it is the dump token when things are going down, and it's the leverage token when things are going up. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to work.
I think that's the pattern.
That's the definition of a leverage token, bro.
Yeah, but I'm trying to fit this in the narrative of, okay, when it first launched, everyone's, oh, this is the dump token. It's not, it's not going to have much value. I remember people talking about, oh, it'd be great if it was $1 or stuff like that. I remember hearing that. And then after PulseChain launched, it went to $70, $80. I'm like, okay, if it's, inverse inflation model, but also in bad times, it's good. Yeah, I agree. It is an average token, but also it's like extra. I don't know. I think ink is extra special in this case. And it's like, I think it can fit both narratives too. And not just, you can't, it's hard to hate it when it's going up, but is that just leverage? I don't know.
Well, I think the benefit of ink is the unknowns. Like at this low price, like $3 or whatever it is, the unknowns are in favor of the bulls on it. Like there's more good that can happen than bad at this price level. I mean, yeah, we, like Crypty said, we hit like 40, 50 cents, whatever. But at the same time, like if you're looking for leverage in a bull market, like you were saying, Max, like if price go up, you'll probably want to be holding ink over a PulseX or a Pulse. Price go down, you're probably going to want to be holding a Pulse
into
X or Pulse instead of the ink. So it's
right.
It's tough right now. We're kind of in that phase of the market where I think you're going to want to hold ink. Who knows for how long? Thoughts, Hex Ray?
I had a big brain question for Max, which was, if PulseX brings on single-sided liquidity, does it have to have a V3 to do that, or can it update V2? Do you think?
Oh, I think PancakeSwap V2 had the single-sided staking. I actually did a whole stream about new things that could come in 2024, and I found some of the. I found, first of all, a picture of what PulseX, like the very first versions, looked like. Richard posted a long time ago, and it was literally looked like PancakeSwap, and it was V2 because it's what we forked V2 PancakeSwap, which is a fork of Uniswap V2. And it had the single-sided staking. I think it had it there. I think it looked almost just like PancakeSwap looks today, even though the PancakeSwap you look at today is probably the V3 version. So no, I think V2, and then that conversation tied into, we saw some movement on chain about stablecoin swap and stuff like that. And I was talking about like how the new features, everyone's like, oh, where's the new feature for PulseX, all this stuff, and how I've talked about before. I think why not time them to come out over time, keep people excited in the right moment when things are going up, all that stuff. What new features could we get? And everyone wants, or not everyone, I should say, lots of people get very excited. The first feature they think of, they think they want at least, is single-sided staking. And I think there's two sides to that. I think one is well, first of all, ink has become so popular. I think it's taken a lot of the thunder away from hex. Even it's like, oh, everyone wants to get ink, and stake hex is like, yeah, hex is the thing, but I'm making all the money with ink, and hex is, the price is, the price. So dollar terms, that yield isn't so good and all that stuff right now. So it's like ink is taking a lot of the thunder from that. But if we had single-sided staking, I think somebody talked about this as well. It's one of those, do we want another feature to, is that going to be for ink? Can you single-sided stake ink, or can you only do PulseX? What coins are supported? It's kind of like there's this cannibalization thing going on that could happen too. And it's like,
that's a great point.
How much do we want that to take away from hex, and how much, do we want to keep hex interesting? Does it need our help in that way? There's all these questions around that. But anyways, the single-sided staking thing is, if you're able to, I think the reason Richard chose to do the farming and to put everything into that and not do single-sided staking, not prefer it, at least what he's talked about recently, is because when you're doing farming, you're actually providing liquidity. You're staking liquidity tokens, and you're providing liquidity, and you're getting, you're locking them up, and you're getting, ink for it. You're getting rewarded. That in and of itself helps to, give liquidity to the ecosystem. You have the premier DEX, you have the scalable liquidity, all that stuff locked up, more than all the other DEXs on the chain right now. But if you're just doing single-sided staking, how much is that going to cannibalize on the farming and the liquidity? Because if you want the most liquidity, and you give people another option to put their PulseX there, or the ink there, or otherwise, and like which one are they going to choose? So that's kind of the thing too. It's kind of the thing too. Side staking, just to give utility to PulseX when it's getting bought and burned. It's happening right now. Do we need that? Like, what's the better trade-off? And it sounds like at least the PulseChain devs have chose the better trade-off for now is just to have it the farming, because that's what actually provides value to the ecosystem instead of just giving the token utility. So it's kind of that. Which do you prefer? But, the devs are speaking which they prefer right now, at least. In the future, I don't know, would there be a limited amount of single-sided staking just to get people excited and feel like, this token does something? Maybe. But I think it'll be a very limited use case that won't cannibalize from the liquidity promise and the whole, thing that, I think the devs really want to promote.
Mm-hmm. Good thoughts. Good thoughts.
Did I answer your question though, PulseRay?
That answered an even more important question, which was what are these devs, and what do Richard see having value going forward? Like, it's almost like we're trying to meet crypto's needs before they come up. It's like landing a jet fighter onto an aircraft carrier that's being built. We're like, man, I hope it's ready when we get there, when it's time to land. And so it's interesting to see what people are anticipating in the future of DeFi. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, all the copy, so many different directions on that. The copy tokens, we saw the farms for Rat Bitcoin, the Pepe farms and stuff like that. And then they got pulled. And then now we see some of the P copy tokens that are, going up and down and stuff too. That is still, the jury's still out on that. I think, how's the liquidity bonding? Like, how's it going to work out? I still feel like things were kind of tested. Richard, I remember all these tweets too. Like when I have these concepts, I reference them half the time with some tweet that was meaningful, at least in the moment. It was like, sometimes you need to test things. I don't know if you guys remember that one. It's like, well, cool. Yeah, you got everyone we're all promoting the other tickers right now, but we're testing those, so it's cool. It's like, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. And then that was a big deal for a while, and then it died down. And then everyone's like, totally obviously didn't work. Why would that work? All that stuff. The jury's still out on all this stuff. We have plenty of time, plenty of runway, and plenty of communities that haven't been properly incentivized to come over yet. And I mean, who knows what's going to happen with all the, the liquidity in the system, whether it gets, bonded by whales and otherwise. So there's a lot of things that are just unknown. And I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, we got Hex and PX, we got maybe, ICOSA, P-ICOSA gets pegged and stuff too. Who knows about what other communities may come over, either support the chain or it's DeFi. So if just enough liquidity gets, bonded there, well, it's not like somebody can say, no, you can't have the same price. That's not going to happen. This is DeFi. So I don't know. I'm curious of more. I don't think we've seen the amazing things yet. I think I don't know. I'm still kind of waiting. But I think they're there. I think the potential is definitely there.
Well, speaking of juries, I'm so curious to see the October hearing for Richard Hart versus SEC and what comes out of that. So I think that'll actually be very positive. And I mean, right now is a period of people are too afraid to invest in PulseChain. Those that are on the outside of the community looking in. But Richard Hart being declared innocent and his case being dismissed, that's definitely the sign of the bull market.
I got a chance to go through the entire motion to dismiss, and it is a work of art. I don't know if you all have read it yet, but it is entertaining.
I have not yet.
Oh, it's so good. It literally,
I need to read that. I really need to read that.
It's worth reading. It's worth, if you just have some time, you're trying to kill some time, like on an airplane or maybe not driving because you got to drive, but if you're a passenger, driving and stuff like that, if you got some time to kill, it'll give you hope. First of all, like if you had any doubts, like, man, this case is like, this is really good. This is obviously, they're wrong. The other side's wrong. And it's just entertaining. You get to see like really well written, interesting details. Like you'll learn stuff about the process, and you get to hear like the facts from in a legal perspective that you imagine Richard had a lot of influence on. So you actually get to know the process of, it's got a lot of historical pieces and stuff too, of launches and things and all that. But it's worth
reading. Have a time machine?
They do ponder if that happened. That was a SEC thing too. The timeline was like all messed up. It isn't revealed in that doc. Maybe in the future we'll know. He's a special man that was born in a special era to do some special things. So who knows? Maybe he's a time traveler. But it's worth reading, and it's just like, wow, this is I'm definitely excited for October. I think that's the oral arguments and stuff in New York. I'm sure there'll be a meetup there. It sounds like of some sort. And hope to go there and hang out with everyone too, just to support. Yeah, just to support. I mean, imagine if everyone shows up again. We're all respectful. We're all there, just like there for supporting Richard and all that. Yeah. And the people there, the legal system, everyone sees, hey, these are real people who love these projects. They're investors. They're not hurt. They're not victims. They're not, they just want to make sure this thing succeeds. They don't want their fair shot being taken away by a bunch of paperwork that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Like, right. A show of force, if you will, but in a very a show of support, like not a show of force, a show of support.
Yeah. Just visually, just the judge and the jury looking at a room full of investors and supporters of Richard Hart. That just visually is a lot of influence without them saying anything, without the audience saying anything. And that will certainly play a part in the judge's ruling. And then also everyone who shows up, you're being the change you wish to see. You're participating in restoring what's good and true, and helping to restore freedom in crypto for the whole crypto space. That's what we want.
Even if it's just a hearing, like you were saying, Crypty, like the optics of it, to even have to have the courtroom moved to a bigger room, which I've heard is a possibility if so many people show up. And the SEC is going after everybody who has been wronged in crypto. Well, if and there's an overflowed courtroom and you have to change venues within that building, I guess.
I've been righted, bro. Don't touch my bags. I've been righted, not wronged.
You have to change courtrooms to fit more supporters in there. It's just
good for publicity.
Where are all the people that have been wronged? It's just the SEC yelling at an empty room. Well, now they're going to have a full room of people, hopefully well dressed. So shout out
hopefully.
Yashi. Present yourselves well if you go to this thing. Wear some nice threads, and be respectable, presentable. And I don't have to say that to this community. We have a great.
But we can pull it off. We can absolutely pull that off. Personally, I won't be able to head over to New York, but I'll be sharing it on social media for all our East Coast friends. And it's something where it's like we all have to participate in restoring freedom and instilling freedom. So in 20 years from now, if we're going to have a beautiful world and a beautiful earth, if we're going to all enjoy our freedoms and not own nothing and be happy about it, then this is like a huge part in in that future. We want to participate so we can have a beautiful future for our children. Sorry, I'm very passionate about it.
That's October 24th. Is that the date?
Yeah.
I'll have to double check.
I think it's October 20th. That sounds right.
Yeah,
and then
for October 24th, I believe. And just shout out, I know Corey did it last night, Corey Costa, but shout out Nuclear Herbs, follow him on Twitter. Just, I mean, great legal analysis. You know,
Get well soon.
Okay.
Get well soon. You know, that's just a great account. He doesn't do it, you know, to get clout or anything from it. He enjoys doing it, and he provides just great analysis for whatever filings are made. So
yeah, he literally is one of the people. I was going to say just for him too. He's one of the people who's, again, you have this talent, you have this thing you want to do, you want to contribute.
Yes,
goes out of his way. We got a resident, you know, former lawyer who goes out of his way. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to talk to us. Doesn't have to stand up for anything. I mean, who knows if he has a little bag or a big bag, whatever. But he's like, no, I see something wrong. This is not right. Like we're fighting. We're on the right side. So like, how can I help? That's like another.
He can offer clarity on something that, you know, so many people in this community want to learn more about and understand. And like you said, he just, you know, it's
how wonderful. That's really good. Max, would you do us a favor and retweet after the stream? Would you tweet out the case dismissal document so that we could just find it pretty easily?
I think the one that when I read through it, I actually took pictures of like some key things and made some notes, and I think I can even retweet that one because it actually has my notes in it too.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I'll definitely do it.
Because I'm thinking too, this document being very educational and making such good points, we can all send that to our state leadership too, like our representatives, our senators. And if they have any bills having to do with crypto in their coming legislative sessions across all the 50 states, then this is going to be a good document for them to look at so they can really get a good understanding of what crypto is.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think Nuclear Herbs has actually talked about some senators and stuff to reach out to. But I wonder, I kind of want to ask him too, like, how could we phrase if we did send it to each of our states, leaders and stuff, how could we phrase it to be like, hey, would it just be, hey, if you're working on crypto legislation, here is a course in all the things that that should, that could go wrong and that have been righted and all that stuff. I wonder how to make it onto their desk and for them to use it, because that's important too. But yeah, great idea.
I would start with that it's inevitable crypto will come up in your state legislature, whether it's a topic about CBDCs or decentralized distributed ledger technology or blockchain. Something eventually it's going to confront every single state legislature if it hasn't already. So it's something they have to educate themselves about, and we want them to get the right education. So yeah, just starting with this is something that's going to be coming across your desk. So I think they would be open and to receive that.
Yeah, I don't think it's at that level to where public officials a lot of public officials are informed on the issues. While we're talking, it's a great little segue. I'll just go for a minute here, but I had the pleasure of seeing Funding Jim and Rags to Riches in Mar-a-Lago last week, I believe it was.
That looked fun.
It was just really interesting to me because just watching how Trump interacted and the way he spoke with certain leaders, disagree with them or not within the crypto community. I think it was an eye-opening experience for him, and he came out of that. You can go online and see all the posts on X. I think his eyes were really open towards crypto, and he's like, out of the two choices that are likely to face each other. I know RFK is like a pro crypto too, but he just kind of took the leap last week and was just like, you know what? I'm your pro crypto candidate. He finally got it. There were great questions asked. I think B Roots asked one. There was, Goggle Guy who's gotten memed or whatever asked a great question. He's like, hey, we're going to lose all this innovation. It's going to go overseas. It's going to go to China. Even Ryan Selkis spoke about it on stage when Trump was there. He's like, we need this in our country. Otherwise, all this money, and that spoke to Trump, I think, is like all this money is going to leave this country. And that spoke directly to Trump. And I think I read somewhere else where they flew down together. I think Selkis and the founder of Matic, I believe, Polygon, and Trump asked them, maybe 3-4 dozen questions, and was actually legitimately trying to learn about crypto. And by the time they all spoke on stage, granted for a minute with the other two guys, it just felt like a really good moment where it's like, okay, you want a candidate, if you're a single issue voter, I don't really get on that side, but if you are a single issue voter and you're pro crypto, I think he kind of made that pretty evident. So it was good to see, and good to see obviously Funding Jim and Rags at that event. And it was just, I hope that was a turning point, especially for politics in America.
That's hopeful. That's really good to hear.
If you guys go back and watch that stream with Funding Jim and Rags to Riches is sweating so bad he looks like he caught it. He looks like he caught a murder charge. Like he just his hair just flopped over his forehead.
Was that at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, I'm like,
it was like 85, 90 degrees outside, and I mean, all the guys are wearing suits and were just sweating profusely. And I felt so bad for the women, because they're all in these like black dresses, high heels, to get into certain areas or to walk around the premises. It was just, it was odd. Hopefully the next time they do it, it's like fall or something in Florida, or winter or something, because May, it was oof.
But if you guys have the time and energy and money, go over to both Rags to Riches, and Gary Funding Jim and KG. They're all participating and competing in something called Minect. And that's
Patrick. Have like a week left, right?
Yeah, Patrick Bet David's. He's got this empire of media and really awesome, business minds and network. And he threw this contest together, and they're like almost like 1, 2, and 3 with like Tulsi Gabbard and like these pseudo celebrities where people pay for a question and then they dig in and give you an expert answer and they raise money. And I know that Rags to Riches has given all his money back to his community because he just wants to get that influence. He wants PulseChain to make a splash in these other social networks. So go definitely support those guys.
Yeah, it's far more than just this Minect thing, because after I communicate with Rags more often than most others, as well as Gary Funding Jim, but just speaking with him over the weekend, this is going to go far more than just this Minect thing, MINNECT. Pulse.
Are you having trouble saying the name?
Yeah, Minect. I'm trying to spell it out for people because it's like Minect. What? But yeah, just go to their profiles, Rags to Riches, or Funding Jim, KG. They're all on there, and this is going to go far beyond that. They want to network. This wasn't a Trump event, 1 week only. Like they want to reach out more Patrick Bet David channels. That just think of that on a grander scale going forward, month by month. Funding Jim is just a master networker. So if you want to support these guys, and I think he's already said he's giving back like different souvenirs from the event, and the $10 does not matter to them. It's like a cup of Starbucks or whatever y'all get. I don't drink Starbucks, or cigarettes, maybe 2/3 of a pack of cigarettes now, from what I've heard from Hexy Bastard or something. But
oil change in the 1990s. I mean, there's a lot of things.
Yes. Yeah, or maybe a Big Mac meal nowadays. But $10.
Just the burger. Just the burger.
Yeah, I think Rags and Funding Jim, at least Rags was right up there with Tulsi Gabbard, who could be,
He's doing really good.
She was on Joe Rogan the other day.
Yeah, ridiculous. And PulseChain community members are in the top 3. All they got to be is in the top 3 to get into the dinner room, and then that's that networking event. And then what else can happen? Maybe they make connections from there, and then that's just one event. But from talking to Rags and Gary, this is an ongoing effort, guys. You have such great community members. They're putting a lot of time and effort behind the scenes. It's not just Sack Daddy and stuff like that. It's a group effort. Speaking of, PulseChain Conference Daddy, how you doing?
Hey, we're gonna have a pre-recorded message from Funding Jim up in 20 minutes from now, and
awesome.
I am gonna drop a tweet from him in the chat now, so people can go ahead and support him and Rags to Riches and everybody else on the Minect app.
Sweet.
Maddie, my heart stopped for a second. I thought you were going to say we're going to have a video from Richard Hart coming up next. I'm like, whoa. Yes.
I did say
Richard Hart video.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting on that one too.
Mother's Day.
Somebody made a
Mother's Day video. Come on.
Somebody made a clarification in the chat. So on Minect, it's Brandon Davis. So you might not find him as Rags to Riches. So thank you to whoever that was that scrolled by. So Brandon Davis is in the top of his group there.
He goes by his fake name, Brandon Davis. Smart.
Fake name, alias, whatever.
His alter ego.
I said earlier, I was trying to say I was 3 for 3. Yeah, I went on there and I've tried to help them out with questions and stuff too. And this community, let's pump those numbers up. Let's get them that dinner with all the famous people.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Sure. And unlike Rags to Riches, Brandon Davis is a whore for likes, subscribes, and follows. So you can cover him with love and adoration. Unlike Rags to Riches,
do not subscribe, do not watch this video right now. Yeah, somebody in the chat was saying that earlier.
Don't do that for Rags, but do that for Brandon Davis.
Yeah, Brandon Davis loves it.
Brandon Davis, get all over that. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for speaking. Can you tell people where to find you, Cabana?
Yes, sir. Cabana Crypto right here on all socials, mainly X, YouTube, and Instagram a little bit. Have some fun there. But yeah, we try to do a show at least 2, 3, 4 weeks. Me and Big Krakowski try to do it Friday nights at 5 o'clock. It's a little show called Happy Hour. So it's good to see you.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. Max, where can people find you?
GoRealDeFi.com is the website. rhmax.tv. We'll go to the YouTube and ask if you want to subscribe. And yeah, I'm on Twitter at rhmaximus, just the way it sounds.
Awesome. Pulse Ray Vision.
You can catch me streaming every day as our counts down on agproject.io, and you can find me Pulse Ray Vision just about everywhere.
Awesome. And Crypty Girl, where can people find you?
At Crypty Girl on X and on Instagram. CryptyShop.com for Hex merchandise. And
Awesome.
It was wonderful chatting with you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Great seeing you again, Crypty. You had a lot of good to see you in the chat there. So thank you to Maddie for getting you out here. It's good stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've just been gardening. Everyone enjoy the flowers this May.
Yes, they're lots of flowers. Lots of good stuff outside. Yeah, go outside. If anyone hasn't been outside for a while, not outside advice, but maybe you want to do that. It's nice.
That's right.
If you're angry at the price, go touch grass. There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. Grass
Awesome.
or sand.
Well, thanks to all of you for speaking. We'll have 45 seconds of music, and then we'll have Axis Live up. Thanks.
Sweet.
Thanks, everyone. Good to see
Thanks,
you all.
everyone.
Peace.
And we're live. Ayo, Trace, you and we're live.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we stick in the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we ripping the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we stick in the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
And we ripping the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Maddie Maddie Allen. Crypto Twitter been crazy.
All these weekends on my timeline, you should try to pay me.
We're live like Maddie Allen.
What's up?
Yo, what up, Maddie?
So I think there were a lot of whales and sharks and dolphins and the like that they all wanted to hear about Hart's Law on this conference. And so you volunteered to teach people about liquidity. We found out that 9inch launched today their V3 product in like a surprise to the conference, which is great. And so yeah, I'm gonna let you take it away here for 20 minutes so you can teach people a thing or two about liquidity.
Amazing, man. Thanks for having me back.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, guys, throw your questions in the chat. What do you want to know about bonded liquidity? What do you want to know about making a coin and making it go up a lot in price? Waiting. Yeah, so bonded liquidity, guys, it's probably the most important thing going on PulseChain. PulseX DEX is perfect for this. You take some of coin A, you take some of coin B, you pair them together. It creates a price chart based on coins going into one pot and coins leaving the other pot because you're putting something in to take something out. And so because of that relationship of this balance of scales shifting back and forth, you get price movements on the chart. There's probably a simple way to talk about this and educate you on that, but you know that ain't me, and I'm going to make it super complicated. You made it to day 4 of the conference, so I suppose we could go a little bit deeper. Let me share a screen and just like make a simple visual of what this kind of like looks like in the real world. This maybe would be a good starting point. So this here is Maddie, you want to throw this up? This is like a example of the price movements and the very, very early days of PulseChain to last year. This must have been May, and then June. So this 0.3 of this 5-wave, 6-wave sequence, this part went into June. So top left, you have PulseChain price action. On the top right, you got incentive. Bottom right, you got PHEX. Bottom left, you got PulseX. They're all doing the same shape, guys. So and the reason is because in the early days and even now, coins that are bonded together the deepest run together. They do the same types of price action, and so this makes trading on PulseChain quite easy to predict and enjoyable and profitable. Just even when you're looking for an entry, let's say you're trying to DCA, and Pulse is moving up in this wave from wave 3 to wave 4 sequence, you can look at the relationship on PulseX or Inc. And I'll show you how to do that in a second, and see the percentage differences in those price moves, and kind of game plan around how you best want to strategize getting in or getting out of a position. Because they're just kind of moving as a multiplier of each other based on the routing. So I think maybe the first thing that we could talk about here is routing. I don't know. This is an old slide. These are some old slides. I haven't looked at these in a while, but oh, here's an example of a routing sheet, but it's way too complex for this. So let's just do a new slide. So like if I've got DAI and I want to get Wrap Pulse, and I'm just going to bring in like, I don't know, $1,000 of capital, it's going to easily be able to route $1,000 of capital directly from DAI into Pulse. And it's probably only going to hit the DAI Pulse pool. But if I want to bring in like $100,000 or $1 million, like substantial amounts of money, even just $20,000 in some cases, it would be inefficient to just give me pulse from the main pool because I'm going to eat more slippage. I'm going to get less pulse bottom line than if it takes this die and it splits it up amongst a bunch of other routes. So what I mean by that is if I go to one of my favorite routers, app.pateus.io, and I want to do die to PLS, let's see if I can get a quote here. $10,000. Okay, so $10,000, it's not even really going to slip the price like a 0.5%. That means if I put in $10,000 of value, I'm going to get $9,965 of value back in Pulse form. And the route that it's going to take is it's going to split my money up into 3 different chunks. 55% of that is going to go directly on that main pair, like I was saying before, DAI to WPLS. But then 30% of that is going to go from DAI into USDT, and then from USDT into WPLS. So what's actually happening here is it's selling my DAI for USDT. So it's buying USDT with DAI, and then it's selling USDT for PLS. So you're selling DAI to sell USDT to finally get PLS in my wallet. So this puts buy pressure on USDT and then sell pressure on USDT right after that. And then the pulse price goes up. And then, so that's like how these routes work. And this is why these slides do this phenomenon of bonded liquidity, is because when you're pushing money through the ecosystem, it's going to route your order through all these different pairs to fill you for the best price. That's what these aggregators are doing. So that's how you get these coins to move up and down together, is because they're constantly being bought for that to get to the end coin. So routing is a key component here. So let's change the numbers here a little bit and do like if I was going to bring $1 million in to PLS and see how it changes the route, if it can even quote me on this. Might not be able to quote me because it's just number too big. Yeah, it's just probably too big of a number. By the way, I wouldn't recommend doing $1 million market buy because it's inefficient. If you're going to be coming in with buys and sells, you want to be coming in like chunks. So like even just $100,000 market buy of PLS, it only slips the price 1%. That's pretty good order execution. Now this game it's really interesting when you start rotating from one thing to another. So for example, like ink to pulse, if I was going to sell $300,000 of ink into pulse, it's 1.6% slippage. So I can actually effectively get better order execution on ink to pulse with 300 grand than I probably would be able to get with DAI to pulse. Pateus, lock it in for me, bud. So when you're looking for these relationships and charts, I suppose you can actually see the shape of the chart structure on some of these coins, and you can actually see the structure in the coins themselves. So I have this example here with the Axis Alive chart from very, very early on. I'm going to try and do my best to just paint the picture quick. So like you had this curved structure to start, and we're going to be comparing it to Hexfire, because in the beginning, Hexfire and Axis were deeply paired together with like $500,000 of liquidity back when that was a lot of liquidity on the chain. So they had this curved structure, big blow off, triangle structure, double top, like horns, sell off, curve down. This same structure now, you're going to see it in the Hexfire chart. So if I go to this page, you get that curved structure, the blow off, some form of a triangle, and then the double top, double horns, the breakdown, and then the curve. And the reason why this chart structure is literally pound for pound the same as the Axis chart is because their deepest pairs was with each other. And so they were like twins that rode up and down in price together because all of the orders was being routed through them to get to the pulse. whether Pulse was coming into the two assets or leaving, the orders were trying to seek the best deal, whether you're buying one of the two coins with Pulse or whether you're selling one of the two coins for Pulse. It would split those orders up amongst those different pools. So that's Hart's law. That's bonded liquidity. That's routing in a nutshell. In terms of actually seeing that in other charts, you can see that here as well. Let me delete some stuff out. This is just the regular Pulse WPLS chart. We just kind of showed this relationship before. Breakdown, bear flag, SEC crash, and then this broadening wedge structure, and then another bear flag of sorts, and then like this long shoot sell-off channel. You get that same exact relationship in PLSX as well, where, it's literally the same exact thing. First sell-off. So there's a little bit of a variation of a structure. SEC crash, built this like broadening wedge, big bear flag, and then the descending channel, the shoot. So it literally did the same thing. And this is because Pulse and PulseX are super bonded together. So they're going to practically do the same thing. So to get like resolution on the trading aspect of this, you actually have to dig a little bit deeper into the ratios. So like we've been looking at charts against the dollar here for the most part so far. And that's useful for PLS specifically because WPLS is our native coin. And so you're going to need to look at the dollar chart for that. That makes a lot of sense. But then in terms of like, what's the measure of success on PulseChain? It's how well is your coin or a coin performing in Pulse terms. So in the case here of PulseX, like when we're looking at this bonded liquidity setup, the dollar charts look relatively the same, but how do we tell which one's over underperforming the other ones? Well, we can change this right scale to not show us the price in dollar terms, but give us the price in Pulse terms by clicking this button right here. This is DEX Screener, and DEX Tools has the same button. And what it does is it redenominates the chart. So you got like, when I say redenominate, you got Pulse X is the numerator divided by USD. That's the denominator. So when we denominate things in Pulse terms, you're going to see quite a different picture. So, boom. This is a lot different looking than what we just looked at. This is now you're looking at this the scale is now in how much PLS is one PLSX worth? And the answer to that question is it's worth 0.42 PLS. So, not quite 2 to 1. A 0.5 here would be 2 to 1, which is where I think this chart's heading. As a technical analyst, I think that PulseX will easily come back up here to the highs and be worth, for every 2 PulseX, you'll have 1 PLS of value. And it could even go higher as the cycle progresses because of its deflationary nature and the tokenomics there. So when we're looking at like, well, how much is PLS like overperforming Pulse? Well, the way to find that out is to let's pick a date. And so if we go back to if we're viewing this chart in Pulse terms, maybe we can go back to the PLS chart and we could pick a date that we look like, hey, that's a pretty significant date. I might want to know what happened there. So let's use this point here where you can see clearly the price just ejected off that level and then ran up to this wick high. And I'm going to measure that out from the lows to the highs and see, well, how much percent change was that? And the answer is that was a 308% move against the dollar. So 308% move against the dollar, that's pretty good. What did it do in PulseX terms? How much did the PulseX, I'm going to go back to the dollar chart for a second, just to make this example really clear, and measure from that same point on January 7th to the peak. PulseX went up 659%. So, obviously this is clear that it's about a 2 to 1 ratio. 308% 659%. PulseX went 2x higher than Pulse did. Now, if I go into the WPLS chart, it should do the difference between the two, because this is basically, that's all that this is doing. January 7th to the peak, 87%. So almost that 100% difference between 300% and 600%. This is saying here, based on these 2 touch points, that PulseX overperformed Pulse in Pulse terms by 87%. So it's just shy of a 2x. It's doing 2x better in terms of this particular price move. So then you can extrapolate that out to any coin to see, how is this coin performing against the other coins in the ecosystem. And it gets really fun when you start diving down deeper into like altcoins versus altcoins and stuff, and trying to find edge in the market. So this chart here, I don't know if this probably doesn't look familiar to anybody. If I click on the USD chart, this is INC in dollar terms on the log chart. And from that same point on January 7th to the peak, this did a 23x, 2200%, which should be, how many more x's is that than 300%? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. It's like a 7x difference. So let's double check the PLS pair or denomination and check that same price move out from this 7th. So it's like a 7x exact, 599%. It's basically 600%, which is a 7x. So INC went 7x harder than Pulse did. So Pulse went 300%. PulseX went 650%. INC went 2200%, or in this case, 600% harder than Pulse did. So the way that worked was, money was flowing like into Pulse, INC, and Hex, but because of the liquidity dynamics, INC was lighter and had less overhead pressure, and that's why you got that upside potential. You get that extra upside that you didn't get in Pulse, for example. And that, a lot of that could have looked like this, where a lot of people had PLS, even more people had PLSX, but they sold the bottom, and so there wasn't as much overhead pressure, or there was more incoming volume, during that one final sack pump, to push that up there to give it some extra, juice. And then INC, which like nobody sacked for, that had just a metric crap ton of people, despising it at the lows. And so the whole market was kind of offsides. And so this was like the least distributed. This was probably the most distributed, but had some extra juice pumped into it. And this was like, I guess you could say, the balancing act. But yeah, when it came to, why did INC overperform? Well, in a lot of cases, PulseX was being sold into to get INC. And so like if somebody was going, Pulse to INC, some of it would have went Pulse to INC directly. Some of it would have went Pulse to PulseX to INC. So you would have pumped PulseX in the process of pumping INC, because you would have sold Pulse for PulseX, and then used PulseX to buy INC. So this put buy pressure on PulseX, and it put buy pressure on INC. So it gives this amplifier effect where different pairings can amplify each other. And a really good example of that recently was the Axis pump to $100,000. Believe it or not, yeah, this coin did go hit a high of $98,000 on the 10th of April. And this is a 4-hour chart. And from the lows on April 8th to the highs, it did a 472% move. And I believe there was somewhere in the order of 2 billion to 3 billion Pulse paired up with Axis during this period. Whereas Hex Fire did not have that much Pulse attached to it. So there was less weight on it, but it still had a tight bond to Axis. So on this one, it actually went up 43x in the same time frame that Axis only went up 472%. So 5.7x. So because there was a strong bond between Axis and Fire, and there was a weak bond to WPLS here and a strong bond to WPLS here, when there's orders routing through here, whatever money did get pushed through Fire to get to the Pulse pair would amplify the Fire and take less Pulse out. So it's like a chain link that, and part of this equation as well was Solid X, where Solid X was getting pumped like crazy during this period as well. And so this was like a triple bond. It's almost like atoms. There's like a triple bonded with tons of liquidity between these, and this had a huge Pulse pair. So like these were getting a lot of the volume in the action, but because there was a shortage of Pulse while things were going parabolic, it kept tapping that Fire pool and amplifying the pump on Fire because less Pulse was getting taken out and just getting deposited in there to get to back to Solid X, because people were selling their PLS to get to Solid X. They were selling their PLS to get to Axis. And so the only way to get some Axis or Solid X was through Fire, so that sometimes their Pulse would hit the Fire Pulse pool, then to go to Fire and Solid X. And so they were pumping Fire on the way to get the Axis and Solid X through the order router. And that's what allowed, Fire to do a 43x in the same time frame as Axis only did like a 5.4x. And this is the magic of bonded liquidity, guys. And when you have thoughtful ecosystems out there like Sunny D's ecosystem, or the Tang Gang's ecosystem, like they're smart and they're getting smarter. The Solid X, the Solid Index, Atropa, can't forget Atropa. These communities are getting smarter at how they're deploying their liquidity across the liquidity webs to help amplify the token performance on different tokens at different times under different conditions. So this is bonded liquidity, guys. Moxie says, can I talk about the value of having a DBank Web3 ID on onboarding? Yeah, I guess it would be a call to action for everybody that, DBank is, you don't have to, I guess, first caution, DBank is a place where you can plug in like a public address, and then your portfolio comes for display, and it's like Twitter. You can make posts, and it's monetizing, like it's like Twitter that's monetized and actually connects to a portfolio, which you can basically dox or not dox your holdings. You can look at transactions on there. It's a great tool made by the Rabby team to look deeper into the blockchain. It's pretty good for chain analytics and trying to track movements on the chain and following other people. And so what, I think the goal there with DBank is that we expose all of crypto. I mean, there's accounts on there with millions of dollars or even billions of dollars in some cases that could learn about and find out about PulseChain for the first time. And I know like one of the strategies going around right now is talking about these P copies that are on PulseChain, and what a good look it is if they just like find a post of some guy from PulseChain that's got like 500 grand in his wallet that says, hey, by the way, there's all these P copies on PulseChain that have all this value in them, and then they click on the guy's wallet and he's got $500,000 of P Ave in there. Like that's a pretty good look for the chain, and it's a good way to get eyes on it. And I think there's a group of guys that's actually taken the initiative to set up like a PulseChain club inside of there. So if you're interested in that, go take a look at dbank.com. I think it's a good way to bring attention and awareness to PulseChain.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah. So where can people learn more about your deep lessons in liquidity providing?
Yeah, man. Well, hey, come join the boardroom, access5.com. Love to have you. We opened up signups again for a little while, and we'll see if we can't top out sometime soon. I also do a lot of free content on YouTube and on Twitter which is with Axis Alive. You can find me anywhere, and it's a deep game. I'm a student of the famous Silver the Antidote. He took me under his wing a couple years ago and helped teach me. He actually learned from Richard Hart. And
Wow.
what better of a teacher than somebody who learned directly from the king of Uniswap DeFi himself. So yeah, come check us out at accesslive.com. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, very cool. And our segment that's up next is going to feature 8 different pre-recorded submissions. Apologies if I didn't get everybody, but I think I did. I think I got everybody who sent me a video is going to be displayed here. So the next 20 minutes, we'll have 8 different clips, and then we'll have a dip catcher on next, who has also been talking about the P copies and getting the whales involved. So thanks to Axis for this talk, and we'll see you back here later tonight.
See you in a little bit, guys. Thanks.
Bitches, see a brainologist and a fashion coder. Get your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by Kaiser to stay bull run ready. Media not higher. And on the corner of Westcott and ATX, saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes, hard Prilla class T schools. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a hex siren and SJ appeared, but I saw whales only, no dolphins on the pier. Cosmic Cowboys saw the street it was on when Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Padawan. Wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye that said RH Max and Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual impressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This compassion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, or David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. A black Mexican winning like some Mexican or DJ from Polybar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.
First up, we have Spectral Mana of the HOA Tang Gang. And a shout out to all of you Tang Gangians. All right, next up, we have Hexagon
Maddie.
Hill.
Thanks so much for having me on the conference. I really appreciate it. My name's Hexagon Hill, and I've been a Hexagon for about 3 years. But it wasn't until about 2 years ago where I really started to dig into PulseChain and Richard Hart. And what I found was a very strong community. I found Sami, who gave me the crypto's juiciest news and so much more, to Axis and Hanzi that taught me how to TA and to Liquidity provide, to our resident Hexagon historian Sir Johnny Chaos, who reminds everyone how far we really have come as a community. And there's so many more that make the community great, and they don't not only make you feel welcome, they educate you in the process. So my contribution to the community is more of a role of outreach. I would like to help bridge the gap between PulseChain and other ecosystems like Ethereum and Solana. I would also like to help out with bringing new people into crypto in general and showing them that PulseChain is real DeFi and explain what that means. We are all watching PulseChain grow together. For now, I feel like this is my role, but it can always change. 2 years ago, I would have never thought that I would be in this position that I'm in the community. So I guess my message to everyone out there at the conference is don't underestimate or sell yourself short for your potential to contribute to this ecosystem. It all
Awesome. And then up next, we have the Super Stake team.
This is Iceman, and I'm going to tell you about superstake.win. First and foremost, any forward statements made are just to showcase proof of concept and should not be considered financial advice. Superstake launched 8 months ago and offers a value proposition that is unique among hex-based tokens. Superstake is trustless, the code is immutable, it's decentralized, there are 0 admin keys, and contract ownership has been fully renounced. The smart contracts strategically reduce risk and foster longevity. Superstake is unique in that it incorporates a single auto-compounding 60-day rolling hex stake, distributing 1% of total hex to holders per in-stake, ensuring consistent bi-monthly hex allocations independent of volume. Staking operations are fully autonomous, continually restaking as long as PulseChain is active. Starting with 600,000 hex, the contract has grown to 3 million hex in 8 months, leading to 30,000 hex being distributed among all holders in the upcoming in-stake in a little less than 3 days. Additionally, there are regular hex reflections that are volume dependent, and it's important to remember that the daily hex rewards are tied to volume. Conversely, the always increasing over time bi-monthly rewards are paid out independent of volume. Moreover, delving into Superstake, it's crucial to understand the intricate dynamics, making it the first reward token that pays out secondary rewards that are not volume-based and again only increase over time. Superstake is embedded in compelling game theory. Superstake's open design encourages anyone to develop new things on top of the core system, which would accelerate pool growth significantly as those other mechanisms, if they were created by the community, begin to come online. Additionally, a burning mechanism on every transaction makes Superstake more scarce over time, amplifying the value of holdings and steadily increasing rewards. You can find out more at superstake.win. Thank you.
All right, and then next up we have Sammy Chica.
Hey, what's up? Maddie, ALLin, and Hexicans and Posticans, good to see you. This is Sammy Chica coming from Melbourne in my garage. And I just want to say thanks for the invite. Sorry I can't make the conference because I've got to go to bloody work. But anyway, that's life. Happy birthday to PulseChain. It's been a year. Wow, I can't believe it's already. Just want to say hi to the Hex ladies. Miss you all years. We are still streaming. I stream with Crypto Class and Hobprul every now and then. So come see us and join in. I'm super bullish on Ink and PulseChain. Just to let you know, Ink was only $3 today, which is amazing, and if you're farming it, you're getting it for free anyway. You know, PulseChain is still looking all right. I mean, we're in what, 16th place? I don't know what place we are in, but you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, guys, and you know, we are so lucky. We've got such a great community, even though everyone's fighting on Twitter and it's a bit of a bloodbath and a bit scary. But you know what? We've got some great things coming. We've got all the Tangang guys doing all their 9mm stuff and all their NFTs. We've got Hexy busting out his 9-inch and his new movie. Check it out. We've got Buck Fear and Fox with all his stuff. Alex from Hedron, I think he's bringing out something new. We've got Maximus and Gold Key who are doing good stuff. We've got Maria Hell, with you identify a him or a her. And a Troper who's also doing some cool stuff. We've got the Solidex guys, Axis and Randy Alasky, killing it over there. And of course Love.io, and if you haven't checked out Loveify, go and check it out because you can buy some really cool stuff. Yeah, I just think with PulseChain we do need adoption, we do need exchange listings. We all miss Richard Hart, and apart from a few tweets we haven't really seen him, but you know, I miss his streaming and I miss him pumping my bags, but you know, whatever. Wishing him great success in his upcoming case, and it's great to see the community support with the amicus brief and also everyone turning up in New York in October. That's amazing, guys. Good to see you. Don't be strangers, check in with me. Thanks.
I also want to take this time to thank everybody who's dropping super chats. Thank you to True Moxie. Thank you to Robert online and everybody else who's been doing a super chat here. Appreciate you. Next up, we have Taylor Hex Ninja.
I'd just like to say thank you, Hexico. And I'm talking to everyone in Hexico because right now there's some people in Hexico that don't feel like they belong. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you do. If you're in the Tangang, you belong here. If you're in the Sunny's A1A community, Die Hard, you belong here. Almighty's Mike and Kitty coins, you belong here. Solid X, you belong here. Atropa, you belong here. Any other sub community that I'm not mentioning, you belong here. Thank you so much. Thank you for continuing to build, continuing to educate, continuing to share, because your guys' growth is my growth. And because of you guys doing what you're doing, I'm better off and I'm able to better help people around me. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I cannot wait for SEC versus Richard Hart lawyers to happen because he's been preparing for them. I don't think they know what's coming for them. He's been ready since before Hex launched in 2019. He has the best law firm money can buy. Okay? I'm looking forward to this. But guys, don't forget, even if Richard goes down, they can't stop us. We're too decentralized. We're having too much fun. We're too cool. And we're educating a generation about how to be their own bank and manage their own finances and take responsibility for their lives and their future. Thank you guys so much again. I love you, Hexico. Signing off.
Awesome video there. A shout out to you, Hex Ninja, and everybody in the chat keeping it real. Thanks for sending positive messages. Love it. So now let's see. We have 3 more speed round hostage videos, whatever they're called. People who couldn't make it, but they still wanted to participate in the conference. Up next, we have Funding Jim.
Greetings, Maddie, and all that are attending or participating in the conference. I wish that I could be there this time, but unfortunately I can't. I have been traveling quite a bit, as you can see on Twitter feed. Visited with President Trump recently, made connections between myself and Brandon with the Monect team, as well as Valuetainment staff. And afterwards, the next day, met with Gary Cardone, trying to work with Samuel Arms, also with the Florida Blockchain Association. So I'm out there in the trenches, just like many of us, and I appreciate that there's this conference that's going on to give people information about what's going on this chain. So much appreciated that the event is happening. Glad for all the speakers, and I will be able to catch up on that content very soon. There is a contest that is going on, and it is basically to have the most number of Monects on this new application launched by Patrick Bet-David's team, and there's a leaderboard. The leaderboard right now has KG, Brandon, KG Crypto, which is, of course, the founder of InternetMoney.io, and also Brandon Davis, which is known as Rags to Riches, as well as myself, are within the top 5, I believe, at this moment. The contest ends May 30th at midnight Eastern Standard Time. There's several giveaways. I know that there are other founders of other coins on this chain, on this L1, that are also offering different support, different giveaways, and different contests to support us as ambassadors. So check out examples like Access Alive or Hex Toys Official. Make sure that you check the right Twitter. Who else? There are many others as well, right? So just check and see what's going on as far as like support from the community. If you participate in my particular contest, you must use your own profile. You can have a pseudonym, you can have a stage name or a Twitter name as your profile name, but ask a question or simply send a support question, a message of support. The goal is to be in the top 3. If we are in the top 3, Brandon, myself, KG, or others that step up to rise to this level, then I think there's going to be a lot of content generated by the Valuetainment team. There's going to be a lot of content generated, of course, to promote Monect. And we want to be leaders in this space. We want to be leaders in hopefully acquiring crypto content on a large distribution network like Valuetainment. I think that would be an amazing accomplishment. So support us is my hope. And I look forward to seeing you on the other side. Thanks so much, guys. Much appreciated.
And personally, I have already done a $10 consultation with Brandon Davis and Funding Jim on the Monect app. And I hope you will too, because it's an easy way for us to show how strong our community is. So really excited that everybody's out there using their skills in the best way possible. Up next, we have Hex Turbo.
I got about 1 minute to tell you how amazing PulseChain has been after 1 year of flawless operation. Now I could sit here and tell you about all of the amazing protocols that have been built in that year. However, I'm coming with a fucking message. And that message is stop being a fucking knob on Twitter, X, whatever you want to fucking call it. Stop being a knob. Because all of you knobs out there make the rest of us look like fucking knobs. And I don't want to look like a fucking knob. Keep it friendly. Competition is a good thing, as long as it's kept friendly. As soon as you cross over that line and you look like a toxic twat, then anyone new coming in is just going to be like, what the fuck is going on here? You guys are absolutely fucking nuts. I'm off. I'm going to go and use Base, Solana, whatever the fuck else there is that doesn't include this craziness that's going on over here. So my message is stop being a fucking knob. Tone it down a notch. Let's get on. PulseChain is the fucking best chain out there. My name's Hex Turbo. Fuck off.
Love it. Love it. So we have all the personalities here, and that video was particularly well done. Hopefully the soundtrack doesn't get us kicked off YouTube, but it was worth it, right? The chat agrees. All right. And finally for this segment, we have one more pre-recorded video before I bring up Dipcatcher. And this is from our very own Tom Gillespie.
I'm gonna get myself connected. G'day to all the hexicans, the pulsicans, the good cunts, the bad cunts, the Tangang cuzzies, the Atropa fellas and the fatty fellas, and a massive shout out to those who've been interviewing with me for my latest doco project, DGen Generation. Now mateys, let me tell ya, these past 10 months have been a real ripper of a ride, eh? I've dived right into the thick of it. And as you know, I've got to try the product before casting any judgments. So, a huge thanks to the Tangang crew, especially to Spooky, for helping kickstart the G'day Gillespie coin project. It's been a fucking wild ride in the markets, ups and downs, but never boring, and the feedback's been tops. Shout out to the Telegram fellas too. Now, from the get-go, I've been pondering utility, but then, after interviewing with matey Somi, he threw in his 2 cents and he reckons it's a meme coin. Folks either dig it or they don't. Let the market do the talking. So far, the market's responded with happy g'days. And so it goes. No clear roadmap ahead besides the choose your own adventure doco coin idea and the constant tug of war whether to add some utility or leave it be. Plenty of that will be covered in the documentary itself, so if you ain't on board yet, drop an email and jump on the telegrams at degandocumentary.com. I realised along the way I might just be the only bloke in Hexaco or PulseCo who's semi-regularly chatting with all the different gangs and crews on PulseChain. Now, it's given me a bloody unique perspective. I'd like to let you know I see what you're all up to, and outside of all the theatrics, it's true. You're all doing your best to add value to Richard's chain, and I can respect that. It's your chain after all. Well, kind of, if you disregard the SAC funds activity. But listen, it's been a beautiful thing to see, the birth of a new blockchain, how the Hexicans have embraced it with fresh projects, or knocked it back, with all its underperforming copy coins. So, if you're wondering why I'm still hanging around, it's because of this. Now, while the Degan Doco lets me suss out Degan culture across multiple chains, there's even G'day token projects floating around on those other chains that I ain't part of. Should I mention... Okay, I won't mention it. Now, call me bloody optimistic, but I reckon there's a future where instead of everybody trying to pinch users from each other's chains, we could be looking at a cross-chain compatibility. This is too technical a leap for me to think about practically, but I see some of you cunts making it happen, and I'm genuinely intrigued. Well, they're going to find out sooner or later. Big shout out to Matty and his crew for having me up to say a few words at this conference. Even though I'm playing the neutral card now with a bit of skin in the game, I can honestly say I've learnt heaps just being here, and I've made some fair dinkum mates along the way. You have yourself a ripper of a g'day. Cheers, fellas. I see through you. I see through you.
All right, so that certainly ended the segment with a couple wild cards. Appreciate that. And next up, we're gonna have a dip catcher and myself doing a 20-minute conversation. And here's some music to transition.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
Dip catcher, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Great. I'm so glad that you could join us here. You're one of the premier builders on PulseChain, on Hex, and yeah, I'm just so pleased that you could join us.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for putting this on. Quite that. How many PulseChain conferences have you done so far? Not Hex ones, but PulseChain specific.
3.
3.
This is the 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah. Quite the ride in last year.
Totally.
Happy birthday, PulseChain.
Happy birthday. It's the 1-year launch anniversary. And so looking back, Dip Catcher, what is it that you want us to be attending to?
I mean, we can talk about whatever. It's been quite the year on PulseChain, and really, I mean, quite the almost 4 years on Hex. I think that we've all really learned a lot throughout this whole experience, and there's really been, a lot of ups and downs. And I think that there's a lot of a lot of good learnings to have from all that.
Yeah, you know, despite a few negative people on the internet, which I know is like unheard of or whatever, but I have to say that there is so much positivity in this community. We see it here in the chat. We see it in the 100 speakers that are coming to the conference and everything. But I want to shout out you because you've been doing some particularly interesting experiments on PulseChain. And you've been, in particular, I'd love to ask you about this mechanism that you've named like raising the roof or something.
Roof pools.
Yeah. So could you provide the context for anybody that doesn't know, kind of like what led to that experiment and what that experiment is?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all kind of started with the launch of Gophers on PulseChain and Ethereum. So
and
that was
is that an acronym that stands for anything?
Yeah, good old fashioned unregistered security. And so, kind of poking fun at the regulators trying to infringe upon crypto people, speaking with free speech. But with that's basically like, it's based on something called ERC 404, where when you hold at least one full unit, your wallet appears as an NFT, but it's fractional, where you can send any amount and it can trade on a DEX. So it's like a really awesome blend between some aspects of NFTs and aspects of regular ERC20 tokens. And that really lends itself to really good liquidity dynamics. And the kind of that concept of a roof pool is where, where with active liquidity management, basically just kind of marching up, as new buyers come in, their PLS is put into the liquidity pool. And then as like having an active liquidity manager, you can, with that new inbound, liquidity, you can then just kind of keep marching it up if you're simultaneously burning liquidity from the sell side and then marching up the liquidity from the buy side. And so that was kind of, something that was, that it's been, if you look at the Gophers on PulseChain chart, it's kind of marched its way up. I mean, it's definitely been volatile. It's kind of ranged between like, it started at about, I think, 1 million PLS. Now it's about 8, but it got as high as almost 20 PLS. So it's kind of been, kind of an experimental, active liquidity management strategy, for kind of like these, like, high risk assets. And so,
how was that launch and then the subsequent liquidity management? How is that different than maybe how people normally deploy things?
I mean, with that in particular, it was launched with the Uniswap V3 pool, where just like liquidity was put in these different ranges, scaling from the starting price, which was about, I think, $100 in Pulse at the time, kind of just scaling up the way. A lot of times people launch in a V2 pool. And so there were already kind of different liquidity, like some areas had thicker liquidity, and then some areas had thinner liquidity. So a little bit different than, a lot of things launched with like a V2 pool where it's constant liquidity throughout. And so, that's just kind of, the way it launched, and with the, where that kind of supplied liquidity on the buy side that could then be kind of marched on the way up. It kind of adds that benefit. And so that was and I think that was followed up with, the launch on Solana, for instance, where it's a whole different market there, where the V2 pools are preferred, and there's kind of different demand around locked liquidity versus kind of actively managed liquidity. And so that's been a whole other, experience with, kind of taking, trying to take aspects of PulseChain, where people kind of across our ecosystem appreciate things where there's either large centralized supply or actively managed liquidity. And then I think what we've seen through that go into a different market and a whole different ecosystem is that they view those things in a whole different frame than we do. It's like, I think our ecosystem is a lot more receptive of that type of supply dynamic. And That's, so it's been interesting to see how how the different chains and the different ecosystems respond to different dynamics within, these little economies that we've got.
That is interesting. And yeah, a lot of this stuff needs to be tested when it comes to how different markets react on different chains. You had made some tweets at the time that explained your philosophy of providing more liquidity up front so that the price wouldn't get as far ahead of things as it could have. Can you talk more about that?
So what do you mean?
Like you wanted there to be thick enough liquidity so that bigger players could enter and you weren't just obsessed with the price going directly up.
Yeah. Oh yes. So with the launch of Gophers on PulseChain, like a lot of the times when coins launch, they like that first wick to be like, tens of thousands of percent. And that's where it's basically starting at zero and then going up, really, really high. With that, it actually provided some really good supply distribution because there was really thick liquidity, in the first couple multiples from the starting price. And so having that, absorb people, it actually kind of created a solid liquidity foundation for it to kind of build upon. And that's what's helped. I mean, the Gophers price is kind of hung like the lowest. It's tested this 8 million pulse level numerous times and hasn't broken through and has really thick liquidity underneath that. And so kind of having that like thick liquidity built up during that initial supply distribution, does create, even in like no doubt about it, there's a Gophers bear market going on right now across the board. And that thick liquidity that was built up during the launch phase, during the first couple weeks of launch with that thick liquidity base, where it's kind of sacrificing that crazy first moon candle with building up a thick liquidity base. That's definitely contributed. And I'd say that the of the different versions of Gophers that there are, it's on 4 different chains right now. The one on PulseChain and the one on Ethereum is probably the strongest, but it has less liquidity than the one on PulseChain. PulseChain, I think, has the strongest liquidity base, but there is even some differences in the kind of I think like the demographics of the holders across the different chains. It's kind of interesting where so it seems that the people who hold Gophers on Ethereum seem to just buy and hold the most, whereas the holders of Gophers on Solana were in one day, out the other. There was really quick turnover there from both people coming from our ecosystem and from people adopting from Solana. Like with that's something that was really interesting to see was that in our ecosystem, I think it stems from Hex kind of having that long-term stake schedule and people, buy and hold. And there's generally, it's changing now. Everything on PulseChain is changing now, but within our ecosystem, you see a lot, people holding fewer tokens and holding them longer. Launching Gophers on Solana was a huge eye-opening experience to all these different categories of crypto users that I don't think we really interact with over here on PulseChain, where it's like the number of coins they hold is massive. The cycling in and out is very quick. It's like buy, if it doesn't go up, instantly sell. And so it's kind of that you see some of these like demographic and like psychographic differences between people. And it's kind of an interesting lens to view through, where it's like, Gophers, it's like kind of like a high risk NFT and DeFi related thing, kind of out there. Doesn't really have, there's that NFT aspect of it, but it's, doesn't necessarily have any type of utility. And so it kind of is a interesting way to view the different markets. It's like a little microcosm of the broader chains that they're on.
Wow. Yeah, definitely interesting. Somebody in the chat says that they 10x'd their T shares thanks to you. I assume they're talking about the Maximus DAO, different versions of Hex that has been staked.
Yeah. And the like discounts on, I think people were so upset about us trying to launch something on Solana that people were selling their perpetual tokens, as if that like impacts me in any like, you know, realistically, all they did is give good deals to new buyers. And so
Yeah.
so
Beautiful.
that's been, you know, someone HexGet has made a pretty awesome web tool that shows you what your effective APY is buying those Maximus stake pool tokens at a discount. And whereas like if you're a new person starting a stake, pretty much the highest APY you can get right now is about 27%. But if you're buying DESI, for instance, at a discount, you're getting like 50% APY. And so it's been kind of interesting to see how a bear market in like the highest risk category of things that we've built, which is the Gophers ecosystem, kind of a bear market in that. And, you know, probably, you know, people kind of salty that I'm willing to try new things and venture into new markets and go and see what, you know, competitors like Solana, like kind of see how things work over there, try to get real experience. It's kind of interesting how the bearishness around that has kind of trickled into some of the other assets too, which are entirely unrelated.
Yeah. And I think what you're doing is extremely valuable, because when you go test the Solana market, what you're doing is giving us valuable information about whether we even want people who only hold for a day in our ecosystem, right? Like that's not what Hex and PulseChain were built on, holding for one day. And sure, I mean, like we welcome whales and shrimps of all sizes into PulseChain. And but yeah, it's really interesting that you noticed a huge difference of behavior there, and kind of tells me that people are self-selecting for delaying gratification or not.
Yeah, and I think it's important. I mean, honestly, probably the thing that Richard said that has really stuck with me the most. Someone turned it into a song. They did that like Songify thing, and it's like, if you cannot understand your competitor's weakness and strengths, you need to shut the fuck up. And like that actually really stuck with me. And so that's why I'm so interested in, you know, kind of expanding and you know, launching things on other chains other than PulseChain, because you know, how else can we succeed if we aren't understanding these things? And I think a lot of people they act like we're the only game in town when we're definitely not. And so it's really important to be able to kind of span that. And I really think that we live in a multi-chain world. I mean, look at DEX Screener, look at all the different chains that exist, and we're one of them. And we have to find our place and find our way to fit in with all these. And I think that you know, that's why to me it's really important to be, you know, very up to date with things that are going on in other chains, and seeing what opportunities are there, you know, because the opportunity, that's really what drives people to any chain. Like that's why, I mean, really over the past year, the only chain that's driven any type of retail, like new user adoption, really is Solana. And it's because of the perceived opportunities there. And so I think that like understanding how we can channel that and create those opportunities, like that's the only reason people choose a blockchain. Like I think that those other traits, like how decentralized it is or how fast it is or all these other things that are selling points, those don't necessarily speak to the thing that really gets someone to click that bridge button. The thing that really gets someone in is if they perceive some opportunity that they can't get anywhere else. And that's really the only thing that truly matters in terms of adoption. And so I think that, you know, understanding what it is about other networks that is creating that opportunity, you know, that's important, you know, but there are a couple things. I mean, probably now that we're talking about it, like the kind of reflecting on just kind of how, you know, like, you know, launching one of our assets on a different blockchain, that really kind of highlighted the importance of like that, like the impact of influence and credibility, you know, because it's like on PulseChain, you know, it's like we know everyone, we can, you know, connect with everyone, and, you know, we can impact people on PulseChain, but we go to a different network and it's like all the credibility related to PulseChain stuff, it's honestly negative credibility. Someone that I know who is more like he's into crypto but not into like PulseChain, he recommended that when launching that product on Solana to not even talk about like having coming from PulseChain or citing, the Gophers' success on PulseChain, as and I think what that means is that like people listen to the people who are kicking ass, and that's why kind of like the Solana ecosystem has drawn in so many people. Kind of when Hex was kicking ass in 2021, that was our time of maximum onboarding because it was the thing that was kicking ass recently. And so the importance of that like recent success in driving like onboarding credibility, I think that's a big thing that was, I'd say, missing from the Solana launch was that just like as coming to that chain to launch a product, there's not necessarily like a recent history of like real ass kicking on the chart to cite. And so I think that like credibility, is a big deal. And also the recent portfolio performance of the people who are investing in something. A lot of things on Solana really run because the people who are investing in those things are already up so much on Sol itself and on other coins in that ecosystem that they can just let things run. And it's not just like, people instantly trying to sell into any pump, trying to break even. So it's like a whole different like mentality around the holders of different assets where the kind of that momentum kind of builds upon itself. And when you're up so much on like the underlying thing, it lets you take on more risk, and in a way that like for capitalizing gains, not taking on more risk as a way to try to make it all back in one trade. It kind of shifts that perspective around, what your approach is to, buying and holding and kind of what your targets are. And so I think that because we don't necessarily reach many people on Solana, most of the people that, we reach are on PulseChain, and it like we didn't get a core group of those holders who in the last year are up so much they can just let something run. And so I think that these are things that I've really reflected on, just trying to understand like those like deeper dynamics of like the supply and the demand. So that's been really interesting to unpack.
The best way to know your audience on chain is to see what their behavior is. And if if Gophers on PulseChain had already done a 5 or 10x, then starting something on Solana would have brought in the people who were there for a quick flip, perhaps more than the people who were sticking around in the PulseChain version, kind of as like core holders. So I mean, these are really fascinating experiments. I've got an experiment going on right now that I'm really happy to update on. So you were kind enough to give me some of your time to give your feedback on Time Pays Me and what I'm doing with, especially being able to undo a hack and having a dead man switch for inheritance and stuff like that. And so since you and I last talked, maybe that was like 3 weeks ago, I created a few Twitter posts for people to be able to drop a fresh wallet address. And, you can have a wallet from Ethereum or a wallet from PulseChain, but anybody who drops a fresh address here, I'm giving them 1,000 Pulse to be able to try out timepays.me and possibly more tokens being airdropped in the future. No promises. No expectations, but I've just dropped that in the YouTube feed here. And I can tell you about 1,000 to 1,100 people have already given a unique wallet address. And it doesn't seem to be bots either. I mean, this was hard won over the past couple of weeks. And so, we're going to get to see more examples. And in this case, like I'm wanting to experiment with what set of users is like this group of people that is willing to do a task that's not so easy, like set up a new address. It's kind of like medium difficulty, but I'm going to keep releasing more and more opportunities for people to be on a list, right? Because like that's what I'm thinking might make a difference. at this conference, we're giving away $10,000 to the speakers, and it's given in a vault. And so you're on the list if you don't sell, and it's fine if you sell, if you're a speaker and you get an airdrop of 50 or 100 or $200. That's pretty cool. And, there's nothing wrong with selling it. But if you leave it in the vault, you're on a list of people that maybe another builder will come along to in the future, and they'll say, hey, look at this list of people that hasn't sold. That looks like a good list for me to airdrop a little bit of something to. And it could be tokens that are already existing or new tokens that come along. And so, I'm like really excited about this potential for people to be able to get paid to upgrade their security. Because another example is, maybe the Axis token or maybe the SolidX token would come along and incentivize their top holders to set up a second seed phrase so that you don't have to worry about $1 million hack happening from time to time. And so, hopefully that makes sense to everybody. And
I'll have to add an address in there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, Divcatcher, I wish we had more time together. I know that Sticker Guy is going to send the next group, but it's really been a pleasure having you in the community and having you on the stream tonight. Where can people find more of your content, and what do you have coming up next?
So you can find me on Twitter. That's the best place to reach me, at Tanto Nomini, or just search Dipcatcher. There's a lot of fake accounts of mine out there, so just don't get scammed. And we have a couple things kind of lined up. I mean, we're really using Gophers as kind of like a way to all the things that are like kind of the most like out there DeFi or NFT things that we can come up with and that we think can provide like real solutions or some engaging mechanic. That's kind of the platform that we're going to be launching. So coming up here in the next couple weeks is going to be a new type of NFT auction protocol that we've built.
Ooh,
that
wow.
is where kind of the premise is that you either win the auction or you get your money back plus a premium. So it's a pretty compelling way to auction really anything. And in this case, we're going to auction an NFT music video that introduces 2 new Gophers characters. And then everyone who holds Gophers on any of the chains is getting a NFT airdrop of one of the frames. And then the way that you can participate in that auction, it's going to be on PulseChain with P Gophers, and the winning bid gets burnt. So it's going to burn some P Gophers, and so that contract's done and the UI's done. So we're just kind of getting everything ready to roll out that auction. And then, got that down the pipeline, and then we'll kind of see kind of how that goes, and, perhaps turn into something that other people can use to almost as like an NFT launch pad where you can launch NFTs through this auction mechanism. So that's kind of the first thing there. Done some work towards I've talked about this in the past, but like an options protocol for meme coins, where everyone says PDI to $1. This would kind of let you like if you hold PDI, you can earn yield all the way up to as price goes to that strike price, or if you want to put down a little bit of money now and have the potential for a high multiple on that, you can buy the option. So kind of 2 different ways to play it. In both directions. Been working on that too. And, a couple other things. I've been doing a lot of just kind of, exploration of different types of things to launch. And I think really what I want to do is, I want to be in a position to be able because there's a lot of things out there that I'm really interested in, and building things that kind of like support any token. Like a lot of things I built, they've either been specifically around Hex, or they've been, Gophers in itself. But I really want to, kind of the next wave of products that I'm going to be rolling out are things that can kind of plug into any token, so that any of these, because I mean, there's a lot of really vibrant communities forming and a lot of momentum in some of these categories. And so I think that's kind of the next kind of wave of things is building things that can support really any type of asset, and not, you know, having to choose and more latch on to any one particular one.
Well, you're one of the great innovators of PulseChain, and so I hope you'll be able to come back on the Game Theory Gang show at some point in the next month, and we can hear more about your great ideas.
Oh yeah,
awesome. Well, thank you so much,
Thanks
Dip
for having me.
Catcher, for coming on, and I'm going to bring up the next panel with this 45-second song. Peace.
Thanks.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term, so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Boom.
What's up, y'all?
Yo, what's up, Maddie? Thanks for having us.
Hey, my pleasure. Well,
What's happening, y'all?
Yeah, I'm really excited. You three are awesome legends in the community. We were gonna have Kareem on here too. He might still be able to make it later on, but I'm gonna hand it over to you guys for the rest of the hour, and really appreciate the three of you coming to speak.
I can only stay
Absolutely.
for 7 minutes, but can I ask you a quick question, Maddie? How are you feeling after your crash? Like, are you recovered now from? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Yeah, so thanks for asking.
Okay.
Well, K4K.
Awesome. I'm gonna let you guys take it away. Thanks.
Since you're going to be leaving us in a couple minutes, I guess we should start with you. What's going on with you? How you been?
I've been good. I've been getting better. I think Sticker Guy in the back room said last thing he saw from me was pouring out alcohol, just quitting the stuff. Never really had a great problem with it. Just I just don't need it around me anymore. Richard Hart told us from the beginning, don't drink unless you have to, like, for whatever reason. Maybe not the perfect wording there. But I've just been focusing on spending time with family and meaningful relationships around me, and that's been growing my life. Like, I feel like I'm living life. Like, I've been living life this year. This year's been full of life and love, and I've grown closer with everyone I've met this year than I've ever been in my whole life. And it's because I took time away from crypto to focus on my life again. I took time away. I was putting too much into crypto. Like, my life was crypto, and life's not just about crypto, even though it's a big part. It's still a big part of my life. Obviously your guys' lives as well. You're here at the PulseChain conference, which is awesome. Two awesome people. I haven't met Lit in real life yet, but I cannot wait. We're gonna soul bond or something. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, exactly the same in person as I am. I'm just people are like, "Oh, you're a little more intense in person." Yeah. It's gonna happen, bro. I got nothing but love for you, and I'm really happy to hear that. What are you looking forward to? What's good?
I was just telling Lit in the green room. We were talking, during this bear market, trying to figure out ways to pump certain things like PulseX and burn more PulseX, burn more stuff in our ecosystem. And I was telling him, I think I've been made aware of something. I've found it, or it found me. I'm not sure how the universe works just yet, guys. I'm only 28, so birthday's this month, but I found something, and it seems like it can work for any coin, and it can. That whole thing about Richard Hart talking about PRC20s paired with ERC20s? Mm-hmm. I think I found the thing that is going to do that. And it's being tested out. And if you check my recent tweets, you might have an idea of what that is. I posted a chart that's insane.
I mean, it kind of sounds like you're talking about GIF.
I am, and it's I am a Richard Hart maximalist. Like the stuff he's taught and brought this community together, he started it. So like we wouldn't be here without what brought us here. And so always got to pay homage to that. And this stuff just makes every crypto better. That's how I see it. It's like adding a permanent buyer to any coin. Doesn't that sound good? Don't you want permanent buyers for your coins? You don't want guys who buy it and then sell it. They sell their whole stack. They just sell the price down. But what if they couldn't sell their whole stack because they bought some permanently? That's all I'll say for now. But that's kind of the gist, the message, and it all kind of is going to work for binding liquidity cross chain potentially. We're waiting to see how it works. It's happening currently with eICOSA and ICOSA, if you've heard of those. But we're seeing how that works out in real time right now. Like it only launched a day or two ago.
Yeah, I burn.
Yeah. Lots of stuff to look into. It's still very early, and I'm literally selling my house and I'm buying crypto. Like how much I believe in this stuff.
I've heard that story before.
I did, dude.
Are you really?
I'm gonna share something that I've never shared.
Bro, no cap. You're selling your house for crypto?
I think it'll be a cool story. But like during the bull market, at the top of the bull market, I got a loan on my house to buy more crypto. Okay.
Oh.
Not the wisest choice. Richard Hart says, ladies, liquor, and leverage. I did all three. I was like, you know what?
No way.
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yes.
Did you, bro? Did you quietly legend out behind the scenes? You did, didn't you? You just full legend. Bro, what do you mean? Ladies, liquors, loans? You went full legend out.
I'm just being honest. I just want to be honest. So
yeah.
I took on leverage. I bought Hex at like in the 40s.
Oof.
The 40s, guys. We're down here. We're not even above 1 cent on some of these.
So did my lady, bro. I know 44-cent Hex.
So I don't want anyone talking like I sold any top or whatever that I dumped on anybody. I'm in there. I'm preaching what I'm doing. Like I'm doing the stuff. I was like, we're going to the moon, aren't we, guys? We're going to the moon. And I totally believe that. And what better time to leverage again than at the bottom? So the bottom is good for dollar cost averaging. I'm not going to just take my house money and just buy crypto, like all of it. Gonna be more sparing with that as we go from here. Because like my house has gone up like 2x in like 3 years, so I've actually like made money on it. And so I think that'll be a really cool story because there's like that guy. Everyone hears about that guy who sold all his belongings, moved his family out to go live somewhere else for $1 Bitcoin, and he's doing amazingly well. You know, if you bought Bitcoin at $1, you're pretty much crushing it. And so I think that crypto's at that point right now as well, that it's time to be buying, not still in fear. Like I trust in crypto 100%. More than the fiat banking system. I don't care for that stuff. If you try and make a PayPal account and pay someone, they're blocking your money for days. Like you literally can't do anything in the fiat banking world, at least in my experience. It's like the worst. So just getting into crypto, learning about crypto, sharing about crypto. That's what I've been doing. Like I've been meeting up with more and more people and just able to talk about my life and what I'm doing, that they seem very interested. They're like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? They want to know more. Like they've never seen this world. It's another world. It's like you're moving at light speed when you're in crypto and everyone else is standing still.
Yeah.
And I like to pause and like help people along the way to understand it so that they can jump on the light speed train like out of here. You know what I mean? So that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, well, you're a young man, so I feel like no children, right?
No children.
Yeah, so then you have the ability to make sacrifices in your life, whether that means live with your parents or, do other things so that you can take those risks. And for some people, that's worked out really well. Like, not to just tell his story, but I know he's told it many times. But Abit Hex, in the last bear market, he sacrificed, the living conditions that he could have had. He could have stayed in nice apartments or a nice house, and he stayed at very below means accommodations to be able to stack those funds, to be able to buy as much crypto as he could. And then it turned him into, a retired Hexagon,
Yeah.
So I think the main takeaway is to not risk more than you can, afford to lose. Of course, you don't want to lose all your house money, right? But like when you took that leverage the first time, that was like
That
that
was not
wake-up
wise.
call. That was that wake-up call.
I'm not saying that was a good play.
This is not the way it's supposed to be done. You probably should have stepped in a lot slower.
I love you, bro. I remember I was there every day at that time, and like everyone was chanting $1 every channel, everywhere.
You
there
can't
was
throw your
not
house
one.
in for 2x.
I think there were actually 2 people who said it's not, and they were like chastised. They were like just beaten. They were beaten senselessly. How dare you say Hex isn't going to go to $1? So I remember that time, bro, and it's not.
People forget the bull market hysteria.
It is, yeah.
That was crazy. Plus, like what brought that is the snapshot or the hard fork. So like, if any of y'all were here at that time, it was like every channel in the community was like, dude, you need to stack Hex right now for the snapshot, which is the hard fork of ETH. So it was like what he's talking about. If you were here, it was logical to assume, dude, I'm safe to like go hard into this. And I got your back, bro. I know I remember.
And I sacked hard for the things that I believed in. I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of movement for everybody. So like, I feel like putting money towards those things makes those things a reality for people around the world. Like we're literally actively against the powers that be that want to control us. We want freedom for all. That's what I care about. That's what I'm doing. That's what my money's for. I'm going to use it to further that cause. Like that's what it's for. And temporary setbacks are just what they are, temporary.
Yeah. So you think maybe we'll see you in October for the
I'm going
hearing?
to New York for that. I'm gonna buy a suit. Don't think I have one, so I'll have to get a suit or something and look nice and presentable. Can't show up wearing my favorite sweatshirt or anything like that. So
yeah, I'll see you there. Just for those people out there that are listening, if you are thinking about coming, I would urge you to go to PulseChainTour.com and RSVP, because if we can kind of show the numbers that we're expecting, then we have a better chance of getting into a bigger courtroom space.
Is it PulseChainTour.com?
PulseChainTour.com, yes.
And that's for Richard Hart's showing at the SEC trial?
We have all of our events, but we also have the RH trial on there so that we can we collaborate with Nuclear Urge and with a lot of people in the space. So we're going to try and keep him informed on the numbers so that he can keep the courthouse informed.
Awesome. I'm actually going to RSVP then.
Yay.
Oh that's all I have to say for now.
I appreciate you, bro. I didn't know any of that, like, to be honest, and like I just want to tell you that like I stand with you. I fully thought that like this bonfire was gonna be lit as fuck, and I stand with you that you turned to what you did, because you and I were like leading the edge. Like you know what I mean. We were charging head first, 10,000x. 250x in 90 days, 50,000 people in the Telegram, biggest airdrop. Get your Hex now. Are you serious?
Well, we all thought PulseChain was coming out sooner than it was, and all that too. Like.
So we thought it was going to launch in 2 months. Like me and K4K, like we were leveraging assets in the real world and dumping them. And I was going like I went so hard. In hindsight, like I don't need to tell y'all the whole story, but like me and this guy are PulseChain brothers. What else do you say?
Dude,
Like, you're my
got
PulseChain brother.
The form
bro.
like Voltron is all yours, dude. I love that.
Look, I'm gonna.
saying.
What do you do when you put the call out into the sky, like to form like Voltron, and everyone brings their own logs, right? And we're all like, "Fuck, this bonfire is gonna be off the chain," and then like it goes to a dude who's like, "All right, not yet, y'all." like,
I just hope someone enjoyed some of that money I threw in at the top for
like
for everyone else to like who sold it down. They were like, "Oh, thank you, K4K. Thank you for throwing that money here at the top so we can sell it right on your head."
Thank you for being my exit liquidity. You know, look, as decentralized and cool as crypto is, we have to be real. Like that is, as a coach, that's gnarly to know when you're bringing people in who ape, like that's exit liquidity for someone selling. And it's just, I guess that's all markets, but in a small crypto sphere, it might be your boy. It's so heavy. Like in a small community, it's not like you're buying Apple stock. You know what I mean?
I think
it's like there's only 200 people there. That was my homie.
I think it was God trying to like humble me, and I am much more humble, I guess, now. So that's something.
I have come. Tell me.
Tell you everything. I don't know, dude. There's a lot.
Quick
It'll
version.
come out
What's
over
the quick
time,
version?
but-
Quick version. Like
Quick version. I don't know, dude. I've been working on my spiritual journey and finding God, and it's been the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my life. So that's something real.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saved me out of my darkest time.
Mm.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Anyway,
is
my bedtime's 10:30. I'm past my bedtime, guys. So good to see everybody. Glad I could share my bull market vibes in the bear market. So
Much love for you, man.
Yeah.
Much
Anyway,
love.
I hope you can share more about the tours and what's going on. But I gotta go.
Yeah.
But thanks for having me on, Maddie. Much
Yeah,
love.
me and
Good to
Lita
see you,
hang
brother.
out.
Yeah.
Me and Lit
K4K,
will
you're
hang
my
out.
pulse
We've
chain
done
brother
that.
forever. Hit me up
Forever,
anytime,
man.
brother.
Later.
Yo,
I love
Lit.
that dude.
I
love that
know.
dude, y'all.
I know. I
Like,
know.
I don't know if y'all know, if all y'all are new, but like me and that dude would be full scale legends if like it launched in 2 months. We would have been legends. They would have been like, hey, 4K lit games. Like we would have been like, legends. So I understand his story, and I have my own, and I really resonate. And at the end of the day, like, life is life. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Right?
Yep.
We may
Absolutely.
have the best bonfire anyone's ever seen in the history of bonfires one day. It may be random. It may trickle in. It may not happen. We're in the no expectation zone. But yeah, this journey has been a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a lot of people call me. I've had a dozen people suicidal. I've had some people loving their life. I've had some people making great decisions. I've had some people making horrible decisions in this PulseChain Hex game. I've had some people oversack and then need the money and then not know what to do. And then I've had some people be like, dude, no, I sacked responsibly. I'm fine. So it's like a variation in the community, and we've lost some people. We've gained new ones. Like, it's like a roller coaster that doesn't have a safety strap, and on some humps, just people are just flying out, and you're like, whoa, like they were here a minute ago, And after a few years, the community is like that. And you kind of like find out who's still here and who's who and who has integrity and who doesn't and who made a mistake and who's willing to own up to it and fix it and who's not. And you start seeing like who people are. And I think people are starting to see after years who's real and who's not. And like when I see K4K like speak like that, mad respect. I was there for those years. I know all the stuff that happened and when we went through, and I'm like right with the dude, like much love. And
Yeah.
I think there's a bunch of people in different places. And like I think, yeah, at this point, like what's our main objective right now, in your opinion? Because you got your ear to the track, girl. You're like literally traveling the world in this PulseChain Hex game. Like you're probably one of the best people to ask, actually, like what's happening around the world with PulseChain.
Yeah, I think that I like what K4K was saying about taking a step out of crypto, because I think when you get too stuck in Twitter and too stuck in the digital world of PulseChain, then you forget to, you know, see the sun, touch the grass. And I think that that's where the in real life events are totally different, right? Like I've heard this, oh, PulseChain community is so toxic. It's not. Like
When you meet
go
them,
shake and meet these people. It's not that energy. It's actually one of the most inviting, most like educated communities that I've ever been a part of. You know what I mean? And I'm not just saying this in one city. I'm saying this all over the world. Everywhere I go, this is the energy that we get. We get love, we get collaboration, people wanting to build, people wanting to, you know, network, people just wanting to talk to other people that they can talk to crypto about, right? Because think about it. If you were at your mama's house, your grandmama's house for Mother's Day, were you talking about crypto? Hell no, because they don't want to hear
hell
it.
no.
You
Hell
know?
no. Especially not in my house.
No, because more
Oh
than
my
likely
God.
they didn't believe you about crypto until they saw, you know, 27 green candles, and then that's when they aped in, and now they're like, oh, when can I sell? It's trash, this, that, and the other. So like the meetups is where you get to vibe with people who have the knowledge to understand that there are bear and bull markets, that even in bear markets there are still ways to make money, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like I have elevated my portfolio in this bear market just because of all the opportunities that there's been, the opportunities to farm, the opportunities to, well, there's been a crazy amount of airdrops. Not to say that I'm like dumping all the airdrops, but like you can do things. And then we have like this new system with Give, where it's like taking your old assets and making them more valuable, possibly creating some parity between your ETH assets and your PulseChain assets. So I'm very still excited. Like I love hanging out with you because you bring that lit that I be
can't help
feeling. You know what I mean? Big
I
shout out
can't.
to Randy Hilarski.
Big shout out to Randy. Randy's an OG. He knows. He's been here as long as he knows the game. Big shout out.
Yeah.
Much love, bro. And
Yeah.
Randy's kicking up some dust, y'all. Like he's kicking
Yeah.
up some serious dust on this chain, and I appreciate the volume. I appreciate the
Yep.
love, and it. Like, what else do we do? I mean,
I
does it
love
all come
all
down
the
to volume?
communities.
Does it all come
Yeah.
down to volume? Like at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say, having been to those events in person, like having gone to a PulseChain event, it's hard to walk up to you and then feel your aura and not want to hug your ass. Like I just walked up, I was like, "Give me a hug, girl," and hugged you, and like have that energy. That's like, but at the same time, you like you'll be like, boom, like one sentence, you'll cut some bullshit. Like I noticed right away, like, damn, you speak your mind, girl. Like you don't stress, like. And you're like, oh, you get me. I was like, yeah. And has that been helpful at the tour that you like have that sword of like, boom, like you just handle stuff? Like
since I started doing this touring stuff, like almost 3 years now, I've always been considered the mama bear, right? And what do you know about a mama is they love you hard, but they don't take no shit, right? like when it needs to get done, it needs to get done.
I like that.
Big shout out to SJ. Look, she's speaking my mind. She over there in the chat saying exactly what I'm on.
SJ's beast moding on the tour too. So it's
yeah.
So-
So it's me, RG, and SJ that have been traveling the United States for the last year, doing these events. And then when we get to Europe, we're teaming back up with Crypto Sparbook, the originators of the first Hex tour. We also did a big event in Frankfurt last year, and now this year we're doing 6 weeks in Europe. I am so excited. My first time going to Europe was last year for Frankfurt, and it was just that one little event and then out. So this time I'm going to get to travel, you know, pretty much around the
So
whole
rad.
thing. It's going to be
That's
insane.
so rad.
I mean,
I'm not
the
gonna
first
lie,
event-
I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead. We got the
think you figured it
414
out.
dev coming out. Like that's fucking legendary. Or excuse me, family show. But that's
think
pretty incredible. The support that we get from the community.
Yeah, and I think you figured it out. I'm sorry, y'all. I won't blow up the spot a little bit. I think she's like way smarter than anyone else understands. Because I was like thinking about it. I was like, hey, I can't help but think like a coach, y'all. I just can't help it. And I was like, all right, so hold on. You like wake up and you got like people linked up and you go city to city. What are you traveling the world? Are you meeting up with people who love you and hug you? And then you go and eat and you work your ass off for a mission and you're just meeting like these. And she's like, kinda. And I'm like, you traveling the world. You're gonna look back on this time and be like, oh, that was so sick. Like, is it like that for real? Like, are you having the
Yeah.
time of your life?
It's a true blessing, right? Like, I don't know if you know a whole lot about my background, but I come from the nonprofit space, right? So it's very service driven. Like you find your comfort, your happiness in providing a service, right? So the fact that I can be involved in crypto, something that I'm very passionate about, something that I love very much, but still offer a service to the community, like it's not my mission, it's not my calling to sit in front of cameras, you know, to give that alpha or whatnot. We have many people that can do that. But I do feel it is my mission, my calling to be able to bring people together. It's something that I've done, you know, the majority of my adult life. And now I get to bring those skills and talents into the crypto space. Even more so, I'm involved. I sit on the board of the PulseChain Foundation, right? So you may know that we've been raising money so that we can get MEXC listed, you know, on or get PulseChain listed on MEXC, a pretty notable exchange. And go ahead, you had a question?
Does that require supply? Because as I understood, like they require a certain amount of supply, sometimes a payout. There's like terms they give you to be on there, and if you have to do it, or else they won't have you on, basically. And I didn't think we were ever doing that. Is that true? I don't know.
Doing that. Yes, we are actively doing that. The goal, the contract is to raise $120,000. Some of that is for liquidity, some of that is for their fee. But yes, we've got support from a lot of our builders in the space. Pateas has supported, Dipcatcher and Gophers, the Maxi ecosystem has supported Buck and the Fux system. There's been a lot of support from our builders. What we haven't seen is a lot of support from the community at large, right? And we're not asking the small, you know, player to give thousands of dollars or whatnot. You can give $20, you can give $50, but if you want to see PulseChain, you know, get in a place where it's being recognized by other crypto users, right? Then we need to get some kind of exchange listing. At least from my perspective, I feel like that is beneficial to us. Kareem!
Bang, bang, bang. What's up, everybody?
That's my party guy.
Oh, good to see you. Right, that's the nigga. Sorry I'm late. I literally just ran as fast as I could from an event with my friend and for like Mother's Day stuff. But I've been watching. I was on the road for the last 30 minutes.
Long time no see, buddy. I feel like I'm one of the few blessed people that have had the opportunity to meet like a large majority of the community in person. And I can say for certain that nobody parties like Kareem party. Like you talk about like putting me in my place, like mama, you need to go to bed. That's
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. But we do many things. Again, we only got one life, not to go too
yeah,
deep. But
gotta live it, right?
it's work hard, play hard. I have some great update for you guys, but I wanted to hear everybody first, so that's good. What did I miss besides?
I just want to say hi to Kareem. I want you to know, like, I've never streamed with you, but I've 3 years in the game now, and the first time that I saw you stream was random chance. Okay, it's a random episode of Quant Gang, and I don't know if you remember this episode or not, but you broke down a strategy for a hex staking ladder where you took 30%, and then oh my god, it was like a master class.
Yes,
and I
sir.
sat there and like silent in chat, and then at the end of you speaking, I was like, "What just happened?" And someone in the comments, like it was Susie or some OG from back in the day, like Hexagon Green or something, was like, "Oh, lit! Like Kareem does this all the time."
It's basically the dream account. So literally, which by the way is alive and well and thriving. So and it's so important because I think it was one of my greatest moments because I genuinely wanted to add value and genuinely wanted people to understand that if you have discipline with proper understanding of what is it that you own, right? You add a little bit of math to that, then you literally got everything that you need. Another one of my powerful catchphrase, stay, date, and chill. It literally is the most important thing, so you don't also end up losing yourself. Makes sense? That's why I love what K4K said earlier when I was listening, because it's very real, and that's why I love him. I met him a couple of times. Is that he don't miss because he tells you the truth, how he feels, and he's learned some valuable lessons the last couple of years, and I'm glad he started to realize that a lot of us, we've been through that too. We just did it sooner. It's not like we just came here and we're like, oh, genius. No, we experimented faster, sooner. We crash, we burn, and we learn what not to do, right? One of my favorite quotes, tell all the time, from Abraham Lincoln, he says, I always learn from people. It's just sometimes I learn what not to do. And if you don't get that wisdom, then you end up doing the thing, and then you have to learn the hard way type thing. But once you understand that, everything just kind of pretty much, set you free. And what you said earlier too, which was really, really good, was, touch the grass, see the sun. That was very powerful because it's important. Sometimes people get lost in the sauce. Sometimes, everybody knows Twitter sometimes has toxicity, and it could be any social media. If you're just always on social medias, it doesn't work. Like at some point you forget real life. At some point, you get like so caught up into things happening and you think like the market's moving too slow because you're so close to it. You don't understand what's the essence of investing. It's delayed gratification. It's you made the move, now you chill, and then you wait, and then it comes to you, right? And that's the part when people are a little bit missing. And the more you're trying to play the guessing game and trying to time it, right, and not understand it's time in the market and not timing the market, you end up getting lost in the sauce, I love those events because it's a constant reminder of like what we hear, what the bonds, what kept us here, and what you said earlier too, which is you get to also see who's real, who's not, right?
Yeah.
Because people can run the noise and then this 100%. And that. Hey, we're always gonna show up. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get lost in the sauce. I'm not gonna listen to the noise. Like even you see me when I tweet, it's like if I see a major market move or whatever, because people are busy. I'm not gonna flood their feed with some garbage. But the key important event, you will always see me there. I mean, unless I'm incapacitated or whatever, you know what I mean? And then the rest, you can see it on the blockchain because it's there for you to see. So
yeah,
true.
Absolutely.
Facts.
So Kareem, what do you
Go ahead.
I was just because we were talking about centralized exchange listings for PulseChain. Do you think that is a road that we need to be putting effort towards? Do you think that that's important to have a easier on-ramp into PulseChain besides just bridging?
Well, to me, it's a little bit tricky, right? I look at it like, obviously on-ramp is a good thing, but sitting and waiting, kind of like the whole exchange thing, because I see both camp, right? You don't want to rely on the exchange, something goes bad, or if they dump on your head after whatever. But then somebody can say, well, what if we get the listing for free and we don't give them money or whatever? Because every now and then they hit me up too. And I'm like, yeah, nah, we don't do that, because it's no expectation and we're not trying to turn nothing to security or whatever. But then also on the other hand, you look at it like, well, if you got Ethereum, right, or let's just say Bitcoin, you find a way to buy a crypto and then move it and then do the bridge, that's fine. But then again, some people are not always crypto savvy. And that's why you have those kind of like websites or things where you can put your card and then get the crypto and then they charge you a fee. So it's always kind of like a balance of things. But what I've noticed over the years is you just got to end up, again, this is back to what I used to do, professional sales. You got to meet people where they're at. You get me? Like some people, they're like, Kareem, respectfully, I'm a little lazy, borderline. I kind of want to just give you the money, you do it for me. And I always say no to that because no, I'm trying to teach you. And then I'm retired. I'm not trying to get a new job. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? So, but I will say, all right, the next best thing is you go to this app. Yes, there's a fee. I give you full disclosure. And then, hey, that's just your easy way. And then you have people that are like, yo, I hate fees. I want to learn all the ins and outs. I'm willing to do X, Y, and Z. What's the best way, the most efficient way I'm willing to learn? So in that way, I'm not, forcing or making somebody do something they're not as comfortable because they might end up changing their mind, be like, you know what, it's too complicated. I'm not going to do it, right? They're just going to kind of like give up. And back in the day, with Staker app, at least, it was also easy because I can just show it from the app and then boom, just rotate. Now we got to go to the website. Well, is what it is. But at least I look at it like that. So it's not a right or wrong. It's more like a 50 Shades of Grey and meeting people where they're at and having multiple options is always best. Because there's always going to be that one guy or the people that are going to be like, oh, you have this option, well, I like that option, and you don't have it. Well, when you have all the options, then you'll be like, hey, I got what you need. What do you want? You want this? I got this. You want that? I got that. You want this other thing over there? Boom. Oh, I got this coin. I need to convert it. Yeah, we can do it over there as well. So that way you will find it the same way we used to tell people, hey, don't just have one exchange for Unwrap because what if they don't like you? They shut down your account, whatever it might be. Have multiple that you have KYC. Just in case. The same way you want to have multiple banks, just in case that one bank you had for 20 years, one day you wake up, they don't like you no more for whatever reason, shut down your card. What are you going to do? So redundancy, I think, it's the best. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Lit, you had a question, huh?
Yeah, go ahead,
I'm
Lit.
just curious, like, bro, we've been here for like a couple years now. I was calling some pretty crazy shots. I thought we were launching in 2 months. Do you remember that time how much economic energy was built up? Do you remember that time where it was like get in before snapshot, before the fork? Like, do you remember when it was like the block second time is 4x faster? Do you remember and then it took like 2 years to get us launched, and then now it's been a year. So it's like 3 years later. I kind of realize I'm 3 years in. Some people are 4 years in. Some people are 2 years in. Some are 1. How do you speak to people where they're at now? Because I've been here 3 years and I'm like, damn, like thought we were gonna have a rager. Like I really in my heart, like I believed in my soul.
Yeah.
It's what's like the
Trust me, in there with you. I think there's a couple of things here, and this is good because I've been talking a while, so I guess today is gonna get a little bit extra. Hope Maddie don't mind. I don't know. Is somebody supposed to speak after us? Because this is good. It might take a while. So fair warning, might turn to a fun game episode out here. It's been a while, and I feel like some people need some guidance, some people need some love. It's like, what I mean? The Hex Jesus is here. Don't you worry. Have no fear. So a couple of things, right? People are not crazy. We're not crazy. We're holding strong for a reason. Crypto is here to stay. Again, it's a combination of what we talked about. Some people are just too close to the sauce. You ever been in a situation where you feel like time don't move? Or you haven't been in other situations where oh my God, time just fly, right? Versus you having fun, versus you having this is rough, this is this and that. When reality is just perspective, right? Because time just moves the same. This is actually a barometer to let you know you're just too close. You need to step back. You need to realize what other macro event that can affect you, right? The same way where the market did things that we didn't expect, right? Usually what happened to Bitcoin is having then all-time high, 4 months later, boom, cycle continue. Well, guess what? This time we got a new all-time high before having. You know what I mean? And then people get all excited and this and that, but they forget usually that's not supposed to happen. Now, yes, we got the ETF and all this other stuff, but you got to remember that technically it's halving and then 4 months later, off we go. Well, if you look at it like that, yes, we get a new all-time high, the little fake out, whatever, 72K, but we're still within that time frame, which then tells us by September, October, which is also, an election year, that's when you get the liftoff. So when you look in that perspective, we're still within the time. We're still within the 4-year cycle. You know what I mean? I'm a firm believer also that Ethereum will eventually get the ETF. It's a matter of just literally like when, you know what I mean? Not even the if. So once you understand that, it puts that in perspective. Also, we had to deal with inflation, right? Everybody thought rate cuts will come, you know, quick math for those who are new. It's important because you need interest rate to go down. Interest rate go down, we get cheap money. You get cheap money, stock market go all-time high, like, you know, even gold start to move a little bit. And then that money end up trickle down to crypto to then continue to move up, just like the same way it affects real estate. Well, this week, actually, fun fact, we have, you know, the reading coming on Wednesday. 2 things going to happen. Fair warning for everybody, you know. If the reading turns out good, hey, meaning like rates are going to potentially go down because the inflation is not going to be as bad, we're going to have a really, really nice summer. If the reading is bad, then that means that they got to keep rate higher for longer, and we may not have a rate cut until possibly the end of the year, which then means, you know, you might get Bitcoin goes to, you know, lower 50s. And then if Bitcoin goes down, everything gets hit. But this is not like, oh, the market is against me and da da da. No, you're just too close. You need to remove yourself. We're not that important. Trust me. Everything just gets affected in the right way. You understand? It's always about a perspective. I give you another analogy. It's kind of like, oh, why is life so tough to me and this and that? But when you zoom out, you talk to other people, you realize, hey, we all got problems.
It worse.
It's a word about it at any level. Trust me. And you learn that empathy. And this is why I love to travel, because it gives me that perspective. It makes me do other things, right? If I want to share a little bit what I've been doing the past, you know, basically just this year. I mean, I've been to Colombia. I'm doing my traveling, which I always do. Good for my soul. You know, every 2-3 months I go to a new country. But besides that, I did something new that I never done before, right? I'm in Louisiana right now with my best friend, you know, Eunice Hexkin as well. And we built a house. I've never done that before. Imagine 2 people frame a whole entire house in 13 days. Day 17, we had literally shingles on the roof. You know, we had some people do all that. It's like 12-hour days, like doing cool stuff, doing what men's do, right? I wanted to shift perspective. I wanted to show the haters that I can do it, right? We don't just write checks out here. We actually can do the work, right? And those who follow me on my Instagram, they see it live. I got the video. I got all the receipts, the timestamp. And it's like, because we're like, hey, we love crypto. We already did. We accumulate. Now it's like, instead of feel sorry for ourselves, what can we do? Okay, we travel, we onboard. But other than that, what can we do? We generate new cash flow on top of what we already have, because it's a great time to accumulate, right? When you shift your perspective, you can never lose, because you look at it like you win or you learn, right? We're going up, everything is great. I already got the plan. We're going down. Hey, I hustle a little harder, continue to onboard, generate new cash. You know, if we can generate $50,000, $60,000 a month of new money, oh, we're buying this dip. We don't complain. We don't argue on Twitter. We just, hey, we do what we do, because we understand those who get it, get it. Those who don't. Price can literally 100x. It doesn't change. I'm staked, right? Dream account. It's locked in. I'll see you in 2035. Case closed. You know what I mean? Before that, the first one is 2030. It still produce. And it's the craziest thing I want to share with everybody, to friendly remind them, even in the deepest of the deepest of the deepest of the bear market, Dream account never lost multi-million-dollar status. That's how strong Hex is. And when you can build that level of indestructible wealth, you can only imagine when you start trending the other way. I mean, it's just going to be stupid money at this point. But the point that I'm trying to make is the real beauty of stake, dig, and chill, and the tool that we have is, once you made the move, you literally just free your time to then go do important things, right? Like some of us travel the country, spread the word, amazing. Some of us do educational video and Twitter and the community, amazing, really needed, you know what I mean? Some of us literally bust their ass generating new cash flow, because again, some of us, we had skills. This is the most thing that's the most hilarious to me. Like, people forget, like some of us, like Richard, like we made money before crypto. It's not like we just show up one day and then we have nothing to do and then we just got lucky. No,
right?
We were making $1 million business way before. You get what I'm saying? So for us, it's like, all right, cool. We had a 10-year plan. Shit happened faster than we thought in 3 years. And then, yeah, we're in a bear market, but what are we going to do? Just sit on our hands? Like, no, that's how you get depressed. Because you got money, okay, you're financially free, but who the fuck are you? Excuse my French. Like, and also you have to do the spiritual work. Like, okay, you got this money. Like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna travel? How are you gonna spend it? How are you gonna watch out for people that just want to leech off you? How are you gonna watch out for, again, the wealth syndrome and all the pitfalls, the family that you got to take care of, the new friends, right? The relationship with females, right? Like all these things, you got to know thyself or work on that. Because if not, you can have all the money in the world. You think all your problems are solved? Hey, shit, new problem shows up. It comes like that with levels. So it's just like kind of like a video game. You get to a new level, you're happy, you accomplish. Oh, I leveled up. But then now, guess what? There's a new boss. You get what I'm saying? And this new boss, he don't care about what you did before. He's like, I got you. I can handle this. You got to learn the new skills to beat the new boss. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm just laughing as a coach.
Like
That's
a
game
video
right
game,
there.
bro.
What do you do with that when you get the new boss? What's your mindset? How do you get to 50, 60 grand a month and stay motivated?
Okay, good. Well, first of all, you forget the money as much as you can. One of the best way, you lock it away. That's it. You take away the key. If it's accessible, you will go get it. You get what I'm saying? One of the first thing I learned from Grant Cardone, the 10X rule, right? The mentality that you got to literally burn the ships, because if there's a way you can access it, you fucking will. Trust me.
You burn the ships on the shore so you have no way back.
Yeah, you gotta have to look at what I did for you. I'll give you an example in Miami, right? When I first got to Miami, I kid you not, I was spending like $60,000 a month. I'm not flexing. I'm just telling you, it was crazy. But I built connection. I met people, and then I said, "All right, Kareem, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to be disciplined. We're going to learn." Right? Then he went to 40 3 months later. Then he went to 30. Then I got it locked down to about like 15, 10. But if I forced that discipline on myself, and I locked the money away. And then, the bear market helped a little bit too, because then he went down with it. So that's like whatever. But it forces me to network even more, meet more cool people, filter out the fake people that were just literally here for the party because, oh, Kareem, you don't party 7 days anymore. Maybe you party only 2 times a week. All right, then the fake friends, they leave. The real friends, they stay. The realer friends going to be like, hey, what can we do over there? Can you help me do this and do that? And we don't always just do the coolest thing everywhere, every time. You know what I mean? Like my mom was more excited, and my sister too, when I started building the house with my best friend here in New Orleans. They'd be like, thank God, we're tired of seeing you in the club all the time. Can you do something else? I was like, all right, cool. You know what I mean? It's just like, but you need that filtering message to really see who's down for you. Like you said earlier, who's down for the community, who's really here for the real thing, or who was just here as a scavenger, just temporarily here. And then, it's easy to be cool in the good times, right? It's when things start to shift, you get to see who's who. And you need that filtering.
100%.
Had I not done that, I could have spent more money, build less connection. The fake friends will still be around. And more importantly, I wouldn't have discovered what I needed to do to get to my next level, which is, again, more spiritual journey, more like things not necessarily related to money, because money is taken care of. It's like, how do you want to live the rest of your life? You know what I mean? What do you want to put in your body in terms of, you know what I mean? Not just like food and water, but spirits, energy, because people are energy. You know what I mean? Some people are so negative, like you hang out with them, be like, go over there, I don't want that, complaining and this and that. And hate. You're like,
let me ask you guys this, because this has been a power panel, and the three of you are crowd favorites. Would you guys be willing to come back on the show in the next month and be special guests together?
Sure, I'll do that. Maddie, I will do that.
Awesome.
It's been a while.
Thank you. This panel did not have enough time, and all three of you are awesome. Tell us where people can find more of your content.
Who's first? Me? Can I make one announcement before we go?
Please do.
Is that okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to announce that the PulseChain tour, we will be doing the 369 event again next year in Vegas. We are hoping that will be our largest in-person event to date. So stay tuned. Check out the website for more information on that. I love Pulse domains. So I'm using the cryptoculture.pulse.fyi as my contact, because you can link it to your socials. You can link it to your website. You can give information about yourself. So big shout out to Pulse Domains for providing this awesome thing for the community.
They created an update that they just launched during the conference,
It's awesome.
and yeah, so it should be available soon.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, Pulse Domain's a G. Like his whole team, like the deeper you look into those bros, you'll be like, wow. Like really big shout out to those guys, and big shout out to Jacob from PLSP. That's my boy. I appreciate him. He's my favorite innovator on the chain, and I don't know if everyone knows how much he innovates. I appreciate him a lot. I'm Lit Gains. I've been here 3 years. I've been through a lot of ups, a lot of downs. I'm still here, loyal. I'm open-minded to where we go next, and I'm hopeful for the future, but I'm aware of that a lot of people fell off the ride, and some of those were my boys, and it hurts my heart pouch, but I'm also like very hopeful for the future, and I know like this party, if it gets kicked off right, is going to be out of control. And
awesome.
I think learning from K4K and your magic, like I feel really great vibes about everything moving forward. Thank you for having me, and we'll talk next month.
Yeah, sounds great. Kareem,
Very well
where can
said.
people find you?
Yeah, on Twitter, Your Magic, like on the screen, and on Instagram, Kareem Crypto, Cuatro Cinco. Yeah, I mean, the simple, easiest version is, again, just people, don't get lost in the sauce, believe in yourself, trust your investments. You're not crazy. Just remember what they are. It's investments. It's long-term. You're not trying to get rich. You're trying to build wealth. Remember, stock market people sometimes had to wait 40 years. We got gains that we had in, literally in 2-3 years. So if it has to be 5, or even I dare say 10 to 15, just remember it's still a third compared to what a normal average, wherever else we had before. So perspective is one of the best gifts you can have. And go outside. If you find yourself getting a little too annoying, crypto or Twitter or whatever, you're getting too close. Again, like she said, go touch the grass, see the sun, go meet some people face to face if you can. I know it's hard for some people. It's not easy to travel. It costs money. I get it. But even in your local community, like meetups.
Excellent advice. Yeah. Thank you guys. Well, we're going to continue this panel later on. And up next, we have BitBoy, V2, Ben Armstrong. So I'm going to play 45 seconds of music and bring up our next guest. Thanks for being here, guys.
Bang, bang.
Thank you, Maddie.
It's an insane staking on ETH and Post. We on 2 chains. How the coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to bitches.
Hey.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great.
So, are you up to the challenge of starting off with doing some stand-up?
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of funny stuff. There's funny stuff about PulseChain, right? There's funny stuff about crypto. And I did something. I can't wait to share with people in a minute.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, look, at some point in the next hour, I was unsure, I thought it was too good to be true that you would show up. And so I had artificial intelligence write a script, and it actually found a couple of good jokes. So I'll let you go ahead, and then maybe later in the hour I can come back and we'll break it down.
Okay, this is impressive. And then so we're gonna talk for a little bit, and then we're gonna just talk PulseChain, I guess, right?
Sure. Yeah. This could either be conversational style, or we could have you speak solo, whichever.
Yeah. So, well, I would just like to, talk a little bit about my experience with PulseChain stuff, but yeah, obviously, look, I got to be honest. We all have the same ideas these days. I thought it'd be really funny if I had AI write jokes and I just read them just like you did, because that's the way we use everything for everything, right? Because look, I could get into Richard and I could make jokes about Richard. It's really easy to make jokes about. I mean, the very first thing that always comes to my mind is everybody seems to be really bullish on Red Bull cans for him. And I just keep going back to the fact that everybody realized the Red Bull can is the smallest one. I don't know. I just have to say that. If you ever been to the store, if you go to the gas station, you go in, you go to the energy drink section, you're going to find that the Red Bull can is actually really tiny. And I don't know if maybe Richard has been confused and he just has really, really tiny water bottles that maybe when he sends his photos to his lady friends, they've given him a false idea of Red Bull can. So I just want to throw that out there first and foremost for everybody. And how about for everybody in PulseChain? It's got to be great to not be the butt of the joke for once, right? We're trying to find other butts of jokes instead of the PulseChain people. And I tell you, I watched the Highest of Stakes. Have you guys seen the Highest of Stakes? Have you seen it?
I've seen it 10 times.
You seen it 10 times? Well, I didn't finish it. I started watching it, and I got to the part where it goes into the guy buying at the very, very, very top with all of his money, and I haven't had the heart to finish it to see what happens.
Mikey, yeah.
All I know is I saw this movie, and then I went and I checked the price at the time that he bought it, and I looked at the price now. And that could be its own comedy or horror story, depending on how you want to look at it. So you know this guy?
Oh, he spoke at the Hex conference in January. We had over 100 speakers at that one as well. And get this. So I mean, you can see on chain what's going on with his like sacrifice and stuff because they showed it in the movie, which is like, that's questionable whether they should have shown the exact amount that he bought.
Yeah.
But people can do the chain analysis themselves. Mikey at the Hex conference in January said that this coming January he might get his wife on to talk, and it's
still married.
It's actually very possible that they're in profit even as we speak.
Yeah, really?
Because if you look on chain, it's not exactly like they put it in the movie.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, interesting, because this is why I haven't finished the movie. I've been afraid to see the ending of it. So we have a happy story. They're still married, and he's not dead. And they're able to eat and feed their family. This is amazing news. I am super happy about this. I now have the courage to go and finish the film. But I want to share some of the worst jokes that I found. Here we
Please.
go. What's a Hex user's favorite type of music?
I don't know. What kind?
Steak and roll. Thank you, AI. Here's a great one. I thought this was really good. How does Richard Hart like his tea? He infuses it with a little bit of Hex. Thank you, ChatGPT. These are the unfunniest jokes that were ever written. Why did Richard Hart start knitting?
I don't know. Why?
He heard it was the best way to deal with the ups and downs of the crypto market. Thank you, ChatGPT. Okay, hold on. How did Richard Hart? This is a very important joke because, as we know, the SEC going after him. They're saying he's not transparent and all this stuff. How did Richard Hart do at the hide and seek game? And I like the way it says, "How did Richard Hart do at the hide and seek game?" Not, "Hey, how was Richard Hart at hide and seek?" It's, "How was he at the hide and seek game?" He was great at hiding, but kept telling everyone where he was. Talk about transparency. So these are some of the worst jokes. I found a lot of them. I found about 100 of them. I found what I thought to be probably the worst 4 or 5.
Well, I've got a short list here, but my GPT did better because they just updated it to 4.0.
Oh, I tried to make mine bad, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to hear a couple of?
Yeah, I would like to hear. I would like to hear the good side of the humor of ChatGPT because I'm stuck on the Debbie Downer side.
Okay, yeah, because I had told I told the ChatGPT to do research if needed to have fresh and specific
nice.
jokes. And I said it's the 1-year launch anniversary of PulseChain. And it actually like checked 6 websites and has like, like references and stuff. So.
Oh, wow. Let's hear it.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll start off with this one here. Remember when PulseChain had that ICO? Sorry, sacrifice? I haven't seen that many people giving up something valuable since my last relationship.
Oh, God. That was actually pretty funny.
Hex joke. Hex is like the vegan option of crypto. People keep asking, but why though? All right, Richard Hart humor. Richard Hart is the kind of guy who could sell ice to an Eskimo and then convince them to stake it for a year.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
All right, here's a good one. So SEC mentioned. I heard the SEC is still trying to serve Richard Hart. Maybe they should just stake their lawsuit for 5,555 days to get some yield out of it.
That's pretty good. That's a good one. So clearly your ChatGPT is smarter than mine. I keep mine dumb on purpose. I don't want to have access to all of the good jokes that you do. I've got to find my own funny jokes, and I just find unfunny ones on ChatGPT.
Well, look, I've been watching your show lately, and you've definitely grown on me. You're already like known as one of the top influencers in all of crypto. And but yeah, I laugh out loud when I watch your stream. It's really great.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I've always tried to blend the news and the delivery with entertainment, because nobody wants boring. And actually the numbers bear that out more and more over and more, is that people don't just like interesting. Now they need something interesting that also is going to constantly stop every once in a while and grab their attention. Not like, hey, this is interesting information. Like if you're watching, like when I'm going through and I'm putting together my videos now, and this is something I've had to change. Like something I've had to change about the way that I do my videos is that I have to put clips in them. If you don't put video clips inside of your content to break it down, to break it up for people, they just won't pay attention. Like you get little clips, they're like, oh, what is this? And then they watch it. And then if I'm talking for more than 3 or 4 sentences in a row, people stop watching the videos. You have to constantly be changing stuff. And it's one of these things that's really unfortunate, because like my new videos are much better. They're much more interesting and they're much better to watch. But a lot of the information is the same. And the way I was delivering it before, it's more like, hey, here is the actual information. Take it all in. Now it's like, I'm going to give you some cool highlights so you watch it. But the more in-depth content, like people can't really take anymore. And it's really sad, because, you want to tell them about a project, you want to tell them everything about it, but they're just not going to watch it. If you do deep dive on unless it's like a top trending coin, people just aren't going to really care about it. And I think it really is just this attention economy, here one day, gone the next. And it's changed the way I have to even deliver my content. So I've always thought about being entertaining and making it interesting to watch above just giving the information, because that's never going to be good enough to actually like it. None of us, not one of us, has been able to really penetrate the mainstream. Like I've been the closest. I've had my flirts with it, my karate combat stuff. I was in the World Series of Poker, I was leading the whole thing on day 5. And then of course, all my drama, the New York Times articles, the whole thing. Like I can kind of pierce the mainstream a little bit. But we've got to break through that. And that's what we haven't done yet in crypto. And that's why I'm really concerned about this bull run. I'm looking at the YouTube landscape, and I'm seeing that, the top YouTubers, that are out there right now, they're just bells and whistles. They're just flashy. It's just why people are watching them. And the really good content, people aren't really getting right now. And that's why I've been trying to, like I said, improve everything. But you have to deliver it to them in a way that they're going to want to watch it. So, I like to kind of be funny, but I think I've got my content is really, really good too.
The way that you study your craft reminds me of Mr. Beast, who I saw speak live in LA this past year. He started from in his car.
Yeah.
And what he did is he spent so much time paying attention to what the algorithm is appreciating and what it is about human attention that causes people to pay attention to things. It sounds like you've done deep dives into your craft. For example, you had a tweet the other day where you were calling out two of the biggest crypto accounts on Twitter and YouTube, showing that they had low quality followers, these like bot farms and whatnot. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, sure. And I want to tell everybody I'm about to start using it.
Oh, it's muted right now.
What's
for
that?
some reason.
Oh, can you hear me?
Me.
Oh, it's you. Oh, can they hear?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Now I've lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
I was asking about like
about the AI stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So look, this is what's really important for people to understand. Things are changing in front of us constantly, right? But right now, with the way that influencing works, we're watching it change right in front of us. And I don't want to say that what these people are doing is wrong, right? Because I'm about to start using some of the same technology. Like I actually have some AI stuff that I've tapped into with some people that owe me some, don't want to say owe me some favors, but with some people that have some very high AI connections. And I figured out what they're doing. And I've got the only tech that we're going to start using that's better than what Ran and Mario Nawfal are using. And they're not bots. That's what people have to understand. When you look at Rand's videos and when you look at Crypto Banner and when you look at Mario Nawfal's Crypto Spaces, right? Or Twitter Spaces, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the numbers and numbers seem unrealistic. It's not possible. Like there's no way that Rand right now is having 7,000 live concurrent viewers on his YouTube channel. There's not that many live viewers watching YouTube content right now, pretty much.
I tend to agree with you. And I've spoken on like 12 of them recently.
Yes. Yeah. So there's just not. And so like I get about 2,000 viewers on my show on a good day.
Live, all at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Real people.
Yes. And that's real, 100%. If it's a really kind of like interesting day, like the market moved a lot, I might get 2,500. That's on YouTube alone. We started streaming on Twitter now, and our YouTube numbers have dropped a little bit because some people are just watching there. So we try to take the composite number, but the numbers don't add up. And there's some other YouTubers, I'm looking at their numbers and I'm like, I don't think that's quite real, because it's not bots. In the past, what people would do is they would go and look, I'll be really honest with you. When I first started my career on YouTube, I tried paying for subscribers. I signed up for this thing that was like, I didn't know, like, I just wanted to grow. Right. So I signed up for this thing where you would go and you would like follow other YouTube accounts and then they would come follow you. But if you paid, you would just have people come follow you and you wouldn't have to do anything. And the idea is they're real people. They're real people. They're being motivated to like your videos. So it wasn't exactly bots. Some of those were bots, I'm sure, but it killed my channel. Like it took me years to get this channel going. And I think one of the reasons, because very early on, I kind of flirted with that with a few thousand subscribers, less than 5. But in the very beginning, when I was growing my channel and I started getting all of these followers that weren't watching my videos because they were just clicking subscribe. And that hurts you. That's why my channel now is growing so much, because I got rid of all the dead weight. I started over and now I've got 116,000 followers, 115,000, and they're all real and they're all engaged and they all watch the content. But the thing is that the buying bots, it never has worked. There are still some channels out there that do it, that buy. It's obvious. It's so obvious when you look at their stuff. It's like not even like, hey, it's amazing. You went from 4,000 to 50,000 subscribers a week and you had no popular videos. Amazing. Like it's so obvious. And that's the naivete of people that get on YouTube that haven't been on for very long and think they can just get in and do this and they're going to trick everybody. And then they find there's tools you can use to trick people. But those of us that have been doing it, we look at it, we know it immediately, right? So the whole point is that, when you look at what Ran and Mario are doing, they're using AI to direct people to their channel. So kind of like, and it's not, I don't actually know 100% what exactly they're doing, yet. I know what they're using, and I have access to people that have access to that technology and higher technology. The point is I think kind of what they're doing is like, I've said before that if you put crypto banter into your tweets, now look, I'm not saying it'll work 100% of the time, but I've done testing on my videos where I have literally specifically made 2 videos that were very similar. And in one of them, I specifically said crypto banter out loud audibly in the video, and the other one I didn't. This video crushed it. This one didn't. They were very similar topics.
Crypto Coffee did that experiment too, and he had the same result.
Really?
The exact same thing.
Yeah, with crypto banter.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and he said it was important to pronounce it with a hard T.
With a hard T. Yeah,
he said that the British don't always pronounce it like that.
But anyways, so that stuff is real, and so I think kind of like if you're on Twitter and you say something and crypto banner comes and responds and replies to you, it catches your attention like, oh, crypto banner, and it makes you think about them. And you're like, maybe I want to go check out what's going on there. And I think it's a little bit. It's like a million paper cuts is what it is. That's what this AI does. That's why it's so hard to see what's real and what's not. One day I was on Rand's channel watching his stuff, and I was watching his live stream. This day he had 7,000 people watching. I was like, yeah, right. Almost every comment was something about some specific coin. I think it had something to do with Pavel Durov or Telegram or something. It wasn't Toncoin. But it was like, I was watching, I was like, almost all his live comments are this, and they're not filtering out. My people, I have mods that would delete that stuff, right? Because you don't want that stuff on there. But if you're directing so many viewers from AI and they're low quality viewers, what does that mean? A low quality viewer may mean it's someone in Nigeria that may or may not speak English that's watching my video, right? So there is a person, they're watching. YouTube is counting that retention, the amount of time that person watches your video. They're counting that time. So it counts. It's not a bot, but it's low quality. And I think that's what they're doing. They're drawing a lot of low quality. And so when you start fooling with this low quality traffic, you start creating the perfect environment for a lot of the scammers to come in. And because you don't want to delete the comments, because you need those comments to make it look realistic based on your viewers. So if you have 7,000 people viewing at one time, but people are watching a live chat and they're like, there's only one person making a comment like every 4 minutes. Like, obvious this person doesn't have this many people viewing the channel, right? But if you got a bunch of scam comments, you got some real comments peppered in. See, that's always been the game. I'll tell you, I talked to, I love talking about the behind the scenes YouTube stuff because everybody in this business is so fucking crooked. I feel like sometimes so many people I thought were good people are bad people. And
wow.
For sure. And
it's fascinating. Like another case example is about 6 or 7 weeks ago, somebody started pointing fake Twitter viewers to my channel. Yeah. And right now we can see that there are supposedly 927 people watching on Twitter, which is not true. We have 354 watching on YouTube. And I believe that maybe like a part of that Twitter number is real, but you know, it's kind of fooling StreamYard, but Twitter, I mean, they haven't struck back. You know, I'm not sure if it's because I'm a verified organization account or something, but basically, I've asked like, hey, who's doing this? Hey, like, knock it off. You know, I want all my stuff to be real, but somehow it hasn't negatively affected me yet. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. In my opinion, if I were you, I would address it one time and say, hey, just like you are right now, hey, I think this is going on, and then leave it alone, because then you give power to people who are doing it, because that is like, this is something that I've discussed with people kind of behind the scenes, and it's something that we haven't seen yet, and I believe that we will one day probably see this, which is a nuclear war between people buying views for other people's channels. So if I wanted to really destroy someone's channel, if I want to kill someone's channel, if I want to go kill Coin Bureau, I would just go buy 10,000 subscribers every day for him. That's what I go do. I go buy 10,000 subscribers for him every day. It would destroy the retention on his channel, and I would find places to make sure that they stick. Because there's some places you go buy YouTube subscribers, because I've looked into a lot of this over the years, not for myself. I told you I had a very early experience where I told you it was terrible. It messed up my channel. The first 6 months I started this channel in 2018, I bought some subscribers, and it was a terrible idea. And at some point, by the way, YouTube did a cleanse and wiped out, and like I lost like 1,000 of those subscribers or whatever, you know, and it was horrible. So when I say I look into this, when I'm looking into it because I'm watching what other influencers are doing, and I'm watching what they're doing. And I think that looking into the bots, what you'll realize is it is so easy. It's just a time thing, right? If I had the time to sit around and mess with everybody else, and this is what I wanted to do, you have all the tools there to do it. You go by comments, and you can go and you can, like, people don't understand how easy it is to control a narrative on Twitter or to control a narrative anywhere. Because if you go by all of these comments, they're AI. You can sit there and you can create a legend that's like, okay, so it's like a script, not a script like you would read a script, but this also does happen to be words very similar to a script. But you can create a script where it's like it's a combination of like 20 sentences, and then with each of those sentences, you have 3 words that you have little what's it called? Not brackets, like the curved bracket with the thing. I forgot what you call it. But this is something I used to use when I would like do some coding stuff with this bot I worked with Craigslist. And you can go in there and you can make it to where I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about? Every time I say a side comment, I lose my train of thought. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, with accounts that are botting each other maliciously, like a nuclear war.
Right, exactly. And so the point is, it's so easy for people to do this. Oh, I was talking about the comments. Okay, so you can create like 20 different sentences, and then you can create, and when I'm saying like put little parentheses, these are variables, right? So you could say, let's say instead of saying, let's say I was doing it to you, and I wanted to, make fake comments on your stuff all the time. I would make sure that the sentence said something like, Matty ALLin is this. And by the way, did you also know he's this kind of person? And then you have different things there. He's fat, or he's annoying, or he's bad at doing crypto, or he's a pump and dumper. And you create all these variables to where the sentence that it displays on the comments, it looks different. All the comments look different. It's the same sentiment.
We've seen that before. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The same sentiment. You just go buy. So it's $500, and you can, for $500, I can make enough comments on every major YouTube channel in crypto to make a narrative up and for people to be talking about it. But did you see these comments on this person's channel? And they said this person was doing this. And then you go to that person's channel and then you put them on there. And it's just, that's the way that it works. And we haven't seen this really in crypto yet. We're starting to see it a little bit. There are some smaller, like kind of mid-tier, bottom to mid-tier channels that I've actually seen this with. One channel went out and bought a bunch of subscribers, and then somebody called them out. And the next thing you knew, that person had a bunch of subscribers. It's because the people who bought the subscribers for themselves, when they got called out, they went and did the same thing to the guy that called them out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we were all to just go start buying subscribers for everybody, we would ruin everybody's channel. And that's something that nobody's done. And YouTube doesn't really have an answer for that, because they have no way to prove that you are buying subscribers for your own channel or someone else is buying them. All they know is the quality of the attention of the traffic is no good anymore.
Yeah, that's definitely a hole in the game theory of this social media game.
Yeah.
One thing that I find really valuable in this day and age where like AI could impersonate me or hackers could like post an address on my Twitter account.
Yeah.
We're using a technology on PulseChain called pulse.domains. And it's a fork of the ENS system. Are you familiar with Ethereum name service?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And so I have the website Matty.pls.fyi as like, my, it's actually set up like a link tree.
Yeah.
And so only with my private key can each of the social media accounts get added to that website. And so I'm actually using crypto as it was intended to cryptographically prove that I've added this link.
Yeah.
And the developers behind this, they've just launched a new version of it recently, just during this conference. And so it's going to be really exciting to see how different content creators use this, because they actually incorporated the idea of creating a super chat on Twitter that'll show up in StreamYard.
Oh, that
and so you'll be able to send Pulse and it'll show up in real time.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. And it's running through, PulseChain and Twitter.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. Well, it reminds me of something that we recently announced, announced today, is everybody knows we have the meme coin, Bro Token. It's the only meme coin I'm ever going to launch, right? Launch it on
Bromance.
Bromance, that's right.
Ben and Richard.
That's right. I can't wait to see Richard one day again. So
wait, can you tell us who's allowed to use Bro Token and who's not?
Right, of course. Well, everybody knows it's bromance. This is not homance. Okay, this is guys only. This is no girls allowed. We're gonna say no girls allowed. But I will say this: we do say no girls allowed. This is bros. It's for And by the way, I do want to point out also, these are heterosexual bro relationships. These are not homosexual bro relationships. I don't know what those are. I've never had one, but that's something else. This is important. There were some memes that were showing some depictions of mine and Richard's red Bull cans grasping each other. That will certainly never happen. I promise, guys. That will not happen. But the other thing is, I understand that there's some girls out there that they're just not like other girls. They're girls that they take their hair down. They might be pretty, the makeup, hoodies. They look cute with hoodies on. I don't know if you know girls like this. These are girls that are not like other girls. Girls who, I don't know, you might qualify for this if you're a girl and you're the little sister of your friend group, or you just hanging out with the guys. You just or how about this one? You just don't have any girlfriends. You just don't get along well with girls. If that's the case, then bro token may be for you, because you may be just one of the boys. So
that's right.
I think I guess everybody gets the joke there. I think that's every single girl fits in one of those categories. So we welcome. We actually do need the 4 comance. I just realized.
That's right.
Romance and homance, great coins. So, but what I was saying is, we did announce. I was talking about the token, but the announcement we made today is that everybody knows I have Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is our adoption coin, it's our community coin that we use. But I thought it'd be a really cool idea to make Bro Token, to make Bromance our basically token gated event token. So if people want to come to events with me, to a meetup or a book signing, you're going to have to come in. You're going to have to own PulseChain or Bro Token. And what that's going to make people do is actually learn. Here's the point, right? The point is, people to come to my events are going to have to do crypto. If you can't, and I like to say it just like that, do crypto. If you can't do crypto, you shouldn't be coming to one of my events. You should go buy my book and read it and then learn how to do crypto and at least get to a point where you can do crypto. And owning Bro Token in a wallet is a very minimal amount of doing crypto, but it's enough to make someone do something more than putting money on the exchange. And I think it's a kind of a cool motivator, right? We give some utility to the meme coin. Outside of the staking and the farming and all this stuff, and maybe an FT coming down the road, all kinds of stuff we're doing with it.
Yeah.
But it's also we're gonna tie it into real life. And I did say I was gonna go to the Richard Hart SEC thing. I may still try to make it, but Cassie and I are going to the BRICS conference in Russia, I think, and during that same time window. So I see when we get back to the States on that.
We're gonna still have a birthday party for you either way.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, I'll be there for the birthday party for sure. Well, let me see what dates the BRICS conference is. Isn't it in October 24th? Is the SEC thing?
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you flew down to wherever and confronted Sam?
Oh, of course. So the BRICS summit is the 22nd through the 24th in Russia.
Are you gonna do some confrontational stuff there or what?
No, not at the BRICS conference, because at the BRICS conference, I'm going there to find out what my new daddies are going to allow me to do. Because BRICS is our new daddy. Vladimir Putin and President Xi are our new daddies. America is no longer the dominant power. BRICS has 40. I can't remember exactly. It's one of these is 31%. One is 40%. I think they have 40% of the population and 31% of the GDP in the world, and just in the 5 BRICS countries, not even counting the new BRICS members that they have. And so it's really serious. And I really want to go over there to the conference because I really want to get a lay of the land of what's actually happening over there. So, but obviously when I went to the Bahamas to confront Sam, I do have, I don't know where my book is. I have one in here. Catching Up to FTX is my, Catching Up to FTX is my new book. Just finally published. I thought it published.
nice.
The audio book published before the actual book, but the book published a couple weeks ago. Thank you. Appreciate it. So it's my second book. And this one details me going down to the Bahamas and, with AJ and chasing Sam down around and, you get to find out about exactly like where I was, what I was doing when I got the text from Sam and talked to him. And, it's just like a really fun story because the book just doesn't detail what I did. We also took a perspective of, every single book out there that's about FTX pretty much is going to be anti-crypto, right? They're going to take most of these books. We've already seen it with the FTX books. They're going to take one of two tracks. They're either going to go down the track of making Sam seem like he wasn't that bad of a guy. He wasn't a villain. He's just an autistic altruist. That's all he is. Yeah, he gives him great hair and he just messed up. Just like his lawyer said, he just, if he just could have fixed it, if he just could have stole all the money and then fixed it, it would have been fine. Yeah, obviously, right? So
it was fraud through and through. He was lying about what he was doing with people's money. It doesn't matter whether it was his hedge fund delirious situation, whether that was in profit or not. It matters that he was lying to people and he was pretending to be crypto when he wasn't.
Yes, he was never crypto. He was a trader. He was an assassin trader. He was not a crypto guy. And I think when you look back at the whole thing, it really just is amazing how far he got. And I think that just the concept of him never understanding what he did is still just blows my mind. It's very simple. It's very simple. If you look, I'm going to be honest with everybody. I did this one time in my life. In my life, when I was probably like 19, I did this. I was the closing manager at a retail store. And I was the one taking the deposits to the bank. Right? I was also the opening manager the next morning. I had a bill I had to pay. And I also knew that I could do something with that money that night and I could make more money and I could put the money back by the morning. You know what I did? I took the money and then I did exactly what I said I was going to do. And then I replaced the money in the morning. No one ever knew this happened. I did it one time. Nobody ever knew. I'm confessing it right here, right now, that 22 years ago, I did this. Okay. The fact that my plan worked and I made the money and I was able to replace it does not mean that I did not commit a crime. I stole the money. It was like $100, right? It wasn't even a lot. It was like $100, which is a lot for me back then to pay rent. I needed the extra 100. Okay. And that doesn't mean that what I did was right or it was okay or I should do it again or it was legal. I got away with it. And that's the only difference. And if he was able to replace the money, he would have just gotten away with it. And he doesn't see that. Like he doesn't see that it's the act of taking the money and doing the things with the people's money that's not yours is the wrong thing. It's not that I lost and the investment didn't work. And he still never, even when I was in New York City at his hearing for his sentencing, he still didn't get it. He still said, I just wish I just could have fixed it. And that's, it's very, a lot of people know in my book, I talk about it, is that, I was playing poker with ice bags at 3 a.m. in the morning and I got a text from Sam. And this was when I was down there chasing him. And he literally asked me, hey, what would you do if you were the CEO of FTX right now? This was after the collapse.
Wow.
What kind of, it's the weirdest question I've ever been asked. I was like, this guy, this billionaire, because we don't know at this point how kind of frail and crazy he is at this point, right? We're still thinking he's still trying to maybe holding stuff together.
Yeah, that was before his media tour, right?
Yeah, that was before. Yeah, actually, my Bahamas trip is what kicked off his media tour. That Monday is I was there on the weekend, and that Monday is when he started doing interviews. So
what did you tell him?
So he asked me, he said, what would you do if you were, and I said, okay, I'm not the CEO of FTX, and neither are you. That's what I said. I said, and neither are you. You need to face what you've done, and you need to take responsibility for the people who've lost all the money. You need to stop thinking about how you're going to get their money back and how to fix it, because that's over. You've lost the opportunity to do that. That's basically essentially what I told him. And I can't remember if he responded. I can't remember if that was I think that might have been our last text back and forth for that. He texted me the next week, but it was just such a fascinating thing to see. And
true crime is the top category of interest in all podcasts in the world. Let me ask you this. Did you see Kyle Davies and Sue Zhu's attempted comeback recently on Laura Shin's show?
I have this cat toy going crazy. Give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what this thing is here. We got these little kitties. It's just like making all this noise. I'll tell you what. I hated cats until I got a girlfriend, and she loves cats, and now cats are great. I love them. Okay, what was the question?
Did you see Kyle Davies and Sue
Yes,
try to make
the
a
reiteration
comeback recently on Laura Shin's show, and it was like questionable whether they're on this like Ox.fun maybe like 3 months ago or something.
Oh yeah, and this is when they were trying to relaunch.
Yeah, I mean they're going.
Well, no, Do Kwon is rearrested, or not Do Kwon. One of those guys is Suzu, or maybe I'm thinking of Do Kwon. Maybe it's not. I thought something happened with. I thought something happened recently with Kyle Davies and Suzu, and they weren't allowed to do their new 3 Arrows Capital thing. Let me see. Let's see. 3 Arrows Capital. Kyle Davies talks about, like he's going to jail. Like that's the thing is Kyle Davies. This is the article right here. A 3 Arrows Capital founder talks about his new crypto bankruptcy exchange. This is back on March 24th. And in this, he is talking about trying to relaunch it, the Open Exchange, OPNX. But
he was on Laura Shin, and he was saying like, "Oh yeah, don't you know how being like a resolver of a creditor works? Like it's just a 20-year negotiation." So he was like, "I've already convinced some of my creditors to like take share in my new thing, blah blah blah." And it's like, where do you draw the line with all these psychopaths in crypto and like?
Well, that's the thing.
All the true crime.
That's the thing when you look at it is what? Okay, if the stuff with Sam had gone just a little bit different, and Sam's not going to jail, let's say it is hearing. Okay, let's go back and let's go to the trial. Let's say somehow crooked, whatever, jury comes back, he's not guilty, and he was able to leave. Within 1 week, people would be fighting over themselves to give him money to do stuff with.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, what? How? And there is something that is very, very fascinating. I got to let me turn my, I got a text here that just threw I'm the worst of my train of thought. I get a text. I look up there. Okay. So within a week, people will be killing themselves to give money to Sam to do it again. And I think really kind of like my channel kind of proves this theory. I was down bad when I had to start my new channel. I was down bad, and I'm already back. I'm already, my content is better than ever. My engagement is good as it's been, and we're growing as fast as we've grown percentage wise. And the whole thing is because, people just like to go back to the well. People that know how to make money and people that know ways to tell you to make money, they're eternal. Like I am a money printer. I have learned this about myself. I am a money printer. I can make so much money for people in any given month. If I wanted to go make a video about a coin tomorrow, there was a small coin, and make the creators of that coin millionaires, I could overnight. Easily. I've done it, not on purpose, but just because of coins I cover on my channel. And it's like, I try to use my, people have all kinds of ideas about me, but I try to use my kind of gifts and what I do in crypto for good. I've made people hundreds of billions of dollars. collectively, between all the people who I've made money for. You got to keep this in mind. There are hedge fund managers that came into crypto through me. There are top 50 projects that their CEOs and half their team came into crypto through me. Like, I made people billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, if you collectively add it all up over the last several years because of all the money in the crypto space, right? Look, an example of that, on Bybit, we had 12 figures worth of volume. 12 figures of volume on Bybit. That's hundreds of billions. That's just my own affiliate account on Bybit.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah, you have the receipts then.
So I have the receipts. So I think trillions is not that insane, right? Like, it's not collective trillions. It might be the same, right? Because one project may pump and the next project may pump. It's the same money, right? So it's not, collectively, or it is collectively. But the point is that I just know how to make money for people. I know how to make money in crypto. Sam knows how to make money trading. He knows how to make money with exchanges. He knows how to make money with arbitrage. He knows how to pick coins that are going to win, and he knows how to pick coins and make them win, right? Like, he knows that stuff. And he knows a lot on the back end of the technical stuff that, I don't even have for sure. And it doesn't matter if he scammed everybody, because people that want to make money off of him the same way that people who still want to try to make money off of me, they don't care that all the FTX investors lost their money. They don't care. They don't give a fuck about that. All of them they care about is, if I give them money today, can I have more money in a couple months or in a year? That's all they care about. And these people, regardless of how, because look, on some level, if Sam had taken all of his knowledge and all of the stuff that he knew how to do and just not done the underhanded stuff.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was never even able to recognize the fact that he was doing underhanded stuff, that's the really troubling thing to me. Why I would stay away. I would be way more inclined to give money to Suzu and Kyle Davies before I would to give to Sam. For sure. Yeah. Sam
because
was
they were telling the truth more about how they were using it.
Yeah. And Sam was, I'm just a nice guy. I want to help everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's fascinating that you were so involved and that you're still here generating like a real audience of people who have really done well. Is something that the Hex and PulseChain community can also, I think, brag about, is the fact that our engagement is real. And we keep showing up no matter what. I think it might be the time locking for 15 years. It might be, it might be the trauma bonding that we've had together. But could you tell me more about like why you chose to start supporting PulseChain?
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody knows I like Richard, but I'd always liked Richard, and we were always friends. But I just, if you go back to 2019 when this thing all kicked off, the sentiment on not PulseChain went around when the thing, but the sentiment on Hex was it was a scam. That was the sentiment. All the major YouTubers were calling it a scam, and I was the one. I wasn't even a major YouTuber at the time yet, but I was one person who was like, and I got good credit to Wendy. Wendy's the other one. Wendy also never came out and said it was a scam. It was like, unless you have receipts that something is a scam, what you can't just generally say, right? Like, it's not just receipts. If you can't find the scam, right? Like with BitConnect, it was easy. It's a Ponzi, right? You take in money and then you use that money to make money. It's a business. You use that money to make money to pay the older people. And then now you're going to take the newer people's money. Like, that's how it works. That's not what Hex and PulseChain is. So you're not even close, right? It doesn't fit that description by any stretch of imagination. I think people could try to make an argument that the T-shares over the long term, that maybe that's not sustainable. Look, I don't know the mechanics of it. Someone can make that argument. Someone can't really make the argument that we're taking from new investors and we're stealing all their money as they're coming in. That's a Ponzi, okay? So
it's a willing buyer, a willing seller, and a willing staker that are involved in Hex, and the level of transparency that exists there, I think, it separates it vastly from this, the Sam Bankman-Fried, where he was lying. It separates it even from Suzu and Kyle Davies, who were, they were just like lying just at the top.
Yeah.
You know, the rest of the time they were telling the truth, but just at the top they were lying.
Those guys
and they
lie at
were-
the bottom too.
Yeah.
Don't forget
Okay.
that.
Well, yeah. But Hex is telling the truth because you can see the code for yourself and you can judge the economics of that code. But it's like, you know, line 718 is my favorite line of the Hex code, which says 5555 is the max you can do.
Well, I like that. Zone 5, PulseChain podcast. We love that.
Respect.
Look, and I think that just, you know, lastly, to just kind of finish up where I was going there. In the beginning, I was put off because of I couldn't figure out how it definitely wasn't a scam. So I was like, look, everybody's calling it a scam. I can't see the scam. I'm not going to call it a scam, but I'm a little hesitant because of what all these people are saying. And I think with the birth of PulseChain, when PulseChain finally launched, because you know, look, everybody thought it wasn't going to launch. You know, even people in the Hex community started thinking it wasn't going to launch. And I certainly thought with the SEC stuff because it launched during the beginning of the SEC stuff.
Yeah.
I thought it wasn't going to launch. I was really shocked. I thought to myself that Richard wouldn't launch it until after the SEC stuff was done and that he was doing delay tactics. And I was wrong. And he did launch it. And now we have a legitimate layer 1 that it is fast. Look, PulseChain community, you got to look yourself in the eyes. You have onboarding problems. There are onboarding problems. A lot of it is by being blacklisted by the exchanges and stuff. But it is kind of hard to get people in this ecosystem. It's harder than some other ecosystems. You got to figure out how to make that easier. But the PulseChain people and the Hex people have done a great job of getting people actually into DeFi, learning how to do crypto. And that's a model that is, look, everybody knows I am the face of crypto adoption. I'm the face of crypto adoption. And for me, trying to bring people in, you know, like I certainly think that it's the kind of thing where we want people, like I said earlier in the show, doing crypto. We want them to do crypto, and the PulseChain people and the Hex people have done crypto. And now I think with PulseChain, you finally have something that works on its own. That, look, it doesn't matter if somebody thinks Hex is a scam. Doesn't matter. Hex can be a Ponzi scheme. That doesn't really affect PulseChain. It's a layer 1, it's permissionless, it's open source. So I think I think PulseChain is the thing that can get you guys, to get the whole community finally, you know, to the mainstream. But you know, still definitely dealing with a lot of the blacklisting and stuff. Hopefully by the end of this bull run, some of that stuff's going to go away.
Yeah, I think the MEXC listing is supposed to happen, and that, you know, we already have cross-chain swapping that's pretty effective. I just recently cashed in on my Friendtech airdrop and did a $2 swap onto Ethereum from portalxswap.io. So yeah, I mean, there's really cool tech that continues to be developed, and I'm just very thankful that you, as you said, being the biggest onboarder into crypto, that you're paying attention to the fact that it's real crypto that you're representing. It's not one of these IOUs from Sam Bankman-Fried. It's people holding their own keys. And I've kind of recently said, not your keys, not crypto. So it's not your crypto. It's not crypto at all to have an IOU.
That's good. That's true. That's exactly right. And crypto is trustless. I mean, IOU is trust.
So I want to thank you on behalf of the entire PulseChain community for the fact that you're out there fighting for true crypto.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And when I kind of came into the PulseChain community and the Hex community officially, it was kind of my bottom. That was about my bottom. And so I was really looking for it. And the community has been really nice and really great ever since I've been in. I went to obviously the other PulseChain tour, met a lot of people in real life. And I just really love this community. That's why we're continuing to do the PulseChain podcast. And Zone 5, make sure to check that out on my Biblical Crypto V2 channel, Sunday nights. Now we're putting the podcast inside of a larger episode on the show to get it more views. So we're doing like an 8-minute edited version of the podcast inside of a larger video on Sundays. And then we have the PulseChain podcast has its Zone 5 has its own YouTube channel now, and the full episodes will be going there.
That's awesome. Yeah. I recently heard somebody comment that, like, you are an incredible redemption arc that's happening. I don't know if that's your is that your fighting costume behind you?
No, that's just a hoodie. That's where I keep my hoodies in here because it gets cold. So.
But you created this redemption arc recently whenever you won a real life boxing match against somebody in crypto. Just to close out here, could you tell us kind of what that was like and what you see for the future of your channel?
It's amazing. I mean, the fighting was the best thing I ever did. I wanted to do it because I was angry when somebody asked me to do it, and the person that would suggest I fight first, I wanted to fight. And so I was like, yes, I'll do it. And then they were like, we'll pay you a lot of money. I was like, great. And it's something I've always wanted to do is, I've always wanted to do an MMA. Like I've done MMA classes before, a little bit of training, but it was like, I just didn't have the time. And I remember thinking to myself when I was doing MMA that the guys I was doing it with were just too mean. And they were fighting for food. Like they were trying to become professional fighters for a living so they can eat. And I was like, they got too much. Their life is too good. My life is too good right now to go fight. And I knew that. And this was years ago. And finally I had something happen to me so bad that I felt like I need to go fight. And I was like, down bad enough, So, but the fighting has been the greatest thing ever for me. It's centered me. It's like brought me to a place of like, it's turned me more internal, inward instead of outward. And I'm boxing. I have another boxing match June 15th in London. So that's just boxing, and then going back and doing karate again, karate combat. I'm actually training to get a black belt now. I'm not close to a black belt. I'm in the beginning belts, but that's my goal. Is I want to respect karate, and I want to box, and I want to do karate. I want to do them both. I want to have the belt in all of it. So that's what I'm working towards, and I'm constantly trying to get better. I'm taking training very seriously. I said I'm like actually taking karate now. I'm not just out here, just boxing out to throw some kicks. I'm really trying to learn all the sports, and I think for me it's something I want to do a lot more of. I'm 42 years or 41. I'll be 42 this year, so I'm obviously not a spring chicken, and I can't fight for too much longer. Obviously, I don't want to be fighting when I'm 50. But for the next year or two, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it, and we're gonna see what we can do. And my goal is every time I go out and fight, even if I were to lose somehow, which I don't think I'll lose, but if I were to lose, that people will say, wow, even though he lost, like that was actually much better fighting than the last time he fought. It's just the opponent was tougher, or he got cold cocked with it, out of nowhere and got knocked out, whatever. But I just want people to see the improvement. I'm taking this very seriously, and it is something that I'm getting a lot of, I'm getting a lot of out of it. And my channel, we're going to see my channel move more into TradFi. That's what I want. I want to move my channel more into TradFi, because TradFi and crypto are now one. They're not different now. We've got to stop looking at we're crypto channels and those are TradFi channels. We're all kind of doing the same thing right now. We just don't know it yet. And we have to find, good ways to bridge that content to the people who are going to be looking for it.
Is it okay if I introduce you to the gang here before we wrap up your section?
And gang. Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Well, I've got here a bunch of members of the PulseChain community that are going to help us to close out the conference here.
Yo, Bit Boy, what's up, bro?
Like a lot of my people are in here. New folks. A lot of my
man. What's up, Bit Boy? What's up, motherfucker? How you doing?
Good.
Yo, bro, token pump today. I wonder why.
What's that?
I wonder why. Bro token.
That's
pumping. Be pumping. Why?
Yeah, bro token's up like 100% today or something.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I wonder why. I wonder why, Ben. Hey, I wonder why. The bastard effect, mate. The bastard effect. I told people, now is the time. Now's the time.
That's it.
And then boom.
Did you have some kind of new update?
I kind of feel like Greg Brady right now. Or like, I don't know whether Brady. I'm like looking around.
Peter. You're being a little bit circle joke.
Actually, that's Alice's spot, I think.
True.
Oh, Alice's spot. Okay, that's perfect. I'm Alice. I'm here to clean your money. No, I didn't mean that.
Well, thank you so much, Ben, for being on with us. And we really appreciate everything you're doing for PulseChain and for crypto.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, you guys know I love the community. Love for those of you that do know on here. I love you guys a lot, and I appreciate the support for the PulseChain community as I've gone. And I want people to know this. I want the PulseChain community to really, really know this. That I'm serious. Like, it was really about my bottom when I came into this PulseChain community. I didn't know what to do anymore. I didn't know what to do, and I figured it out. And it wasn't because I came to the PulseChain community that I figured out how to get myself back on track and how to get my channel back on track. But I'll always remember that the PulseChain people were there for me at the bottom. Like, I will always remember that. And it's not something where I came in and the PulseChain community was really good to me, and then I got famous again, and my channel grew, and I forgot about it. I'm always going to remember that these people were here for me at the bottom, and that these people were here nice and engaged with me, and encouraged me at times when things were very hard. So I appreciate the community as much as it appreciates me, for sure.
In Big Boy,
Awesome.
we trust. Mate.
Awesome.
I love it, mate. I'm glad that you're team PulseChain. I'm very happy about that. So yeah.
I think my wallet's going to be real happy about it one day. I'm hoping.
Yes, mate.
We're all
Absolutely. Yo, your bro supply is going to be worth billions one day, bro. I'm telling you. Yo, you're going to look at that and you'll be like, how do I sell? Like, can I sell? And I'll be like, no, you can't sell, bro. You can't sell, bro.
Man, it's a token of friendship. It's the greatest.
No, it's a token of friendship.
It's a token of friendship.
Yeah.
It's bromance.
Bros
I don't know
bros
what.
make
I don't know. We
All
have some,
day. All day.
we have some ladies here. I don't know if they know, but bromance is no girls allowed. So really, unless
No, they're not them kind of girls, man.
token's
They're the
not
kind
for
of
you.
girls that will be bros with you, you know?
Okay.
SJ and Hog.
Or any of you girls are not like other girls.
Well, wait a minute.
Not
If
like
we
other girls, mate. All of them. I've vetted them personally already.
You're not
All
like
of them.
other girls. Okay, well, you're allowed.
They're not like
if
other
we have a
girls.
9-inch, are we allowed in?
Reveal it.
Yes,
Wow,
I'm
you
thrilled.
know,
I made it funny. I
Love
made it
it.
funny.
That was
I made it funny. Yes.
very funny. Perfect. I like it.
Yeah.
Great show. Well, cool, guys. Well, it's been fantastic having me on. It is midnight, and I get up at 4:30 a.m. every day. Get ready for the show.
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna have-
only midnight for you. Bruv, it's 5 a.m. for me.
Oh, my God, dude.
Yeah. I've been
it's
up
funny.
all night. I did a segment 5 hours ago, and I'm still here.
What's funny is I was kind of
drinking.
sore. I was kind of sore about having to get on at 11 o'clock tonight. It's pretty late. And this guy's over there at 5 a.m. up. So I guess I can't complain anymore.
Well, thank you so much, for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Mandem coming through, mate.
All right, guys. Well, hey, I appreciate all you guys. I'm going to run, and I will talk to you guys later. And notify PulseChain podcast every Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. And bro, we trust. Yes.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
What's up?
How's my audio? Is
Good.
my audio
It's good.
okay? Okay, rock.
Right, listen. First of all, I just I'm sorry to hijack this, but can all of us, there are how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people on here right now. Can all of us give
We
a
have 9.
nice big
Friends are
fat
looking at change.
round of applause to Matty ALLin? What a fucking legend, mate. Well done. We're rounding off the PulseChain conference right now. Matty ALLin works so fucking hard for all of us guys to pump our bags. We should all appreciate him very much.
you.
So yeah, Matty ALLin, you're a fucking G, mate. Well done. I'll take
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the Hex badge too. That was pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, that
Thanks,
was nice.
thanks
That
to
was real
everybody for making such great content and showing up. You guys rock.
Yeah.
What's the scoop with the Pulse badges? Are they coming back? Or?
$600 I ever spent.
Yeah, we've got them.
You got 'em back?
only $600, sir. Fucking hell. You got
Should
a
have
good
vaped it
deal,
into a
mate.
meme coin. But
Come on, man. We spent some money on some good stuff.
I think I spent a little bit more than $600, but that's okay.
I've spent more money on dumber shit. Let's just say.
Oh yeah.
No,
Well,
it's pretty
we're
cool.
in
It makes
Vegas
us look
together, sir,
official.
so we understand.
The PulseChain ones, the PulseChain badges are back though. It's just Richard didn't get his back, right?
Yeah. These things, they double the organic views of your posts, and so it also communicates a level of like authority to other people, showing that like we're a real organization, we're a group that, I mean, really, it ended the gatekeeping of all social media channels to real crypto, right? Because there were many years there where Google, Facebook, everywhere, even Twitter, they were restricting the ability of real cryptos to advertise. And this is, this is an incredible opportunity. So we had the support of the God Whale. We had the support of 70 community members who all pitched in to like get these things. And so, yeah, it's definitely one of the things that we can be proud of.
And Matty, it definitely works because me and you and Money Gang are often on the Mario Nafal spaces. And
right.
the original, the first few times that I was on there, I maybe got like, I don't know, 50 to 100 followers. But after having the PulseChain badge, it's a lot more because people are like, oh shit, this guy's got like real clout or whatever. So it's like maybe 250. Every time I go on a Mario Nafal space, I get like,
Oh, your audio just wrecked.
Rugged.
Lexi. Rugged.
So 9-inch
Yes.
V3 just came out, huh? I don't see it on my screen.
Oh no.
Hexy bastard,
can't hear you.
your audio is not coming through now. Maybe
Right.
if you try to plug in your mic again, maybe it got scrambled.
It's true, Money Gang. I am a degen. Especially when people airdrop me tens of thousands of dollars worth of shit coins, which literally happened the other day. SJ knows. SJ knows. But if we dump it,
is that any better, guys?
Yeah, that's great.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Don't know what happened there. Literally
Let's
nothing.
let's go around the room and everybody can share one thing that like you're most excited about when it comes to PulseChain these days. Crypto Coffee, do you want to start?
oh man, there's so much going on. I'm just like pulled in all these different directions. Really, I'm just I don't know. GIF is good. GIF is doing pretty well. I didn't think it was going to keep going up, but here we are. I think 4 figures turned into 5 pretty quickly.
Top signal. Coffee is the top signal, mate.
Oh, no. GIF's got permeable tokenomics, bro. You don't even understand.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Perma bull.
Permeable.
That's all you need to know.
We'll just green candles forever, mate.
Yeah.
We'll never stop.
Yeah. RG3's in it, so you know it's good.
Is there going to be like a movie about it?
Yeah. Lowest of GIF.
Lowest of GIF.
No, there's already a lowest of something. It's got to be like the mediocrest of gift.
That's right.
Did a 300x.
Go around the room, Matty, because I've got
525.
Yeah.
I've got a
Axis.
question for the
Yeah,
group.
man.
What do you got?
I
What
can't.
are you most excited about?
Dude,
when it comes
it's
to
too hard to
PulseChain?
pick just one thing.
Solid X.
I've-
surely
I've-
for you.
oh, I
Surely
mean-
for you, it's Solid X.
Yeah.
man.
I mean, the
It's
fact
gotta
that
be.
Axis token hit $98,000 was pretty incredible. It flipped
pretty
Bitcoin
nuts.
for a few hours. I mean, that was pretty amazing. But
Hell yeah.
Historical.
But I don't know, man. I think it's really cool that the community, like that the PulseChain user base is actually starting to evolve and learn about how to do crypto better. I think that's like super cool. And you're seeing proof of it because there's all these alliances and communities forming, and like Money Gang Crypto talked a lot about Reed's Law taking hold, and we're actually seeing that happen. And it's on the back of like people educating each other on best practices and how to do this the right way. And I mean, Hexicans have been so beaten down over the past couple of years with the price action and people that got in early that made a lot that didn't know how to respect the chart, or in some cases it wasn't even just that, it was more taking advantage of the opportunity, which is really a testament to how valuable Hex really is. You think about all the I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, but the reality is like all this was possible because Hex made so many millionaires and so much wealth for it. It made so many X's for so many people that was able to be deployed into all these other hundreds or thousands of projects. So here we are, we're starting on fresh turf, and the turf is PulseChain, and it's fast, it's efficient, it's had flawless uptime for a year. And I mean, there's hard to nail down just one project. I think, you know, outside of what we had already mentioned, another super exciting, probably the final thing is the possibility here of yield, right? So the yield on this chain is insane, and it's going to the believers right now because everyone else is ditching it and dipping out and exiting. Like the guys that had big bags, they're leaving. And so it's leaving all this low-hanging fruit for people that have stuck around, and I think that's going to be really cool to see. You know, if we're effective here, and the Bit Boys of the world, and you know, all of us as grassroots can go out there and bring in the next million users. You know, that where the thought of where that next bear market floor could be is pretty exciting. You know, if anyone getting in today, man, talk PDI narrative. I mean, there's just so much going on under the hood, so much research being done. You know, there's a lot of voodoo magic going on that just makes it even that much more mysterious and amazingly magical. And the possibilities are literally endless with the power of these billionaire Bitcoin OGs right back in this thing. So, I mean, man, it is an exciting place to be.
Absolutely.
Matty, please, can I go next? Can I go?
Please, Hexy Bastard, what are you the most excited about when it comes to PulseChain?
I'm bullish on leadership. I'm bullish on leaders promoting what they've got going on PulseChain, because PulseChain is a blockchain. It needs projects. It needs things going on.
Is that what
I am
it is?
bullish on the builders. I'm bullish on the leaders that are coming through in this space right now. And the only reason I'm wanted to jump in there is because Axis just like completely reminded me of it. So I am bullish on the leaders and the guys that are building and making shit happen on PulseChain. That is what I'm bullish on. Because right now we have a severe lack of leadership in terms of like, you know, top down leadership. So now we have an opportunity for the supervisors and the busybodies to come along and just make a name for themselves. So I'm bullish on the builders, basically, of PulseChain. That's what I'm bullish on.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great example of something to be bullish on. Windy Magic, what are you the most excited about when it comes to PulseChain?
For me, I've been having so much fun onboarding women in, and so my passion is going to keep on going back to this, where it's actually been like, yes, it's difficult for us to get people in, especially crypto newbies, but it's honestly been quite easy with once I've gotten women into the space to be like crypto receptive, that once I'm like, this is such an easy sell for me and such an easy like, get excited, let's learn this stuff, and like really like a space where like they get to like learn everything, like a lot, because we're like, it's a whole network. So I've just been really lit up by seeing the growth and the empowerment and the excitement from like the fresh blood that's coming in. And yeah, I'm excited for so much more of that energy as well. So yeah, that's really what I've been most excited about, is like creating this home for a new collective of the women to come into the space.
That's awesome. Yeah, onboarding rocks.
Hey, more women the better, man. Like I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Yeah, you are. Bring them all in, all of them.
David, let's go to you. What are you the most excited about when it comes to PulseChain?
I mean, the thing that makes me happy every day using the PulseChain is just how like cheap and fast it is. Like, it's so much fun. Like, you can click any button and it costs like less than a penny, right? So you can. There's just I love that, right? Like, that's what crypto was supposed to be, because I do. It is my hobby and my job, right, and an investment, but you can have fun with it. So, you know, now that PulseChain's here, like Hexy said, once the builders start building cool stuff, like PulseChain's going to be so affordable to use. Like, it'll be awesome. Like, we'll have cool games, we'll have cool apps. There's so much coming, and now the foundation for PulseChain's all set. Like, after the first 30 days, Richard shut down the validators, and we were totally decentralized. And now we're all over the world. The validators are everywhere. The Pulse chain pretty much runs itself, right? Like my job's, I don't want to say it's done, but the hard part's done. Right now, we just have to keep it running. So
I've got to be honest, DFed. I love when you talk about just like clicking buttons. Like you get such a hard on for like clicking a button and making stuff happen, and I love that. I really love that. Like that is what it's all about. Like
fun.
Guys
Crypto's
just
fun.
clicking a button, it costing a penny, and then doing a transaction. Like that's what it's all about. On Ethereum, the minimum you will pay for any transaction is probably like $8 or $9.
Yeah,
that sucks, right? I don't want to pay $9 just to click a button.
Can't
that
afford
sucks.
it.
Hey, I can piggyback on that, David. You're 100% right in that because it's so cheap, fast, and efficient, the metagame has completely changed, and it's actually more. I'm seeing that playing in the market is more simulating new strategies in ways that I haven't seen before on Ethereum because people aren't afraid to take the very minute risk of losing a bit of a gas fee, like fractions of a cent, to try something new, whether that be launch a token or set LP positions in strategic ways. Like I remember just a few months ago when Ethereum Gwei was up in the 120 range for a few days, and I tried setting an LP position on Ethereum, and it was going to cost me $960 to set an LP
Oh my
pool
God.
up. And
What the fuck? Like seriously, what the fuck?
Like if you can go find my wallets out there, you can see that I have set and removed literally probably 1,000 LP positions since PulseChain started, and that's telling you that the metagame is evolving to the and this is how good market structure can be created too, and you can support your token because you have more tools in the toolbox. So I 100% agree with David.
RG3, what are you the most excited about?
What am I the most excited about? Well, all the things here that you guys have been saying is all part of it. But Gifford Ware, the dev GIF that I've met, and just seeing the type of person that he is and what he's been doing here and what he's been trying to do with what Richards has made is really restored my confidence in what's going on behind the scenes here, because I've seen, all the rug pulls and all the bullshit stuff be built and the things that didn't work and the memes and all that stuff. And now we're starting to see products that are actually utilizing PulseChain to just turn crypto on top of its head. Like what Axis was saying, that these brilliant minds that have finally figured out how to program money and make it do really cool shit. Man, it's happening, and the leadership is showing. The cream is rising to the top. We got good devs showing up and doing good work and being and having integrity while they're doing it. I'm fired up about it. I mean, it's just so cool to see. And now, because of what we've done here, we've got other people coming to us and other bigs in the space here that are trying to team up, and now I'm starting to see the leadership rise and the talks going on and people wanting to do things together, and the community is growing. I've been talking about Reed's Law too. It's about exponential growth when we have extra internal groups growing within amongst a network already. We were just the Hexicans at first. We were getting beat up by crypto. We were in their face saying, no, you ain't kicking our ass. We're going to kick yours. And then we grew, and then we started, it looked like we were fracturing, that's what it looked like. It looked like a fracture, but really it wasn't a fracture. We were setting up subgroups, and that's painful at first because it rips people away from the community and it divides the community. But really what it was doing, it was building the community. And we are growing, we are building, sub communities are growing and building. And that just makes us even more invincible than we already were. It's just going to get better from here. Just going to get better.
Yeah.
Yo, RG, that was Reed's Law happening with Ethereum. Think about it. Like Hexico was Reed's Law within Ethereum. Now we've broken off, and now we need our own Reed's Law. But like in reality, that was Ethereum just building outwards. And that's why Ethereum had such a crazy run, because of coins like Hex coming along and building that. And now we split it off, and now we get to build our own shit. So
yeah, exactly. Because it was, the Bitcoin era is was there and is over, and the Ethereum era with programmable money, with smart contracts and everything that we can do, was the second iteration. And you saw it. You saw all the other chains come out. You saw all the other tokens starting to be built, and that's, you know, that was it. That was the subgroups of Ethereum, like you said. And now here in Hex, this is what's happened here, and now it's starting to blossom. And I'm excited for this next bull run. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. It looks like we might have an elongated one here in this community.
Well, yeah, it's when it runs, it runs. Eh?
I think what's cool about PulseChain is it is a better Ethereum because of the fees, but it's also a better Ethereum. And I think a lot of people don't go think about this, because we're starting a new Ethereum-esque, you know, hard fork. But a lot of us know each other already from being Hexicans for so long. So there's more than just an economic aspect to some of these projects, right? Like, you know, Mana, she does the beautiful, you know, the big cats. And then Claus, you know, a lot of people do the NFTs. You have GIF and Kool-Aid doing the cool art. I mean, they're artists. They're game devs, right? And a lot of that is just kind of to be an artist, to express creativity. You know, you have a lot of things where now you can compound into different protocols, right? Whereas in Ethereum, you used to be able to do that more, but obviously it's cost prohibitive to do so. But you could do things like, you know, herd kittens or whatever. You could go put things into liquid loans. And, you know, I mean, I'm just dropping a bunch of names, but really, I mean, that's what's cool about PulseChain is all of this stuff, whether people will like it or not, or whether they're a maxi or not, they kind of understand the different personality types of the people who have been on social media, who've talked to each other all of these years, that have held Hex, you know. And, you know, like Alex, his name's Synergy. He has a synergistic thing that works with Hex. It's cool. You get to see people and their creativity come out. And yeah, there's an economic aspect to all of this because it is cryptocurrency, but it's also just people having fun. People do have fun. Like Hexy Bastard was saying about David, like he's a gadget master. You know what I mean? He loves gadgets, loves engineering, working on stuff, right? And
you're right
and
about the personality thing as well. It's just like,
yeah, people's
many
personality,
different
it comes to
personalities,
fruition. You know, like you like, you know, you're a funny guy, you like memes and stuff. You made 9-inch, it's cool. You know what I mean? And people have things that they want, or if you don't have to create anything, you could just be a part of it and support people too. Not everybody needs a project, but it's cool when they do have a project, because even though you could think a lot of things are rugs or people are trying to get money out of the community, exit liquidity with their friends, and whatnot. A lot of it isn't.
Oh, man,
on
I've
the
heard a lot of
PulseChain.
that.
Yeah, you know,
a lot of that.
it's cool. It's cool to see people build and really try to be independent of Richard, because I think Richard would want want us to be independent of having to depend on streams, having to depend on, you know, whatever happens with liquidity and whatnot. I mean, all of these things.
I completely agree, because like I think Richard, as much as he enjoyed streaming to us guys,
oh, he did too, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a part of him where he's like, well, yes, I do enjoy this, but why are you guys like waiting for me to do that? Do the work.
Especially since we're so funky and weird, right? Like a lot of us are very smart, you know. People, we have a lot of developers. You have some geniuses in Hexico. Straight up,
I am not one of them, by the way.
So let's check in with the wild SJ. What are you the most excited about when it comes to PulseChain, or do you have any comments about Richard?
My first bull run ever. That's what I'm most excited. So, on multiple levels.
The eyebrow raises there were just.
I've been told I have the sexiest eyebrows in crypto, so I am not just
the freakiest,
not just
the freakiest, definitely. But like, I don't know about
Right? Not just because financially that's going to be really awesome to see that happen. I think that having gone through these last 2 years doing the PulseChain tour and it being just the most brutal of bear markets and the longest bear market crypto's ever seen, I remember going to the KSB event in Austin. That was my first ever Hex event. And I just remember the energy. You know, Kareem touched on it a little bit earlier, right? Like just the fact that like, you know, everyone was so excited and PulseChain was just around the corner. And then 2 years later, you know, everyone's like tired of waiting. And then PulseChain comes out and we're all just tired of all this, you know, crazy. Anyway, so
When number
it's
go up, please.
really exciting to see that energy come back, right? Like the events are still, they still have that energy, right? Like any event that we've done or we've gone to, the people that are there are stoked to be there. They're excited to be talking to other people that they can finally talk to about crypto because, you know, Lord knows, like they try to tell their friends about it for the umpteenth time and they're not interested, right? So those green candles are going to come back. All their friends are going to be interested in again, and they're going to have gone to, you know, some event, have listened to someone, have done something over the last 2 years that's going to allow them to, you know, move that forward. And I love the analogy of the stone getting tossed in the lake and the ripples that go out, right? You never know with one event, with one touch, with one onboard, you never know who else you're going to touch that's going to make a bigger impact than you can imagine. So that's, I'm just really looking forward to seeing and understanding and like recognizing that green candle energy because I didn't get to experience that the first time around.
How many people are you touching, SJ?
So many.
The green candles will blow your mind. If they're anything like the past, they will blow your mind. I promise.
Well,
I mean, I've seen it at the end, and like, so I got into Hex like kind of late, but like I got into Hex at like 4 cents, right? So even seeing those candles from like 4 cents to like 50 cents, it's like, damn, oh my god! Imagine if you were in it like sub penny.
Yeah, that's a 10.
Imagine that. That's nuts. You know,
We had people in the PulseChain chat
right now. We're all there now. Like we're all holding PulseChain at like sub penny. Imagine PulseChain goes to 10 cents. Imagine it goes to 1 penny.
Just 1 cent.
From
Yeah,
here.
I was going to say 1
penny.
cent. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So
like,
change a lot of lives.
I am buying at least 1 Lamborghini. Like I'm not even joking. I might get the Lamborghini yacht for a joke, just to take the piss. Anyway, sorry. I don't mean
one of the things that strikes me the most about the core Hex community and PulseChain community is our resilience. And it didn't matter when, you know, all of the influencers in crypto, all the people who had the YouTube channels, they said Hex was a scam when it was launching, and it wasn't. And we overcame all of the obstacles in our way, going from one like sub Satoshi, you know, that was around Christmas time, right after Hex launched, that Hex went through its all-time low. And it's come to my attention like just today that there's like some pre-programmed FUD that I don't think will really ruffle too many feathers. But believe it or not, there's a $1,600 lawsuit in South Carolina against Richard and Hex that has popped up.
If you haven't made $1,600 in PulseChain on something, like
I'll pay it.
Yeah.
I'll just pay it. Just tell the guy to send.
Believe it or not, they want to start a class action, and you know, like it's the silliest thing ever to overlap that with crypto when you have on one hand a community that's so strong, represented by the Hex and PulseChain community, and then you've got these like greedy lawyers that obviously put $1,600 in at 50 cents so that they could pretend to have a claim. And so it you know, on one hand it makes me laugh, and everything that they're trying to, you know, like claim some sort of harm or whatever. But what I really want to focus on tonight too is the fact that we have a serious act of someone being a hero here when it comes to HODPRL. And I don't know if you guys got to see the stream that we did a couple nights ago, but basically HODPRL has volunteered out of all the people who donated to Aubrey's Sens Research Foundation when PulseChain was getting ready to launch, the $27.5 million, it was, it was like misappropriated basically. And so Hodpril is our shining example of somebody who is coming forward and supporting Aubrey, as we all are. And she's going to be the lead of a class action lawsuit to simply get the money that was donated to the Sens Foundation to get it used by Aubrey.
Nice. Thank you, Hodpril.
Very
That's very
nice.
awesome of you to volunteer for that. Yeah.
They still
I
got
really
the
like
money?
I really like Aubrey.
Yeah,
I
Aubrey.
really like him. I like what he stands for. And I hope that with his research that I can live forever, even though I do smoke 20 cigarettes a day.
Look, Vitalik gave him $5 million and the Hex community raised $27 million. So when he got on the PulseChain conference, a couple days ago, he said that he wouldn't have gotten out of bed at 5 a.m. in Germany, right? Because he travels all around the world giving like over 100 talks a year. But he said that there would be no community he would get up, 5 a.m. in the morning and give a speech for other than us. And so that really says something about our legitimacy amongst like the real scientific community as well.
Yeah. Man was
He's
at a
real
conference
deal.
speaking and working all day himself. And that evening he decided that he would be able to make it and come down and speak at our PulseChain tour in New York. That was really nice of him.
Wow. Respect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you to Hodpril and to everybody else who's like doing the right thing by supporting, true crypto and supporting the true scientists that are trying to make the world a better place.
Yeah. And anybody that wants their $50 back from that lawsuit, just gamble on a meme coin, dude. You'll get it back overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah. I got plenty of cabals you can
Sniper,
join.
mate.
Just
Sniper.
go throw it on something with something. Something with something.
Somewhat with somewhat. You gonna make it.
Yeah.
Maddie, did you say what you're most excited about?
Oh man. So I'm doing an experiment right now where I'm asking people to give like a fresh wallet address and then I send them 1,000 pulse. They get to go to timepays.me and set up a second seed phrase. They get to experience being able to time lock Pulse and PulseX for any amount of time. But there's also this part where people can pay themselves to be motivated to complete a goal in their life. And that's like the whole reason I've been in crypto all along, was to like try to program mental health into money. So yeah, being able to see that taking off, we've got 1,100 people who have already dropped a fresh address under my tweet.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy, man. That's a
Yeah.
lot of people. That's a lot of people.
That's
Well
over
done.
like, I would say over like a week and a half. So I'll drop it here again now, just in case other people want to join the game.
Dropping a link.
Yeah.
We'll see what
Damn, I
happens
gotta
in the
set
chat.
another MetaMask up just to play this fucking game. Like,
All right,
fuck's
Maddie.
sake.
So what habit are you going to reward yourself with?
So my first experiment using Time Pays Me to do like a behavior lock was, well, I guess I did a price lock for a while. I took ink at like $1 and I price locked it for it to be like $50 or $100. So that was cool. But then when I actually went to pay myself, I paid myself $10,000 to, and it was in stablecoin, to write the first chapter of a book explaining the significance of this, behavior change stuff with Time Pays Me. And at this, basically what I wasn't expecting was that I became motivated in every other area of my life as well. And that's one of the reasons why the Hex conference was so successful, was because the motivation was spilling over into other areas of my life other than just the primary goal of writing the book chapter. So go figure, contingency management is the strongest effect size in all of psychological interventions, including talk therapy. So psychology is known for like therapists talking to you, but the strongest effect size comes down to paying people with smart contracts. So yeah, it's a really exciting area. So I'd recommend anybody to like play along with the game by throwing in a fresh wallet address here.
Cool.
And it's low fees on PulseChain,
Which allows all of this creativity to happen.
I was just going to say that that's one of the coolest things is so many people are innovating and trying things out and testing things out. I mean, like I feel like there are things that I'm doing right now that I'm learning about that I don't know that I would have been able to do this on other chains. You know, and I also love that this community is so much about teaching us to do things the right way, right? Like how to do single-sided liquidity providing, right? Like how to not like tank the freaking price on things when you're trying to exit. Like I really love that is part of our core principles and our core values is teaching people, you know, I mean, of course you can go jump on everyone's heads, right? But like there's such a and I never knew that. I didn't know there was something you could do other than just sell whatever token it was that you had. Like I really did not know that until recently. I didn't understand how that worked or that was even an option. So it's really awesome to just be a part of a community who wants to build things that way and provide several DEXs that allow you to do that. And, you know, there's so much happening that, you know, just like y'all are saying, it would not have been possible otherwise. So thank you, Richard Hart.
Can I tell you guys about one more thing? So there's basically there have been a couple different tokens that have donated $10,000 to all the speakers who spoke at the PulseChain conference. And I also worked with Pulse.domains, and they basically have upgraded their entire front end to create this sub DAO system. And so everybody who's speaking at the conference, all 100 people, will be issued a tips.pls address that's customized to yourself. And it's under your sole control for 10 years. This is like actually using crypto how it was intended. And they've invented a way to basically do super chats on Twitter, and it shows up in StreamYard. And so this technology will be rolling out soon. It could be valuable to any content creator anywhere on the internet, and it uses Pulse as the mechanism by which to pay people. And so, yeah, I'm really excited and hoping that you know, people will also get excited about this idea of being able to use crypto as peer-to-peer money, whereas YouTube right now they're wanting to take 30 or 40% as a middleman fee.
It sounds
It's
awesome.
50. It's 50% in the UK, mate. It's bullshit. That's why I don't monetize my channel. There's no point. Like, there's really no point. Genuine.
Just get you banned.
It's rough.
I'd rather get banned.
I was thinking about this.
I am surprised I haven't lost my channel at this point. I mean, seriously.
You're surprised.
You're exactly. Actually, that brings me on very neatly. Who in this panel has watched The Lowest of Stakes?
I still need to do that.
I see a fair few hands.
I saw
That's
it.
a fair few hands. What did you guys think of it? Like the guys that did watch it.
It made me laugh out loud.
Yeah, I enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to be completely honest with you. Like I didn't know what to expect, and I was like, oh, this, you know, it's going to be real interesting. And then of course, like I was witness to, I didn't see the scene, but I saw where you showed RG a scene that he was in. I was really expecting the worst. I was like, this is going to be horrible. Like, you know, like
We're that bad. We're that
no,
bad.
it wasn't at all. And that's why, like, I think it was ridiculous and disgustingly, like, tastefully disgusting. Is that a way to put it? Right?
Tastefully disgusting.
Tastefully disgusting.
Just like Hexy Bastard.
Yes. Great review right there. Tastefully disgusting.
Rotten Tomatoes right now.
Rate
Do it.
on, IMDb review incoming.
Yep, you're welcome.
Minus 99.
It's all
Okay,
great.
so
I like
SJ
British
thinks
humor, so
SJ thinks tastefully disgusting. Who else?
I'm writing that
Who
down.
else watched it? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not going to say if I liked it or not, but I will tell you my favorite scene was when you were taking a leak outside of the trailer, and then you did a full lap to come back outside the trailer. And then you decided to turn around and go back inside. I don't know why. That just made
That
me
was
laugh.
yeah. That was unscripted, by the way.
Epic.
Thank you for the link, Maddie, in the chat.
Yeah.
The link to it, because I haven't yet. I have to check it out.
There's a caravan scene, right, where it's like replaying what Mikey went through telling his wife, but they're sitting there at the table. And I mean, this is masterfully done humor, but he's explaining like, yeah, I got into this hex thing. I don't really know what it is, but I took all of our caravan money and I put it in, and I think we could get 10 caravans out of it. It just, yeah.
You know what's funny about that particular scene is I had nothing to do with that. Like they just did it and they showed me, and I was just like, yeah, this is fucking brilliant.
The trampoline, it's got me.
Yeah,
The single person trampoline.
Is this like Spinal
we can't
Tap?
afford a big one, mate. We can't afford a big one.
Yeah,
It's like Spinal Tap for the
Don't set
highest
your
of
standards
stakes.
that high, Hot Pearl.
think so.
But
Yeah, it's like Spinal Tap, but way worse.
Sounds great. I have to check it out now.
I think it's got more views than the highest of stakes, to be honest.
maybe they've
I
actually.
know my
monetized
wallet's
it.
saying so.
RG3, I'm curious, what did you think? Because you were one of the
I've
producers.
only
of-
saw the scenes that you showed me, and I thought they were funny. I thought they were brilliant. I thought you guys did a good job, and I didn't take any offense to it. I thought it was great. I didn't think that they were. You made it sound like it was gonna be horrible, and you wanted me to see it. And
I know,
It was
because
fine.
I don't know how you're gonna react to these.
Bro,
things,
this
you know,
community,
like-
are you kidding me? I get my ass ripped off on a daily basis. I get memed like no one's business.
We're hard asses in Mexico. We're not easily shaken.
Like, yeah. But it's, it does.
Fair enough.
Good job.
D-Fed, I know that you put your little hand up there. What are you saying? What do you think about it?
It was good. I enjoyed it very much. I'm trying to. There was a scene with a joke, and I under pressure, I'm forgetting the joke now, and I won't do it justice. But I enjoyed it very much. I actually watched it with my son while we were commuting to school back and forth. So I even showed it to one of my boys too. I was trying to show the younger generation,
So when it actually premiered, so we did a premiere in Nottingham, where I live, and we did like a proper premiere. That was all good. But then on the Sunday, not long after, we did like the YouTube premiere. And when we did the YouTube one, I sat there with my son, who's 10 years old, almost 11 years old. Now, the only thing he laughed at was the very beginning, the little intro scene, and it was when Maximus, Randy Hilarski's son, said, "Bastard!" And it was just like some fucking 5-year-old kid saying "bastard." That my son, fucking pissed himself laughing during that bit. Like that was the bit that got him, and that's why I was just like, yeah, if it makes a fucking 10-year-old laugh, then it's definitely gonna work. So
Gotta watch it.
I was happy, man. But yeah, anyway, that whole film, obviously it was a joke. It was just like a complete joke. But like we did that to kind of shine light. Like, because the thing is that I feel like the Hex and the PulseChain community, sometimes they take themselves a little bit too seriously. So we need to shine that mirror up and just be like, listen, guys, look, this is what we look like. Because genuinely, that sometimes it's like, when we're too maximalist or whatever. Because here's the thing, guys, right? We don't want to admit this, but Solana, the number one chain that we were all fudding 1 or 2 years ago, is the chain that has the most volume. It has all the volume. It has like 3 times as much volume as Ethereum. So whether we like it or not, we've got to move with the times. We've got to understand why Why is Solana the #1 chain right now? And it is because right now it's because of meme coins. And I spotted this years ago. That is why I created 9inch, because I know that that is where the market is going. Now, I'm not a fucking genius. I'm far from it. But I could spot this a while ago. But in Hexaco, we have this habit of just getting locked into our opinions and feeling like, oh, the market should move where we want it to go. And that's not how things should go. The market goes where the market goes. We have to adapt to the market. That's the point. The only way that PulseChain becomes totally relevant is we move with the market. We go where the market goes, and we make ourselves available, and then we prosper.
I think it's both meeting people where they're at and maintaining our core of delaying gratification. When I talked to Dipcatcher earlier tonight, he's been somebody who actually did experiments on both PulseChain and Solana. And what he found was that people on Solana only held for 1 day.
That's crazy.
So you can see the difference, that the type of users that we're attracting, even if they're fewer in number, they're the people who I believe are holding longer than 1 day. And so, yeah, it's really encouraging to see what you're doing, Hexy Bastard, with all the things you've announced today, V3 liquidity, with just the fact that you're out there. You spent 9 months on a movie, The Lowest of Stakes. You have a DEX that works on both Ethereum and PulseChain. You got BitBoy to launch a token. Like, the list goes on in ways that you're contributing. And I would say everybody on the screen right now, equally so, is doing big things to help keep the community together and to allow us to prosper.
I totally agree with that. I like 100%. And you're right. It's weird that like the Solana guys are only holding for 1 day, but they're making more money than us.
Because it's where the market is. It's not where the market's going. You said, that's where it's going.
Where are all the millionaires?
It's where the
they
market
have fake volume.
is.
Where are all the millionaires?
It would help if we had.
Is it fake volume?
Freaking crypto bros in there. That's why.
I think it would help if we had 9 figures of venture capital money from Andreessen Horowitz to blow on dumb shit. I met a guy from the Solana Foundation tonight. I gave him some PulseChain rolling papers and instead of a business card. So
how'd that go?
It went really good. I mean, we both had a very technical conversation. Somebody called him out and they were like, "Why does your chain go down all the fucking time?" He was just like, "Yeah, we're just kind of working through it." He was humble enough to admit, just like, we have to be like humble enough to admit, yeah, none of this is perfect. Like, we're all just kind of hoping that this works out and trying our best. So, PulseChain's got different issues, but Solana, at least PulseChain works, it's not down 75.
And I get that. And I don't own any Solana. Don't give a fuck about Solana. But that is where the people are right now. So we need to look at those guys and be like, why? Why are those guys getting all the business?
And that's what Dipcatcher was saying. Yeah, he was saying,
take that business. Like, we need that business here. Like, that's what we want. What they want right now. The majority of the use on Solana.
It's not misright. It's just misright now is what it is.
I get that. It's like a right now thing. But I'm just saying that, like, right now, that's what people want. They want mad meme coins. They want to make 1000x in 1 fucking day. So how do we give that? How do we get those guys here?
I think we already have it. Like, I think we're actually amazing. And like, everything's going according to plan. Even if it doesn't feel like it, we're catching up like very, very fast. We have whatever narrative you want to buy into. Like, we've got it. You've got 9inch mania land, like meme coin city. That's good for whoever wants it. And you've also got 9mm, say what you want about them, but they've got a bunch of memes over there. It's just a matter of time. I really believe that.
I mean, Solid X literally put us on the map. It was in the top page on Dex Screener across all really chains. Is. I mean,
that was the first PulseChain coin that ever got on the first page.
And by the way, that surprised me just as much as it surprised all of you guys too. Like, what a crazy story, right? That there's just one guy that puts out a little message on a DEX screen or biography section, and then like you get that kind of a reaction from it. It was crazy. Coming off of a previous day where a similar launch happened and that didn't work out, right? So it was like, what a 180.
You know what's even better about that is that he launched it on the 9-inch launch pad.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
Hey,
shit.
the 9-inch guys have been
boy, fucking solid.
Actually, you don't get enough credit for the work you guys are putting in, and Kino and K9 and everybody else that's working with you. Like, it's clear that this is more than just like a shitcoin DEX to you guys, and so you've made every other DEX have to look at you as the example, and I think that that's a powerful position to be in. So use that to leverage that, and we'll be there with you.
And that is
working
why,
together.
like, I appreciate that, but that is why we are coming for everything. I want to be the number one place. Like, when you think PulseChain, you think 9-inch. That is what I want. Like, literally, we got V3 liquidity, we've got stable swaps, we've got an aggregator coming, we've got cross-chain swaps coming. I want, literally, whenever any of you guys on the panel or any of you guys listening right now, when any of you guys think, I want to onboard a friend to PulseChain, I want you guys to think, I will send them to 9-inch, because it's the easiest place to make that shit happen. That is my vision. And actually, beyond that, on the next bull run, like, so that's my vision for this bull run. But the next bull run is I want people to be able to trade on there without even knowing what blockchain they're on. Without even knowing. Like, because in reality, the end user that wants to trade meme coins doesn't give a shit if he's on Base.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if he's on Solana. He doesn't care if he's on PulseChain. He doesn't care if he's on Ethereum. He will just trade dog with hat for dog with do-rag. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
we're gonna have some breakthroughs in the near future too. It's got to happen with interoperability.
We've done it.
Layer 0. Oh, I mean, look, bridging. Look, the bridge sucks. You can't say the bridge is a good experience.
Ready to go. We just haven't delivered it yet. But like, literally, we have that available right fucking now. But
You have
is
a
it
bridge
the right
from
time to
Ethereum to
PL?
PulseChain. You don't have a bridge from Solana to PulseChain. Portal like swap maybe, but
You think that,
you
bro?
will.
think-
You will.
think
Okay.
that, bro.
Okay.
You think that we got that right now, but like, we're not gonna roll it out right now because there's no point. It's not the right time.
I bridged just this past week from Base to Ethereum, and I've done before from BNB to PulseChain using portalxswap.io. It took 3 minutes, and it cost $2, and it was incredible. This is the technology that Power City has come up with. I don't know why they're not promoting it, but the
Portal
tools
X.
seem to be available.
There
And
are-
I think the
there are
MEX C
things available,
listing,
mate.
yeah, the MEX C listing will re-enable the part that gives the best execution
That will
to PulseChain.
definitely help. But there is technology out there where you can trade between basically any blockchain with PulseChain.
That's what
They have,
There
they
is
have like
technology
53
there.
blockchains.
Layer 0.
Well, basically,
Yeah.
the only thing that's
There
routing change now, right? Or the only thing that's routing Portal X swap is mainly change now and Pateus if it's a PulseChain to PulseChain swap. You don't have, in general, bridges take like half an hour to settle, and they're not great.
That's
So-
shit.
I know.
That's
I know.
shit, bro. That's
I know.
shit.
So if you want to live in a
I
world
don't
where
wanna wait
there's
half an hour
interoperability,
for a fucking
blockchain to
swap.
blockchain, and if you don't even want to know what chain you're trading on, you need some kind of a layer 0 technology, kind of like the parachain thing for Polkadot, but for all the EVM chains.
So
Solana's its own thing. I mean, we can get technical, but nobody gives a shit. Never mind.
Whoa. Okay, you've opened up a can of worms here, right? Okay, let me tell you my vision. This is my vision for 9-inch in general, is that people come to 9-inch to trade meme coins. They do not care what chain that is on, but they get cross-chain swaps. They can trade between Base, Solana, fucking AVAX, Ethereum, PulseChain, anything. And they can just do it seamlessly with no gas transactions available as well. Imagine that. Imagine like not even paying gas.
You've got.
I
that
know on
coming pretty
PulseChain
soon.
we don't have to pay gas, right?
You've
But,
got that coming in early 25. Sponsored transactions.
But here's the thing: it's not so much about the tech. It's about the user experience. This is what I am focused on.
I know, but you need the tech to enable that, and that's not quite there
We've
yet.
got it. We've got it. We've already
do,
done
don't
it. We've done this.
Okay,
Like,
so how do
I
you
already
go
have
bridge from
that.
Solana to like base chain to Binance Smart
Bro,
Chain?
I'm not gonna try and tell you the technicalities of it because I don't understand.
doesn't exist yet, is
I
what I'm
know.
saying.
No, it does exist. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It does exist. It is enabled and it is ready and it is working. You can literally do that.
All right, let's see
Right
it.
now,
I'll believe
right
it.
now, you can do that.
I can't
will
do it on
send you a
9-inch
link
right now.
tomorrow. No, not on 9-inch right now. But this is the point: is that me and my guys, we're working on that. Like, we want that. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing about crypto. We're also tied up in like, oh, what blockchain is going to be the one? Fuck all that. Fuck all that. For me personally, 9-inch founder, I want 9-inch to be successful. Now, how do I make 9-inch successful? You make it as easy as possible for anyone to trade on your platform, regardless of brand, blockchain, fucking anything. You just make it super fucking easy for anyone to come along and trade, no matter what. It's like literally we have our own wallet hookup. Probably we will use internet money for that because I really like KG and I like everything they're doing. So a guy can come to our website and they're like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just sign up to internet money. Cool. And then we've got a fiat on-ramp. We'll probably use Coast if they sort their shit out. We'll use Coast. We've got all the like steps in place where people can just like on-ramp, use a wallet that we tell them to use, and then they just trade.
Yeah, I
but
can't
they
wait for
don't
Coast.
care. They don't care what network they're on, bro. That's the point. It's like because they don't care. They don't care what network they're on. They just want to trade dog with hat for dog with do-rag. Or dog or cat. That's all they care about. And that is next bull run. I'm talking next bull run, right? Not now. That won't happen this bull run. But next bull run, all they're going to care about is like, I want to trade dog for cat.
Bro, I aggressively agree with you.
There we go. Exactly. Because like next bull run comes around, there's going to be another 10 layer ones out there.
It's going to be a
and no one
perfect
gives
storm.
a shit.
The
No
tech is
one
going to
gives
be
a
there by
shit.
2028, 2029. I mean, 0x Coast is going to come out. It's going to be game over for all of adoption.
That's right.
Internet money will be the only wallet you
Exactly.
need. And then
Exactly.
router,
And I like internet money. I like everything that, like, some of us guys that are in the Builders Guild that are building shit have actually got something that could be realistically very good. Like, because we're not thinking just about PulseChain. Yes, we want to bring adoption to PulseChain, but we're thinking outside the box and we're like, yeah, how do we make this like viable for the whole fucking world? That's the
we
difference.
appreciate that. That kicks ass, and I think everybody here digs the passion with which you're speaking about building, because that's what we need. We need builders who are passionate, that want to conquer every challenge that comes their way. Now, as we wrap up,
I want to fucking dominate crypto.
Absolutely.
That's what I want to do. Anyway, you're right, Matty.
As we wrap up the conference here, let's go around the room, and you can take your time giving your final thoughts and where to find you. Crypto Coffee, hit us with some wisdom here.
just follow me, Crypto Coffee 369 on everything. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. You guys are great.
You're a fucking lightweight, mate. It's like
Thanks
6
for,
a.m. for me.
well,
and you're going to
Thanks
bed.
for onboarding the
bag of Coke
Solana
on me,
Foundation, dude, tonight. Like, that was
Pussy.
awesome. So respect to you.
I love
David,
you, Coffee, really.
Hey guys, David Feeder on Twitter, and you can catch me at validatorstore.com. If you want to become a PulseChain validator, I got hardware kits, I got cloud, I got tech support, I got free tutorials, I got scripts, I got everything you need. So you can be a PulseChain validator too, nice and easy. So hit me up.
beautiful. Hod Pro.
I am Hod Pro on Telegram and Hod Pro on Twitter X, and I mostly kind of market PulseChain stuff, do a lot of shit posting, a lot of I read a lot of white papers, look into the different projects, and I'm really excited about how many things are happening on the Pulse chain because of the low fees. It's a better fork of Ethereum, and that's it.
And you are definitely not AI.
I don't know about that.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I wouldn't be
You don't know that.
surprised these days.
Whitney Magic.
You can find me on Instagram, Whitney Magic Crypto, or YouTube, Queen of Millions, website queenofmillions.com. My passion is really around women. So whether you have a loved one who you've been lovingly nudging in, who is a woman who wants to get into the space and have her tribe as well that speaks the language in a way that makes sense, I got a crew, I got a team, I got a community. That's what really I'm all passionate about. So thank you so much for building everything, and everyone.
Amazing.
Like, just love the community in the space of how growth oriented we are. So thank you for creating a community that women can come into.
Respect. Hexy Bastard. Final thought.
Yeah, final thought is go watch the lowest of stakes. It's at Hexy Bastard everywhere. At Hexy Bastard. But regardless of me, just go and use the 9inch.io platform. Realize how good this is, and that it is the best platform on PulseChain right now. There is nowhere that you can earn more money in terms of just locking up coins and earning a yield. So 9inch.io, fuck me, fuck lowest of stakes, fuck everything. Go use 9inch.io and make some money.
I dig it. RG3, final thought.
Well, bull market's coming. Things are going to get better around here, and things are a lot of fun and a lot of jokes, and everybody's having a real good meme time these days. But guess what? It's going to get real serious around here, and somebody's going to have to start getting serious. And I think that the people that are out there building right now are getting serious about what they're doing. And I think when Richard comes back, he's going to be proud of the things that they've built. Again, forget about me. Go to PulseChainTour.com and go support the people that are out there bringing PulseChain to you and to your neighborhood, so that you can bring your people there and meet in person. And then also go see some of these great developments that are being done over at Gifford Ware on their t.me. It's t.me Gifford Ware _win. And go see what the brilliant minds in there are talking about arbitrage and these secular movements of the coins going back and forth into each other and pumping the whole system. Right now it's pumping ICOSA, and we all know what ICOSA has in it. It has Hex, and it's helping Hex. So go check out these things, what people are doing.
Yeah, we got fresh Ponzi's hot off the press. No, go buy GIF. I'm serious.
Access Select.
Buy the top, mate. Buy the top.
Yeah, but what if the top just keeps going up? Like it has been.
Bro, I guarantee if I go and buy that right now, it will go
yeah, no,
down.
you don't buy it. If you buy it, that'll be the top.
Stay away. I know it.
Yeah, stay away.
I don't know, man. I heard that there's a pirate behind that one. You better watch your back.
That's the evil cabal coin, bro. I'm not joining that one.
You better watch out. Those ones actually go up. Hey guys, Axis Alive. Thank you so much, everybody that was tuned in for the PulseChain conference this year. It was a good follow-up to the Hex conference in January. We didn't get the price action we were looking for, but you know that's going to come. So I'm very optimistic on this chain. I think it's important to look forward and try to bring in the brain power that is out there on other chains, if at all possible, by us, building what we can. I know that we have a lot. We've forked pretty much every good protocol from Ethereum on our own, and that's all working. And what we don't maybe know on the surface is, who else from higher places is building the rails underneath our feet. And so I encourage everybody to dive into the mystery of PulseChain and see why is it that so many folks are so fascinated and mesmerized by what's going on here, when on the surface all you can see today is sideways price action. Because I think that you're going to uncover some treasure, and welcome to the modern gold rush on PulseChain. So thanks everybody for participating and being great support for me personally and for everybody on this panel. And we look forward to seeing you guys at the PulseChain Tour meetups this year. Maybe you'll see me at Bitcoin Nashville. If you've never been to an event, I would encourage you to go to an event and network with the next round of crypto billionaires. And we're going to take this fight to the regulators. I mean, we have an 8-step plan to world domination, and there's many moving pieces, but I believe in what we have going on here, and I wouldn't have quit mining Bitcoin and Ethereum all those years ago if I didn't really think that this had a high chance of success. So thanks everybody for participating, and we'll see you out there in the wild.
Respect.
Legend, mate.
A wild SJ.
Speaking of wild, so Maddie, first of all, thank you so much for putting all this together. I feel very honored to be opening and closing the conference alongside this fellow right here, and everyone that's been a part of it, right? Like, I would not have thought 3 years ago my life would be what it is today. And to be around people, right? So to hear these words like your network is your net worth, and you're a reflection of the 5 closest people to you, and to have seen those people change around me over these last few years, and to start to see that become my life. And I've for the last couple of years been very adamant about ensuring that I let people know that there's more to this than just the finances. And from reading Sci-Vive and really diving into who Richard Hart is and the man behind all of this, the whole reason we're here in the first place is to fill everybody else's cups, right? I can't wait to get to that point where my cup is so full that that's all I do, is that I get to overflow everybody else's cups. And I overhear RG say this often, that you have to have this mindset of abundance, because there's more wealth out there than we could all be multi-billion trillionaires. Like, that really is a valid option. And you have to keep that in mind as you move forward, and keep that in mind when things are as low as they can go, because the only way that we're going to, the rising tide raises all ships. And I think that, it's a used mostly in a financial term, but I think spiritually and emotionally as well, we need to remember that, right? We're all here to raise one another up and build together. So I'm just looking forward to seeing everything continue to rise over the next coming months and years, and to see the next generation, right? Like the next group of people that are going to do content creation and talk about all of these things we've been talking about for the last, 3 to 5 years. So yeah, thanks to everyone. And just remember, keep smiling, keep it positive.
Well, I mean it when I say that the 100 speakers who spoke during this 4-day event, it means the world to me that you all believe so strongly as I do in PulseChain. And so, I'm really looking forward to the future together. I want to thank Liquid Loans, Time Pays Me, Pateus, Love.io, GoPulse, and 9inch for making the conference possible. But certainly it's the people viewing and speaking as well that really made it possible. So with that being said, I'm going to close this out with some music here. And thank you all so much for being a part of the conference this year.
Thank you, Matty. You
Thanks,
fucking
Matty.
legend for putting all this together, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Matty.
My pleasure.
So many hugs.
Catch you guys at the next one.
Peace out, y'all.
PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.